order.
Thank you. Good morning again. I call to order this special meeting study session of the Scottsdale Unified School District. The date is April 3rd. The time is 9:08, and I will have a roll call starting from my far left. Sandy Kravitz. Kim Hartman. Allison Beckham. Pam Kirby. Barbara Perleberg. All board members are present, and we do have a quorum. I think for the record, we'll have the rest of the room go around, and starting next to Ms. Kravitz, we'll go around and introduce everyone. I'm Erin Helm. Anna McCauley. Pam Fitton.
Louis Hartwell.
Laura Smith.
Steve Nance.
Sandra Como.
Oh, Michael Lorsch. That's right.
You are here. Sandra Como. Thank you all. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. So we will move on to agenda item 3 for vision training. Dr. Birdwell. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I know that we've been looking forward to this and talking about it since the governing board. I won't call it the election, since it was really the volunteerism of coming on to this team. So we appreciate that. So, we talked about that we really look at the cognitive. So what we know, it's the intellect. We look at the affect, and that's that feeling side of pieces, and then we did our cognition. So this is how we do things. So we're now jumping back into these realms over here and stepping away from the Colby to say, looking at what we know, where we want to be, how we're going to get there. And so when we talk about our organizational structures, and I love the way that the book puts this, and Michael's going to obviously do the teaching of it, but I did want to go back to this piece about when I was rereading the book. An organization that is healthy will inevitably get smarter over time. And that's because people in healthy organizations, beginning with the leaders, learn from one another, identify critical issues, and recover quickly from mistakes without politics and confusion getting in their way. They cycle through problems and rally around solutions much faster than their dysfunctional and political rivals do. And so, I was thinking about that, and I thought, the reality is, in this district, we're moving away from dysfunction to organizational health. And we're becoming a smarter organization, but the reality is, we might have some smart people in the organization, but I don't think we've been a smart organization. Now, that's my 1-year journey of assessment of Scottsdale, is that I think we had spots of really intelligent people, but not as an organization coming together around what's in the benefits. So this is part of that journey, and with the new leadership of the board and the new leadership team coming in, that's where we're headed. Now, today we have a little different combination in here, and I want to talk about that. So we have a community that elects a governing board, or people that volunteer in the community accepts you. So the reality is we didn't have an election, but either way, you are now the governing board, and you took on a huge responsibility. And you took on a responsibility of an organization that has approximately 3,000 employees, and an organization that answers to around 25,000 children, which means you have 50,000 parents, and then a lot of community members. So this is not a small organization. We have a $200 million, plus a $228 million bond. You have $500 million corporation that you're responsible for. So there's no light task. And under the law, you are the fiscally responsible body. You are the decision-making body that hires and contracts 3,000 employees. You are responsible ultimately for every system. Now that said, you hire people to do that. And you hire a superintendent and hold that person accountable, who then hires other folks. So, oops, I skipped me. Why did I skip me?
You wish.
and I'm very excited about the work, but there are days that I go, you know, what the heck did I get myself into? And more lately than not, because we're in the midst of some really critical transitions. And frustration is to say it lightly. But I know that the organization feels that. When the superintendent's frustrated, you know that's all the way down in the classroom. So we have some significant issues to tackle. Then the superintendent hires a cabinet. And that's a team. So when I came into Scottsdale, I was your interim. I came in and inherited an entire team all the way through the organization, clear down to the individual teachers. Now, as your permanent superintendent, we're beginning that process of putting those teams together throughout. So the cabinet team is a critical role. The executive leadership. Now, we used to be, remember, we were 15 wide, and we've narrowed that down. But executive leadership are the people like your executive leader of special ed. It's your chief systems, and he happens to be here with us today, in IT. And systems go beyond IT, because if our systems are broken, our communication is also broken. We have our, and I don't remember what we call you, Erin.
Public Information and Marketing Officer.
Okay. PIO and marketing.
Yeah.
You have,
Deputy Director of Curriculum?
thank you.
Or Teaching and Learning, really.
Teaching and learning now.
Yeah.
So when you start putting these critical pieces together, these folks are extremely important. Now, we've been dismantling that and rebuilding it this year. I don't know how much you're, I think you're aware of it, but I don't know to what detail you're aware. So we've dismantled, and now we're going to redesign and put it together, because one of the pieces that's missed is that we've been functioning this year with these groups. And these folks have been working on an individual level with the cabinet members, and the cabinet members have been working with them on what are the issues they're seeing within their department. So as we go forward, these roles become even more important to us from the aspect of when we start talking about communication and clarity, as we'll work through this in the next 2 days, it's the cabinet and the executive leadership and the principals and all of these directors out here that create clarity. And that communication systems has to be built. And the reason I invited Erin into the room and Lewis into the room is to understand the thought and the conversation, so that when we get ready to communicate, that they're going to help us make sure we communicate on all levels, including what we do on the internet, what we're doing out through all of our marketing, so that your clarity gets communicated. So I really welcome that Erin has joined our team. She brings great experience in. Lewis brings an interesting piece to this puzzle in the fact that, by the way, neither of these people are educators, and that's purposeful. If you leave it to educators to create a communication system, it will be broken. Because we're not trained. We don't understand it. We don't get it. We don't want to get it. We try to be polite about it, but in all actuality, teachers are some of the worst communicators that exist. Because it's just not our expertise. So important for us in this room to have a couple people in here that will understand strategic alignment and communication. So Lewis brings that strategic alignment, that business KPMG kind of concept to this conversation. Erin is going to bring to us the ability to communicate and market that clarity. And then you've got some cabinet members. Laura, although working in the school systems and in accounting, or Smith, I'm not getting used to, I should put name tags out, also brings a unique perspective in the fact that she's worked in the business world as private corporate, but with educators, and clearly understands that educators, we sometimes have very tunnel vision. Our lenses become very restricted. So at the table are half educators and half business folks, which give us a unique blend. Typically in the educational field, we take principals up and put them into leadership and then ask them to function differently. And they don't have the background to do it, and then they falter bravely, and then they've never been trained how to do it. When I put this team together, I began to blend it. So you'll see more educators from here down, but a blended group here and here, so that we have both the business of what we do in education and the education of what we do. And we don't agree with each other a lot. We have some very interesting conversations about, I don't get it. I don't understand where you're coming from. Don't tell me how to do education. And we have those kinds of conversations of, okay, your ideas are fine, but let me tell you something. you need to put on an educational lens for a moment and have the conversation. So we butt heads a lot, but I call it healthy disagreement and not unhealthy disagreement. So that's where we need to get to. So and I'm kind of reviewing some of this, the management leadership group, that's all those directors. It's your director of maintenance operations. It's your directors of curriculum that sit underneath Dr. Benson. It's your instructional. These guys are your, this side are the purchasing, it's the business side of the house. This side over here is the leadership side of the house. This is your educators. This is, by the way, these are all educators. 90% of these people, no educational background whatsoever. So it's really critical that up here in leadership you have both, that you have both non-educators and educators, so that these folks can actually have someplace to go to get the information back to you. If we leave it to these folks, they're going to give you something that looks very, very different. If we leave these folks in isolation, they'll send you simply what you'd see in a classroom. And it's not going to have the clarity that you want from the business perspective. So we're trying to build an organization that now brings education and business together to meet the needs of what you do as a governing board, which is oversee the superintendent and the operations of the district. So I hope that brings you some clarity. From time to time, and later today we're going to talk about committees and how they function, but from time to time there are committees going on at this level that the governing board should get engaged in. And I have a little bit different vision than what you've probably experienced in the past. But that's going to help us get clarity in the organization. Now, when we're done with the work that Michael Lorsch is going to do with us here, and I'll talk to you about him here in just a moment, down to the very teacher and the student, there should be organizational clarity. Because when you get down here, it actually circles back through this thing called a parent. And now you've come full circle.
No, go straight to the governing board.
So what's happening is,
I like them to be educated.
anytime there's not organizational clarity, what happens is, and there's systems that aren't properly functioning, what happens is these folks will skip all of these steps in between, and they run straight here. And they also, by the way, in the new world of technology, blog out to the community.
No.
Oh,
yeah.
Notice that?
Okay.
So it's really important that we're able to create a good organizational clarity so that the conversations begin to happen in the right place. We want parents to talk to teachers. We want parents to talk to principals. We want good communication, but right now those systems are not functioning. So unfortunately, you as a governing board are taking a lot of that we hope over the next 6 months to get off of your shoulders. But it comes through these next 2 days conversations, because when that clarity occurs and this gets disseminated all the way through, you should get fewer and fewer, and then what you should get are the ones that's frustrated because someone in this chain is not being responsive. And that's the call that I do want you to get, because I want to know about it. But right now you're getting it all. And you're getting it all because there's a lack of clarity here and a lack of clarity here. And that's because we have to get this messaging going straight down. And to do that, we need to be on the same page about that. Kim?
I just have one clarifying question and then one comment. Clarifying question, what is ALT?
Oh, it's the Academic Learning Team.
Oh, okay. Which is, for example?
It's a balanced combination of elementary, middle, and high school instructional coaches and directors that tackle the larger issues that are happening in the school. So when we talk about the turnaround or the implementation of a reading program, we talk about the turnaround of the curricular drive, we talk about the academic goals. Academic goals are going to be driven out of this group here, and they come under the leadership of Dr. Nance.
And then one comment that I have from a communication, a high-performance organization, and organizational design is I agree with the comment that there's particular roles, whether it's the PMO or potentially IS, who own communication. But I would expand that statement in that to be high performance, we actually all are responsible for communication. It may be certain individuals that help create the content, but you can't really say educators are bad communicators. If they are, then they need training and education.
we're all communicators and we all have a responsibility. So I think we just need to acknowledge that it's not somebody else's job. There may be somebody who's helping orchestrate it, but we all have to be on the
So let me say that differently. Do you want the educators to write your communication plan?
I'm agreeing with you.
No, but for clarity's sake, do you want a teacher to write the educational plan for the district?
I want somebody whose expertise is in communicating to write the communication plan.
So we're on the same plan,
Yes.
that's the point. Everybody, once they know about it, talks about it. A teacher should be able to say that this is a student-centric culture. What does that mean? What does that mean? A teacher ought to be able to say, the decisions that the governing board are making are in the best interest of students. The decisions that are made to move towards accountability is because we want to meet the needs of all learners. But if a teacher can't say that, then there is an organizational clarity around communication.
We're saying
Yes, they should be the communicators, but we have to teach them it, we have to train them in it, and then they're going to own the work that they're trying to do. But without that, they don't even own their work.
So I have a question. Part of this communication clarity is the what, which is actually the easier part, I believe. The harder part that has to come with it is the why. Okay, the why. And will we address in the next 2 days when you have an organization that's dysfunctional, that is moving towards healthy, that not everyone may agree with the why. And how do you navigate through that process as we communicate?
So, that is a great segue for me to get off of here. Let me say that I do believe that Michael is going to answer. So let me just talk about, let me answer your question before I talk about Michael. Go ahead, Jenny.
Well, I was just going to say the why is an important part of the issue, but if you tell the people the why, at least you've given them the information, and I think part of our issue is we have been playing defense instead of offense and getting our messages out.
Yeah.
I hear, even if it's something minor, people want to know
I think the why,
how, the what and the why.
I think once we communicate the why, we'll bring 80, it's like the 80-20 rule. I think 80% will come along. It's the 20% that, no matter what the why is,
Right.
they're going to disagree.
Right, but we have to get that message out in advance.
And so, yes, and we're going to get there, and I think that that's really important. So let me introduce Michael to you and share a little bit of my experience in working with him. So first of all, Michael is from Arizona, which I love anytime that we have an expert in the field here in the state. I can't remember now how we met, but I think it was because I was reading Lencioni and ran across.
I think you called the firm.
Called the firm and said,
And
we
the
have
firm
local.
said, yeah. And so then, I think we jumped in on values, I think, because I said, I'll come do your values with you.
Yeah.
And that's how we got.
So when you talk about training around district, I've lived this twice. And this will be the third time that I've lived through a huge organizational culture shift. The first time I learned some things. The second time I learned even more. And what I learned in the second run was very much influenced by the work with Patrick Lencioni and working with Michael, a tremendous trainer. He'll talk to you a little bit about his background, but his approach is what I love the most, because it was not an abrasive approach, but helping you understand where you're at and how you get to where you're at and how to move forward, and confronting those dysfunctions that exist, which are very difficult to do. So that in mind, there may be some times during the next few days where we'll say, hey, everybody take a break except for the governing board, and the governing board stay, or hey, we're going to take the leadership team and we're going to have a sidebar conversation, and it's not to offend anyone. It's simply that there are some conversations that may need to be had that need to be in a non-threatening, I feel like I can say something. In the same time, please understand that the people in this room are professional, and although we're being recorded and it's a board meeting, they also know, they understand their professional responsibilities and how to handle conversations that are not to be misconstrued or miscommunicated out into the public. So that said, let me go back to Michael. He helped me in a prior district really pull together the understanding of organizational clarity and healthy organization to create an organization that the students could tell you what connect, engage, and inspire meant. That they understood why we existed. that they understood how to even help teachers be held accountable, and that they understood why academics were a priority, why testing was a priority, because they understood where it was going to get them for their future. So the students owned their learning because the clarity permeated from the governing board down. It also helped the governing board be able to not go off on unimportant issues that wouldn't get us where we needed to be. Because in this issue, there's so much to take on. How do you systematically make sure that you stay focused on the issues that you need to stay on, and understand that by fixing some of the bigger issues, some of the other issues are going to take like 80% versus the 20%. So it very much helped, our structure very much helped the governing board say, why are we over here doing this? It doesn't go back to our strategic aims. It doesn't help us stay focused on what we've committed to. So that it helps the board keep the board focused. It helps the cabinet know the direction that the governing board wants them to focus on, so they're not wasting time doing things they shouldn't be doing. And it gets the whole organizational systems to begin to come in line around where does the board want us to be, and why do you want us to be there, and so that we can do the work. So that the governing board can create that clarity that lets the cabinet come back and really drive those processes. So I think you're going to enjoy the next 2 days. I think the leader that we brought in is the right leader. He has a passion for education. When we started the work, there hadn't been a lot of Lencioni in education. It had been more with corporate. So we got to take the education world and business world and blend them, which doesn't just happen very often in our world. I think that they've done more since then, but typically educators shy away from business and say, no, that works in the business world, but it can't work here. Well, we chose not to do that in a prior district, and we found a great deal of success with it. And as we hit the challenges here, we've used some of those principles because it's very much become a part of my leadership. And I was just telling Michael that a significant difference from the prior district to here is when I started here and putting a team together, I used Lencioni's model of humble, hungry, and smart team members. So I'm looking for people that are humble, people that that are hungry to continue to learn and to embrace the fact that change is a part of the world we live in, and choice is part of what we do, but also that they're people smart, because we're in the people business. So as we've been building our team at this level and this level and even down to this level, these are correlates we're looking for. I also learned something that I didn't know, and they hadn't written that at the time that we did our prior work, but you cannot fix people who are conceited, who are arrogant. Arrogance is not something I can fix. And then reiterating that with Colby, because I realized that some of the issues that you deal with, even at this level, if this leader has an arrogance that says, I know what I'm doing, they're not going to be hungry to learn, they're not humble, and they're not people smart, because the arrogance interferes with their ability to work with people. Same thing here, same thing here, same thing here. So we're trying to make sure that we are building a team that understands that arrogance is not a part of this organization going forward, because we can learn from each other. And I will tell you that when I look now back at some of the dysfunctions of Scottsdale, I think part of the issues had to do with arrogance and egos. And so we have to go forward with a different perception. So that kind of set the stage for today. I have enjoyed the work I've done at Past. Can't wait to do the work here, because I think, and I told Michael that Scottsdale is so much harder than any place I've ever been. I've never worked as hard. I've never taken on as many issues as Scottsdale has. It's challenging me coming out of retirement to work as hard as the district requires. In the end, it will be wonderfully rewarding, as Patrick talks about in his book, but the work here is harder than any organization I've ever seen. And that includes rapidly growing districts that I've worked with, and the issues I face in Paradise Valley, the issues that I face in Dysart, including the issues I face in Higley. Nothing, they pale in comparison to Scottsdale issues. So, and I don't say that because it's a criticism, it's a reality that we have some significant issues. But let me end on this. Sometimes I'm too verbose. I was talking to a leader in our state who is retired, who I deeply respect, and for the sake of the record, I won't use the name. But the question I get asked publicly from prior leadership, prior people in our field are, why in the world would you want to take on Scottsdale? They've been broken for years. Why would you want to do this work? Well, at the end of the next 2 days, hopefully we'll answer some of those questions, but the reality is, it is well known in the educational field that Scottsdale's culture is broken, and has been for years. The issues we're dealing with are so systemic that they've developed over time, and they won't be fixed in a quick succession, because they're ingrained deeply into the culture of Scottsdale. So I wish Kim was here for that comment. I probably should save it for her, but we really seriously have a huge challenge ahead of us, and I hope you signed on and buckled down, because the reality is, I think when you talk to parents, they go, oh yeah, we've done it. But when you talk to people who are employed in Scottsdale, they don't know. They don't know it because they only know the culture they're in. They don't know a healthy organizational culture. They don't know what it can look like. They might talk about it, but they've never seen it or lived it or walked it. So it's painful for them to see that or to hear we've been broken. So when we say, well, we're broken, we need to fix it, well, they'll agree with you until it comes down to fixing it, and then they're going to disagree with you. And so I think we're living that right now. So that said, Michael, we want to be a healthy organization, and we know that you're the right person to come help us in that process. So I'm going to sit down and really work for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Wow, no pressure.
2 days.
2 days.
2 days.
You let me know.
You'll be around for a while.
Yeah. You let me know when we're done here.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much. And I have been very excited about, coming here. It was like a half-hour drive, so that's pretty darn good.
You didn't have to get on a plane.
No, it's glorious. Thanks for having me. I'd just like to just jump right into it. I learned all this material as an implementer, not as a consultant. And so I do have a lot of passion about what we're going to be covering in the next couple of days. I've been really into it for in terms of being a consultant for 11 years now, and it never fails to amaze me what Pathwork can accomplish when a bunch of people like you get together and really roll up your sleeves and people ask me all the time. They say, what will make this break down? What will make this not work? And it usually is it's all of us in this room. That's really, I mean, outside folks that are not in this room today, really they're not the issue. It's all of us right here. And so I commend this process to you, and I'm excited about sharing it with you. Let me ask you a couple of questions here. In order and give you some information, in order for an organization to be successful, we think the organization needs to be smart. How many of you read the Advantage book? Just hold them up for a second. Okay. So you should be pretty dialed into what this means. What are the components of a smart organization? Every organization has to have its smart pieces. So what does that mean to you guys? Smart.
Systems, physical systems.
Yeah, so systems would be a smart thing. Yeah, it's very important for any organization to have systems that kind of keep things moving, right? Yeah. We got stuff like strategy, pretty smart, right? Good to have. A place to get, a way to get from point A to point B to C and all those kinds of things.
Clarity.
Clarity.
That was the big one.
Good. We'll talk a lot about that one over the next 2 days for sure.
Strong leadership.
Strong leadership.
Yeah.
Let me give you some hints on some of these too. These are, in a lot of cases, these are the things that every company has to do. You have a new role here. Is this like your first day on the job or something?
It's like my second week.
Okay, so
You're just around for the first week.
So communications. Can we just say that? Okay. So that is a bit of work that we find in all sorts of companies. Communication. We're going to see finance. Okay. Laura's like, oh, okay, good. I made it on the smart stuff. Yeah.
Data, analyst department.
Data. Keep going.
Implementation.
Implementation.
Execution. I'd love to know.
I got that right? Implementation? I don't care about the spelling, it's
Oh,
really
okay.
No, I've given up on that a long time ago. Yeah, so, and we've got stuff like operations, right? And in this case, what do we? Curriculum. Curriculum that's really smart for a school district to kind of think about that stuff, yeah? You get that? So these are things that, some of these things are about you, other things are, that you can just see in any company, right? We gotta have this stuff. Don't let anybody tell you that it's not necessary to have these. These are what we call the decision-making sciences. And every organization needs to have these kinds of pieces going on, regardless of what they do. Don't let anybody tell you, it turns out we don't have to worry about any of those things. We absolutely do.
Yeah, let's not worry about budget.
Yeah. Yeah, budget and all that kind of stuff. That's another one. We think that also, in addition to being a smart organization, we need to be a healthy organization. Do you guys remember what it said in the book about what a healthy organization does? What are the attributes of a healthy organization?
Collaboration.
Okay. Why do you say that would be a healthy piece?
Because you're bringing in everybody and they will feel valued and they'll have some ownership.
Mm-hmm. More brains on the job, better ideas coming out, yeah, all that kind of stuff.
Conflict.
Conflict.
Healthy conflict.
Yeah,
Healthy conflict.
yeah.
Yeah.
Accountability.
Accountability? Yes. You guys got them. Build a team. Common goals. Common goals.
We can leave some integrity in there.
Okay.
So ethics, what is it?
Oh, boy, how about some more?
Let me tell you what two of the biggest things a healthy organization can do. They have the ability to minimize something we call politics. You guys know what I'm talking about? Nothing political fun on here? Good. It can be so dang easy. Yeah. No, politics. What are we talking about here? Let's break this down just real quick. We're not talking about the gentleman from Maine yields the blah, blah, blah. What are we talking about?
Retaliation for speaking out or.
Yep.
Manipulation for personal gain.
Yeah.
Right?
Behind the scenes.
Trading favors.
You guys got all excited all of a sudden.
We know where I'm going.
that one.
That's right. We know politics.
Yeah. Keep going.
Consultants don't have to deal with
Nah.
Well, you think.
I know.
The wants of certain entities out there.
All the individuals.
Yes.
And what they're trying to,
Right. Communicating less than accurate information.
Yep. Changing what you say because of who's in the room at that very moment.
Yeah.
Oh, like fake news. Well, what would you say the lack of, I don't know if this is right, but lack of transparency.
It's the
Yeah.
1%.
Miscommunication.
Yeah.
Well, one thing I found very interesting in this book is because, yes, we talk about collaboration and we talk about, getting everyone's viewpoints, but I liked where it talks about the kind of dangers you have to be careful where you don't get in a big room with a bunch of people and it's just opinion after opinion after opinion. And when you truly define collaboration is more shared understanding of that common goal, and then a small group of leaders working towards it.
Yeah.
That's really good.
That brought a lot of focus, a lot of clarity for me. It was like, that's maybe one of the issues we suffer here in Scottsdale is it's a lot of opinions and a lot of this is my way, this is how I've always done it. And
lot more.
we get just log jammed up in it.
A lot more advocating and inquiring.
Yeah.
The
Right.
current statement in Scottsdale is, we've always done it this way. So the new folks coming in, all these new management people, that's it. Greatest thing they're doing right now is they're concentrating, but this is the way Scottsdale does it, we've always done it this way.
Yeah.
I'm still last month.
And it doesn't matter what, sorry.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say, and I think it's in the political spectrum where we harbor our bias.
Say more about that.
Well, we're biased based on how we grew up, what our parents'
Uh-huh.
political affiliations and beliefs are, and
Yep.
sometimes it's through school, whatever, but everything's gonna get funneled through that. So if I'm a bleeding heart liberal, my bias is entitlements are okay. If I'm on the other side of it, it's like, we need to really reduce entitlements and lower the tax.
I'm going to add to the bias.
Yes.
And to what Dr. Borwell just said. some of the changes that we've been making in the past 3 weeks have resulted in a bombardment of the board, at least, with emails from teachers. And what has struck me is, I'm going to guess 90 to 95, if not 100% of the emails, all have in the email body somewhere, I have been a teacher in this district for 22 years, 21 years, 15 years. It goes back to the bias of how we've always done it.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. You just yes. Perfect. And the irony of these teachers saying it was always great during those 20 years. We all know it wasn't.
Right.
And now it's like, oh, now it's bad. Yeah, I cannot wrap. I don't know about you ladies. I can't wrap my brain around it because I've listened for 4 years why we were broken from these teachers, and now they're saying we were broken. We weren't broken. You guys were broken. So yeah, sorry.
Look at you,
Total
look
tangent.
at you done to my school district,
Right.
right?
Yeah. Scratch the surface. So
And
yeah,
to say
there
that
we go.
you get the emails from the teachers, but every functional organization I've been to, it's the same thing. We've always done it. Doesn't matter if it's finance, purchasing, assets, supply chain, that it really doesn't matter. Technology, we've always done that. Why we exchange?
Gotcha.
I'm not happy. Okay.
So it's an
Well, let's work on it.
entire organization, not just the front part.
Yeah, but I think the difference in the educational field is that in business, there are leaders who make the decision, they own the company, and they make a decision. Here, because we don't own the company, the decision makers get beat to death over trying to fix systems, and that means governing board members and cabinet members, because when you take on the tough issue, you get blamed. But because it's not your company, there becomes this, well, we need to have consensus around this. Maybe not a consensus about this. No, let's just take the financial package we just did. Since when do the teachers decide what the board pays them? And so, but we've always done it that way. It's not your budget. It's the governing board's budget. But they don't understand because it's always been done that way. Well, we always get to dictate the end. To meet and confer. Oh, that's a broken system. I get that you're uncomfortable, but the reality is, so it's that piece of, because we're not the company, we don't own the business, we're not the owner of it, there's a slight bit of a difference of how that gets perceived.
And Dr. Birdwell, can I add to that? Would you say too that this bias probably worked for so long until competition reared its head, and once charters started popping up, you're right, high octane charters, that bias of, well, we've always done it this way, is killing us.
I think,
Because we got by because we didn't have competition.
I think it's beyond teachers too. I think that we've always done it that way. It comes from some of our leaders. I've discovered that. And I think a lot of it has to do with lack of experience, lack of knowing how else to do it. And I think I mentioned, in another meeting that 2 of our 29 principals have ever been a principal somewhere else. That's important to know that.
Right.
Because they only know one way of doing things.
Yeah. It's true, and I think Anna's point is right on. We are in such an indifferent environment that in the past, public education was allowed to live in that. And when I read in this book, the conflict continuum, when you talk about the artificial harmony, and I thought about the fact, because they used an example of how, especially in nonprofit, charitable organizations, those types of things, you have that harmony, artificial harmony, because it's family. We're all family. We're all we're just doing this good thing. I think public education suffered from that same concept. We're really a family. We're not a business. We're not this, and made these decisions through consensus rather than strong leadership. And now they're really struggling with the reality of can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
And so here we are.
The other thing a healthy organization can do is they can minimize confusion. What is there to be, good thing there's nothing to be confused about around here.
Well, transparency, I think this team here is very good about that. We discuss things in public, we bring it out in public, so there'll be more understanding of the systems that we're striving to put in place.
That's why clarity will be so helpful, because you'll be able to communicate things that you really want to be clear about, as opposed to just kind of
Yeah,
Swapping around the
and
window.
with the bias and finance,
Mhm.
I mean, we're putting everything out on the table so that everyone knows all the options that are involved. And the bias has to be brought up for vote, not just one little group over here.
Yeah. What else is there to be confused about at work then?
Process.
Processes. What are the processes, and
Is there?
is there a process, right?
Intentions,
Yeah, how about the vision? Well,
Intentions, you said?
intentions, confusion, we've suffered in the district of confusion around intentions of individuals or intentions of groups of individuals. So I'll speak from a governing board perspective, not this board, but prior boards. I think, or would agree with me, we would sit and wonder what our fellow board member, why is he or she saying what they're saying? Because we didn't have the transparency where we could have the conversation.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We weren't able to have that open dialogue, even as 5 board members, because some agenda items were never allowed to be on the agenda. So we would always have to sit back and wonder, why are you saying that? Because we didn't really understand the intention. And because of open meeting law, we can't even talk to them individually.
Well, and we understood that many of our fellow board members lived in the fear of conflict, the fear of debate, and so we knew we were debating something, but it wasn't supposed to look like it. We're a family, and so we couldn't get that debate and clarity and understanding of what direction we're heading in, and we floundered. We just
In the educational field, it's not uncommon that school districts don't want to address what's not working because they're afraid they lose the customer.
right.
And with choice being the forefront of today,
Mhm.
if I say that the middle schools are not functioning at the level they need to function, well, what if those parents abandon us and go to basis or grade hearts? So there's always a fear of, well, let's just not talk about it in the public, let's just go fix it and pretend it didn't happen.
Mm.
And that is very, very common in our field. I mean, because I sit in state meetings with superintendents who are dealing with a lot of the same issues across the board, but nobody's talking about it. So if your school gets the attention, you're like, oh no, I'll lose my customer. But I think the reality is, the customer would be, in my opinion, the customer wants to know you're dealing with the issue.
Yes.
And if you
Yes.
just be open and
Yes.
honest about it, the
Mhm.
customer will respect the fact that you're creating the fix. But educators have been afraid, partly because of the culture and the climate of beating up public schools. We created the problem as public educators. We created choice. We created it because we got lackadaisical. But we now fight it and fear it rather than embrace it. So even in the state today, it's a battle between public and charter or public and private. Well, it's because we don't realize we, the public educators, actually contributed to the problem to begin with because we refused to address the issues of the customer.
Yeah.
Yes.
We didn't look to our customer. We didn't see what our customer wanted. We didn't acknowledge the fact that the customer wanted us to get better at what we were doing. So the customer has forced a model on us that now forces us to do that. And so that's the bigger scheme of, and Arizona is the leader in this in the nation. We are the leader in choice schooling.
Mm.
So we have this interesting culture that we're building.
Yeah.
It's like if they went on Jenny Craig and you said, I'll do that, but you gotta cook everything in butter.
So with that. Now I'm crazy to butter, thanks, Anna. If it was you when you put it in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's an interesting concept, because then that would tell you that that company did not have shared goals, because their goal would be weight loss, so therefore butter would never come in. And that's part of what happened in Scottsdale.
Yes.
Mhm.
Scottsdale didn't have that vision and goal that came from the top down, that permeated all the systems. So they might have had a goal, but it sat up here. And so that's when the expectation of the customer, they wanted it to be greater, and then when they went to the principal or the teacher to ask for greater expectation, it was dysfunctional in that they would say, well,
We are.
this is the way that we do it, or we are because we're being told that we're doing a good job. And so it goes back to how do we get that, I guess, vertical integration that you talked about with the goals, which comes back to why communications is so important, to have that clarity throughout the entire organization to make it healthy. And then the other thing is ego. Luna brought up.
Yes.
We talked about egos, because we all have them,
Yes,
but we have to learn to control them and put them in check.
very good, thank
Well,
you.
and I want to go back to the butter too, because I think what happens is we have people that tell us what they want, because they want butter, and we say, okay, we can do that when it really doesn't match, or we don't have that clarity to say,
Yeah.
Yes.
no, we just can't be
Yeah.
that. But we say we're gonna be it, we're gonna do this, and they don't do a really good
Yeah.
job at it.
That's, and all things
Yeah.
some people,
Yeah.
that's what you end up
Yeah.
with. And also that fear of, I don't have a solid, healthy organization behind me to tell a parent, no, you really don't need butter. You know what I mean? To have that strength and courage to tell a parent who's emotional and to say, this is what's best for your child and this is why. When you don't have that healthy organization behind it, you can't.
Yeah.
And we had that all the time, and so yes, there was spin and there was bluff, and then there was brutal honesty, sometimes secretly. I don't know why we do these things, so I'll help you find a charter. I mean, that's,
And in the end, you have a culture of fear, intimidation, and distrust.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And so, when you personally walk out there, you go, why are you responding in that manner?
Right.
You know, and because you wear the title or the hat, then you're paying for the sins of the past that you had nothing to do with. You're like, why are you in such distrust?
Yeah.
You know, so, and I know that trust is developed over time, but I have never, in my 34 years, seen a culture as unhealthy as this one, and as distrusting and fearful, and by the way, wounded, because there are people that are wounded on every level. Because new ideas were beat up, teachers who come in and want to do something different are held at bay by others who say, well, no, as the Navajo.
We'd have to do that if you do that.
Grabbing the bucket, you know, we can't have parent-teacher conferences at night, because if you do that, I have to do this. And, well, you know, no, we can't return calls with parents, because if you're sending out positive notes, I'm gonna have to send out positive notes. And so every time a new person comes in excited, they eventually get beat up to the point of conforming, or, well, I'm just gonna close my door, do what I need to do behind my door, because I'm not allowed to. We just saw it in a turnover of a school. Teachers beat up to the point they wouldn't apply for the jobs because they were, you know, beat up and told not to. Because, oh my God, you'll be taking someone else's job. Well, the job's open. You know. So, but you know, it's that culture that goes on in behind the scenes.
So give me a couple more of these confusion pieces. I want to round that conversation out. What else is there to be confused about at work? Here.
Whose job is it?
It's
Not my job. We ran into it. You know, well, yeah, I knew it was wrong, but that's in that department. I didn't want to go talk to them. So we ran into a testing thing where the testing people knew that what the curriculum people had submitted for testing was not aligned to what was being taught, but they didn't talk to them about it. They just let the test go out and be misaligned. And when we said, why did you do that? Wasn't my job. Wasn't supposed to talk to them. That's another department. I don't want to talk to that department.
Yeah.
So
Those silos.
the poor teachers who are receiving the test are going, I can't use this. It makes no sense to me. It's confusing. And you're like, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Because this department refused to walk across the hall, literally across the hall, and talk to this department, because it's not my job.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Isn't that cultural? I mean, that's
All this is
Yeah, it is. It goes
Yeah.
back to the bias of, it's how we've always done things. And I got asked this question, you didn't even bother to ask me how we did things. And I said, because on my first data pool, it was already wrong. I forgot, I didn't think. I don't need to ask that question.
Yeah.
But that is so pervasive here, and it's such a mountain to climb, that unless you do things very, shockingly, you're never gonna climb it.
There does seem to be just a deep fear or lack of understanding of how do we solve a problem together. That's just simple question. Seems incredibly difficult in this district.
Or we want consensus of 3,000 employees, which for God's sake.
Well, I think that's a really big issue.
Consensus is way overrated.
You know,
Yeah.
they want consensus.
Yeah.
The consensus, we are a consensus-driven, we have been a consensus-driven organization because nobody wanted to own.
That's what, exactly.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's why.
Nobody wanted to make.
That's why we were a
So you don't have to make the decision, you don't have to own the decision, and that is what I explained to somebody is the difference.
Exactly.
The committee made the decision.
The committee made the decision, you don't have to.
Therefore, you don't own the decision, you're not accountable for the decision, you don't have to fix it if it's a problem,
I don't want to be accountable for the committee's decision.
There's SUSD.
And providing autonomy on a system view of autonomy and how the interlinkages work. We have that, and that's where our silos are, and that was that flat organizational, hierarchy you walked into.
What's funny, Michael, is the organizational chart in theory was a horizontal organization, which is supposed to break down the silos and create communication, but in reality what it did was create silos. And we had all these silos out here, and well, this person here is not talking to this person here, but yet they were structured to not have silos.
Yeah.
But they were so silo-driven that they weren't talking to each other.
Yeah.
It was kind of an interesting thing, because in all research and all organizational structures, the structure was supposed to break down the silos, and all it did was create the wall.
Yeah. Yeah. If people at work are dealing with politics and confusion all day long, what happens to their gut? I mean, we can look at,
You get an ulcer.
a bunch of, yeah, what, you get an ulcer. I mean, seriously, you do. Depression, keep going. Lots of kidneys all out. You leave, go to find somewhere else where you can work. The problem is you'll find, in a sense, the same thing there. Yeah.
Or you retire.
Or you become a
Yeah, or you're, yeah, huh?
become a consultant.
Yeah.
Disengage.
You disengage.
You disengage, and you stop walking across the hall to have a conversation to solve the problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just take care of your own little, what you have to do.
Yeah. Sometimes,
Job as you perceive it.
sometimes people quit. They do quit, but they don't leave.
Yeah. Oh, that's true, they're taking up space.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's a fascinating piece. Yeah.
Okay. So morale drops. Let's just go like simple terms here. Morale drops. What happens to productivity when morale drops? Everybody knows this, right? This is not a new thing. What are you guys supposed to be productive at?
Educating children.
Academic achievement.
College improvement.
Reporting our data, making sure we have graduates, academic achievement, the things that are measurable we can measure. There's other things that are tangible, not as easy to measure.
What would taking that idea that you have to be productive at something and thinking about the competition you're facing now, what do we have to do better than the competition?
Educate.
And what does that mean?
Education. Because we can educate, which everybody could say, you can educate.
Yeah.
It's at what level
Well,
are you
it's stretching,
educating?
truly engage and empower those students that we serve, the individual students at their level. I feel what's one of the red flags in our district is why we're not dysfunctional and why we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing is we have too many situations in our classrooms where you have a student bored and sitting next to them, the same student or a different student is lost. And we have just failed in that way.
Well, we have to get the resources to all the individuals that need to be able to put these corrections in place. And that means looking under every rock and not doing everything just because we've always done it that way.
Yeah.
And I see that.
It's all individual learners reaching their potential. And
Exactly.
the reality is that what I heard you describe is that we've got bored students next to lost students.
Yeah.
But that's not reaching
Exactly.
individual learning potentials of all students. Public schools must reach all students' learning potential. And that's where I think we missed that focus.
Yeah.
The focus about children has been lost in this district, and it's more about adults.
We have to over the next 2 days, we have to get very, very clear about some certain questions that we need to face. And one of them is, why does this district exist? What are you trying to accomplish? What are you really, when all is said and done, what are you actually trying to get accomplished here?
We've always been here. And we're just going to stay here.
They're going to what?
We've always been here, we're just going to stay here. But
Yeah, that can't be it.
this team wants to bring it on to everything that it can be.
Yeah.
Unlike other districts, and just so I throw this in here for you, unlike other districts, Scottsdale has lived on the laurels of Scottsdale.
You
Yeah.
bet.
That's that, right.
I mean, and it's unique to Scottsdale because they are Scottsdale. And so, and I talked about, well, the pivotal moment was when competition came in. What competition did was reveal that living behind the name of Scottsdale is not going to sustain you long term. And what the board was aware of was they were losing students by the droves, but there was nobody identifying specifically why was that happening. We blamed the charters and the competition, but it had been happening for years. It was going to the parochial and the private and the boarding schools and the homeschoolers, and then charter just gave parents more of an option.
And they were in Scottsdale too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they could lay claim, they could.
And it took the excuse away because you
Yeah.
could always say, well, they were going to take them to a private school. Anyone with means is going to take them to a private school. And that was a great out for everybody to not change the culture because you can't compete with a $20,000, $25,000 tuition with a $3,800 budget, right?
Well, it did. And the other thing along the same line is Scottsdale has been, and we still are, as a district, considered an A district by the state standards. And so that enabled the organization to say, we're doing everything right.
Yeah.
We're fine, right?
We're good enough.
We're
Good enough.
But I never said we're good enough. They always said, we're fine, we're doing it we're doing
I
it
hear
very well.
good enough all the time.
And individual schools get behind that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to say this publicly? In the evaluation system because a B teacher was based on the district's letter. Which,
Right.
Yes.
Mhm.
Has nothing to do with.
Well, and the other part of that was the system of accountability was heavily broken because it wasn't required. And not only did I not like the system, I didn't buy into the system, but I also had the option to opt out. This is the first district I ever came to where schools were not required to have school improvement plans. And that didn't exist. So when you have some that are doing it and some that aren't, it goes back to the leadership thing. Well, pretty soon what you have is 30 schools that are silos as well. And inside those silos are 50 teachers who are running in silos. So you'd have spots of great things happening based on individuals, not on systems or organizations.
Mhm. Mhm. What about this issue? What about your best people in that environment? What are they doing?
They quit. I was going to say leave us.
They went to other districts.
Yeah. That's what I was
When
afraid of.
Higley, right, Dr.
Or they let's be honest, some people will say that.
That's far to go.
Sandy's point, I think, I don't like to get lost in our, not that I stole Steve, I stole Steve. But Sandy's point, I think, is really important because you have the flip side of this, which is we know, and we can just look next door at Paradise Valley and follow the trail of teachers that have gone there. And so now, though, you've got teachers that are leaving, but they're leaving for a different reason, but they're saying it's because of the same reason.
Yeah, right.
What is the reason then? No.
So now they're leaving because there's this raised accountability, and there's a change, and I don't like change, and I don't, I'm not valued because they're prematurely exiting, which if you look at change process, there will always be that. Any business comes in and realigns, there's a group of employees that say, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna go someplace else. And when you're not the highest paying and you're not the highest development, professional development, and you don't have the right culture, you've given them all the excuses to leave. So and I dealt with it, I'll use the Higley example. I don't like to do that very often, but the reality is, until Higley's culture and pay could even get close to Chandler, all I did was train them and send them. Because as a teacher, I automatically got a $5,000 raise. As a principal, I got a $10,000 raise to go to Chandler. And it just happened to us now in Scottsdale. Chandler's beginning pay is over $40,000, and we just barely got ours to $36,000. So there are critical components of why people leave. So culture is just one piece of it, but we've given them the excuse by the pay rates, we've given them the excuse by the lack of professional development and training, and we've given them the culture that's an unhealthy culture that has given them all three reasons to say, I don't want to be a part of this district. So while we're trying to fix the culture, we also have to not forget the other two excuses of why people leave. Excuses, reasons, very solid reasons. So it's kind of the domino here, it's just the snowball effect has caught up with us, and, you know, so when we started with getting the accountability and the teaching and talking about that, hey, I had a meeting with the principal, and we have the open conversation, Mark, where we say, look, here's where we're going. We're going to raise expectations, accountability, and support, and we will have school improvement. We will look at assessment. We will follow the assessment processes. Well, I had 2 bailed immediately. I'm not going to say for that. I don't want to be a part of that. Some I'm going to retire. Others might say, well, I'm going to look at something else. This isn't going to be a fit for me. Okay. That's all right, because the culture is shifting. Then you have the next group that are fearful. Oh my God, I looked at my data for the first time and I realized that was my data, and they ran. And you have the next group that are, what do you mean I don't get all the money anymore? And they're bailing. So but you know, I don't know that that's bad. I think if they're not going to be part of the new culture, maybe that's okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of more interested in your finest.
Finest, who are the finest? So you guys are. The parents, when you think back to your children's teachers that have been outstanding, what do you see? What do you think?
So, but what is your specific question about our findings?
I just want to know. I'm not too concerned that, you know, pain in the rear end people decide to leave.
Right.
What I don't want to see you lose is your best.
Right.
So So I think you're asking. What would be some examples of the best principal, the best teacher any of your kids ever had?
What are you looking for, characteristics of them, or?
I mean, I can speak to best teachers. I feel we need to balance, this is a complicated situation, right? Because I think we are potentially losing some of our best. In my experience, in my 15 years of experience, there's a couple of teachers that I think were the best. Now, are some of them also a pain in the butt? Yes. Okay, so, but not all of them, So I always hate to see people leave for the wrong reason, right? So how do we address that is the challenge. And Dr. Birbal, I thought you said it beautifully just a minute ago. The reason, I think the key communication points that we need to start to articulate so that people don't leave is pay rates, professional development, and a new culture. You know, what all those things are, what we want it to look like, and what it's going to take to get there. Because honestly, when I have one-on-one conversations about this, they incrementally agree. It's just communicating it. And when we talk about pay rates and professional development and ask them what it needs to look like and how they want to be engaged in it, it's a really productive conversation. Yeah.
But kind of to that point, where I'm struggling a lot to process is, you know, when you talk one-on-one, you're right. You can get it out and people can look you in the eye and they say, okay, I get it. I think our teachers work in that culture. They need to be sitting in a room, in a safe room with a principal they trust or a fellow teacher that they trust and walk through that. I mean, I feel strongly that our board has been making clear decisions and having clear discussions that prioritize our teacher pay, our professional development, and our culture change. And we've been talking the talk and walking the talk as well. And so the question is, how do we get those one-on-one conversations down at our sites truly happening? I mean, I think to this healthy organization where you have clarity all the way down is the goal.
Yes.
But we can't pretend we have that now.
Yep.
So what do we do in the meantime, I guess, is that big question.
My whole conversation about what does an excellent teacher look like? So so characteristic-wise, what are we looking for in those?
Are we going to answer that question?
Yeah, I was going to answer that question. For a teacher, and for my kids, it's been a teacher that has stretched them or engaged them in such a way that they came home from school and actually talked about what they learned. When I remember saying something to my son about his writing, and he's like, "Oh, don't worry, Mom, I had Mrs. So-and-so, I know how to write, blah, blah." And I was like, okay, great, you know. Or you know, it could be a dry subject, but that teacher is so passionate about that subject that they really engage the child. I mean, social studies, history doesn't really change much. I mean, if it happened in the 1700s, we kind of know mostly what happened. But, unless there's some new, you can analyze it in a different way, whatever. But when your child comes home and says, this is what happened in class today, or this teacher's great, and, that's great. In terms of a principal, the principal is, you feel walking on the campus that principal is the site leader, is the academic leader, knows their teachers, knows what the teachers are doing in their classrooms, knows the students, and knows what's going on in the students' families even, and can respond to parent needs.
Mm-hmm.
And you feel like you're being listened to.
Yeah.
Good. But the principal though, no pun intended, but a principal who's very principled.
Yes.
And
knows what they're looking for.
Yes.
And they're very clear, whether I, the parent, whether I agree with it or not, at least I understand.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's what we're here for then, is to create that kind of clarity. We have to create it here. And the good news is that we don't have, because someone said, well, what are we going to do between now and then?
Mm-hmm.
The good news is that the things that we need to get figured out, we'll get them figured out here in the next 2 days. It might not be perfect, and it might not be, but we will be far down the road to do that. Then we need to start implementing. So that's the good news about this. We talk to people all the time. And they say, we want to do our values or something, and they spend, the typical organization spends about a year on that.
Mm-hmm.
They get a big, well, first of all, they put a committee on it, which will, put the brakes on and involve food and stuff. But the good news is that, we can just drive through this. This is good. So here's the deal. We got all these smart things that we have to do, and we love to do them, right? These are the intro steps, don't they? I mean, isn't this stuff that aren't you kind of fascinated by finance?
Keep the wheels going,
Yeah, you wake up in the morning and go, gosh, I get to go back and do something I love to do. That's great stuff. Yeah, no matter what these things are, we like them. Did you study that finance in school?
No, I didn't, I picked it up.
Where did you get that? Where did you find it?
I picked it up as an adult.
And where?
As an adult,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But all of it made sense.
Yeah. Very black and white. You like that, So we've got to do these things, but we also have to do this. We have to be able to minimize politics and confusion. If we can do that, people feel better in their gut about coming to work, and then they will execute on things and be more productive at what they're supposed to be doing. There's not that very many things that companies can produce that's as critical as what you guys can produce right here.
True.
Right? I work with companies all the time. They it's like, whoa, I'm having a hard time getting my head around this. This doesn't excite me. It's like, one time I had a company that was deep fried food or something, and here we go with butter again. And we're even in the room we were in, it's about this size, and it had these giant graphics of people enjoying, onion rings and, and family and everything. It was just like, they tried to, and to a certain extent, they were very, very successful, even at taking something like that and making it meaningful. This one, there's no stretch there. This is good stuff, right? This is low hanging fruit. So minimize those things and keep our finest people, because here's the kicker, guys. Just keep this in your mind as we go forward. Healthy is the multiplier of that smart. You get what I mean by that? Healthy is the gas pedal for that. It's the accelerator. It's what pushes smart. It's not that we're not going to deal with these things. We are, but we're going to be able to get out of our own way, stop tripping over ourselves, and we can focus on this. So one of our clients is Southwest Airlines. This is a phenomenal company, right? I mean, I don't care if you like them or if you'd like to get in some sort of queue like that they do or whatever, but it's hard to argue. In 46 years, they've made money in every year for 46 years. Never had to lay off one single person.
Wow.
In 46 years.
Wow.
Gary Kelly is the CEO of that company, and he says we are not the smartest airline. He'll come right out and say it, but he goes, but we are the healthiest. And that's what propels them. Chick-fil-A is another company that we work with. That it's like, where did he get these kids from? Who were talking to me? They sound so great. I don't know what the deal is. with them. And again, you don't have to like Chick-fil-A. I don't even particularly like Chick-fil-A. I don't get it. But I don't mind talking to those kids. You know, they're just all, but that's because they're super clear about things like, in that case, behavior. So we don't have to be clear about 50 things. That's the good news. We just got a few. So let's look at this. Let's ask ourselves, if this is true, do you feel like you could work from this vantage point now for the next 2 days, that we want to build a healthy organization that can multiply it smart? And the question really is, how do we do that? And it's a perfect consultant circle.
Can I make a statement about that?
Keep your elbow in one spot.
I want the board to understand that under the SMART, we're not smart as an organization. I don't want you to think, because we're working on healthy, that SMART side is working. It has people fixing it. Laura's fixing finance.
Yeah.
Anna's fixing data and accountability. Pam is aligning the hiring processes to where we're wanting to be. But those systems are not working. We're not even smart. But we're working on it.
You know, I would think that we're moving in that.
We're moving the right way.
Kind of like heading to yes.
But since I came on board, that's where the focus has been, because that is impeding everything right now, because when you ask the question, well, how are we in that area? Or can we do metrics of accountability? Well, first you have to start with some kind of baseline data, and we don't have any. So Anna's had to come in and clean and fix. So we can write all the metrics we want, but we also have to feed it with something. And so understand that the smart side of the house is being worked on. We're getting the people in to work on it. But I don't want you to assume that that's highly functioning. It's not.
Yeah. It will never be until you get the healthy side going.
Well, yeah, you have to get this working right. But meanwhile, you still can't have a system that's not even recorded.
You also, I'm sorry.
Also, just to bring up a point, since we're talking about this, and you asked a question, what is our finest? And I wrote down some things, but I have two examples. I happened to visit Toro High School last week, and I saw some of our finest at work in their robotics program, and bringing up some freshmen in the robotics program to get them, they had the connection. There was differential learning going on. They were integrating it with their schoolwork as well as getting out of it due to this robotics club. And I saw two young sophomores who spoke like they were freshmen in college, and with such passion about what they were doing. And I saw that leadership as well as something really working well. And then there was another example with their football coach, and the respect that he has earned over a period of time with the kids. And they were having a little issue with some boys not being as respectful, being just as, not even typical boys, typical teenagers have, like throw some trash. It has nothing to do with being a boy. And the football coach, I won't go into the whole story, but came in and said something, and it was immediately stopped. And so what you saw there from when you talked about our finest is that they have the respect of the students, and that a word from them can change behavior. And that's something that we need to really look at.
You got to hold on to that, because that's exactly what we need to tap into to determine the kinds of behaviors we're looking for 3,000 people. That's the good news, is we don't. Southwest has 45,000 people. This is a big company. There's no question about it. It's just that we have to pay. You got to hold on to that, because we need to seize upon those kinds of.
Right. And there's some really good pockets going on.
Yeah.
And that's a two-way street. Kids who are respected by their teachers respect their teachers.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go over here. We think in order to build that healthy company that has the ability to multiply on that smart, we think there's 4 things to get it done. What do you think the first one is? Those of you who read the book.
Leadership.
Yeah. We build and maintain a cohesive leadership team. Right?
I like
very much in the book when it talks about cohesive leadership team, how it talks about when there's no light through.
That's right, you can't see any light
Can't see any
between them.
light through that. I
Locked
thought that
arms.
was very
It's a good
very
image.
interesting, yeah.
Yeah.
Very good image.
And you can do that every day when you're making decisions on a cohesive team. They will make those decisions, and they will literally say that as they're leaving. You know, I spent 7 years before I became a consultant. I was the head of wishes for the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Pretty amazing. Like a lot of people are like, why would you leave that job? That's the best job in the world right there. There's various things that contributed to that. But mainly that I just want to do exactly what I'm doing right here. I'll do it for the rest of my career. And so, you know, they're very, very clear about these things. And I love the fact that David Williams, he's the CEO of Make-A-Wish America, and I reported directly to him as the head of the mission part of the organization. And I didn't always agree with those people on my leadership team. There was an attorney, there was a finance person, there was ops people, there were fundraisers, and the CEO, and me, fund spender. And I didn't always agree with my philanthropy colleagues, but I always got my say. And because of that, I could actually say the same thing. I may disagree with you guys coming up with this idea, but when we leave here, our arms are locked, and there will be no light between us. I'm not going to go running back to my team. You know, the people that I actually like better. They're cuter. I hired them. You know, all these kinds of things. But I'm not going to go back to them and say, well, let me tell you what the gang that couldn't shoot straight came up with this.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
There's a lot of that used to go on in this district, from my observation. Not been on the board. It just seemed, as a parent looking in, that there was a lot of that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
Floodlights in between these.
LED coming up. We love to deal with this because we wrote a book about it, and that book, that book was published in 2002. I don't know if you realize that the Red Book, the 5 Dysfunctions of a Team, came out in 2002, and every week there's the Wall Street Journal puts out a bestseller list of the top 10 business titles that sold that week, and the 5 Dysfunctions just sits there.
Oh, wow.
It just never goes off. In 2002. Why? And I think it's because it's a model that is withstood the test of time and is pretty irrefutable. I've never had a team go, yeah, this never worked. They didn't work, but the model works pretty good. So we use that. We seize upon the model to be able to build and maintain these cohesive leadership teams. If you have a team that's struggling, do you think it's ever a secret in the organization? Yeah. What do you think the perception of your leadership team is right as we speak? What do you think? What's your sense?
Evolving.
Okay, never mind.
Evolving, yeah, right here.
It's evolving.
I think it's I was going to say the word transition, evolving or transitioning. I think that people understand that this is evolving. I think that interesting enough, there are people who think the team is solidified, and yet it's still evolving.
Yeah.
I think that's fascinating that there are folks that think it's a one and done moment. And I think I go back to the time I presented to the governing board, the first organization, that this will be the first of many. And I think people have forgotten that. They think that when that one decision was made, we were done. And we're not.
When there's a team that struggles to a great extent, it's really never a secret. And it doesn't bode well for people. It would be another one of those reasons why people would say, I got to get out of here because this leadership team isn't taking us anywhere. So that's job number one. We think that's critical. The good news is that we don't have to do these things in sequence. We can launch off on basically all of these right away. So we begin that process today. And we have to talk a little bit about, so I would say 98% of the time that I've gone out and met with the people at a U-shaped table like this, I'm working with one team. Right? I'm working with a CEO his or her vice presidents, and the doors are shut, and that's what we do. So we have to be very purposeful about, because we've got kind of like, you guys are a team, right? There's 2 teams in here, yeah. And so I think we gotta make sure that we're very clear about who we're working on and when, and what we're trying to do there. Because the teams are very different, and then what they do is distinct, right?
And that's really the focus of this, Michael, is this team, and the reason that these folks are listening is because when we get to that next level, they need to understand where the board is coming from. So as those visions are being set, and there are pieces that the board may not be able to answer your question, that the people in the room might be able to answer, to help enlighten them.
Okay.
But the focus of this is this team, the governing board team.
Good. Thank you. That's helpful. You probably said that before, but.
No, I don't think I did.
Okay. So, good. So that's good. The second piece we want to do over here is we want to create organizational clarity. Remember, we talked about that all morning, right? Got to get clear, got to get clear. This is what we do, and we work on it today. We get right into it today. And what we're going to be focusing on is being able to answer what we think 5 questions. And as I roll these out to you, let's really consider, if we were very, very clear about those 5 things, how would that change things from where they are now? Just be kind of thinking about that. The first one is what we call core purpose. Let me explain something. You know, a lot of times when I say core purpose, and then people go, yeah, mission. I'm like, no, you know, one of the things that it helps us, I think, is to kind of back away from some of the terminology, because there's no consistency about what any of those things mean. Even values, people are confused about what they mean. So I don't even ask people very much anymore, do you have a set of values? Because their perception of what a core value is might be completely different than what I'm talking about. One of the things I think was helpful is Pat basically said, let's look at to a certain extent, let's look at a new kind of lexicon here, and let's explain what it is, and then we can just kind of measure from there. Make sense? So this core purpose is the why. So why do we exist?
Educate.
Yeah, I don't know yet, but that's, yeah. I mean, but we're doing it right now.
Exactly.
Okay.
They got it.
Yeah. So my job is to push you to make sure that we're not stopping short, but that, you know, we're getting really into core purpose. Core purpose is supposed to inspire people. It doesn't differentiate us whatsoever. It doesn't need to, but it does. It really does. And in the case of Make-A-Wish, what do you think would be the core purpose of a company like Make-A-Wish? To make a dream come true.
A family in crisis, and it'd be a big memorable event.
Okay. What did you say?
A moment of joy for their child.
Yeah. Some people, what you guys didn't say, some people say, well, they grant wishes. And this is why I want to be, very careful about we educate, right? So I'm just going to keep pushing on that just to see where we go with that. People say all the time, they're a wish granting company. That's not their purpose. Their purpose is to infuse into the life of a child hope, strength, and joy. Hope that maybe the world isn't such an inhospitable place for a 13-year-old boy with inoperable liver cancer who wants to think more about who's the first girl he's going to kiss as opposed to his own mortality. That's hope. Strength, that maybe I can make it through this next set of chemo because at the end I get to meet Will Smith. And joy, exactly what you said. Literally, we take people out of the nightmare of their existence, try to at least, get them out of it long enough to give them and this is definitely family, as you said too. To get them out of that and give them something to look forward to and something to celebrate, and then set them gently back to earth. That's the core purpose. The wish granting stuff comes up in another piece of clarity, but it's not the core purpose. The core purpose is to infuse into that child those 3 things.
Can I just say, it hasn't been an easy transition for me to go from public sector, big government, to from corporate into education. The way that I had to make the transition was, I had to look at the child in K through 12 as raw material coming in. And then I've got to develop it at this stage of development. I've got to provide the tools for it. When it comes out of the 6th grade, it's got to be at this particular stage. When it goes through middle school, that development has to be here. When it finally graduates, if I haven't given it all the tools and all the development that it needs to perform after year 12, then shame on me. So I've taken a look at it. What are the tools that I can provide to be able to give everything to that teacher, everything to the principal, everything on the curriculum side, to make sure that all that's in place, to make sure that at the end of this build, I've got a student that can do everything they need to do and compete in the marketplace.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to totally transition that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you did just what you're saying, is what makes you come to work, it's that core purpose.
Yeah.
That's
It's not
the-
education, it's that we're transforming lives or having children come out being independent and ready for life. Or
That's what wakes you up in the morning, right? That's what gets you moving out of bed. Yeah.
So the district here has had what I call the slogan has been their core purpose, and I think that the slogan isn't necessarily driving them want to get out of bed and be here. So educate, engage, empower every student every day has been the slogan. I think it's been more of a slogan versus a core purpose. And I think that's where the disconnect has occurred in the fact that it should be the reason that you get up.
Yeah.
You know, and the bottom line, and we're in the business of education. And I always thought of, we educators know the business definition of the business of education, but this slogan in respecting or honoring the past, we love the slogan, be the core purpose, and why we're here today is to say, is that really grasping what we're talking about? Is that what's going to drive the employee or drive this board to want to stay on a governing board?
We've really got to nail it, because it is going to be that one source of inspiration. Doesn't have to be, I know we talked about, communication stuff. It doesn't have to be something that we go outside the organization with. This initially, now, do clarity elements make it that far? Absolutely, happens all the time. But we really want to build something that the 3,000 people in this organization can react to and live around. So that's a core purpose. And Simon, the guy Simon Sinek, did you guys see the Simon Sinek video? Pretty good stuff, huh?
Oh, great.
Yeah, he basically comes right out and says, people don't want to buy what you sell; they want to buy what you believe. And core purpose is your kind of principal belief about what we're doing here, and we got to nail that in the next 16 hours. Okay. All right. So that's that. The second piece is what we call business definition. You just heard Dr. Birdwell talk about that. Business definition is really just answers the question, what do we do? What do we do? So in the case of Make-A-Wish, the core purpose is to infuse into the life of the child those things we talked about. In the case of this, what do you think would be the business definition? What do they do over there?
Well, what Dr. Birdwell said earlier was educating all students to reach their individual potential. I think that goes to the one.
Yeah, and that
I should say educating all Scottsdale students, because should be a primary focus.
Yeah, and that's what we got to crank around. I'm not asking for your solutions to it, but I just need you all there today because we'll do it today. What do we do at Make-A-Wish? We grant wishes. It's a wish granting company. Happens to control about 97% of the market, but nevertheless, that's what they do. It's what they do to fulfill their core purpose. Think about that as we go through this. Your business definition is what you do to fulfill core purpose. The other element of these pieces of clarity is that I always tell people, clarity has to be clear. I know that sounds stupid, but it really is. Clarity has to be clear. So clarity has to be short, very, very attainable, very, very heftable, that you can go into a situation and say, what core value do I need to unleash on this situation in this classroom today, now? And you want people to be thinking that way. But they won't think that way unless they've got it. And they won't get it if it's too long.
So along those lines, I don't know that it will be so much a challenge for this board. I'm hoping it won't be. But you heard as someone said earlier that Scottsdale, one of our pitfalls has been we've tried to be all things to all people. And, everywhere. And that has
All the
really
time.
all the time. Okay, sorry.
Are they reciting is that a slogan?
But my point being is that when you're trying to do all of that, the only way is you lose the clarity because you're trying to make everybody happy. And so
Brilliant.
that has been part of my struggle being on the board for 4 years is truly a lack of what are we doing? We're just making everyone happy, trying and making nobody happy.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Trying to make everyone
Right.
happy, making
So the clarity
everyone really
piece will be very, very different politically. I'm looking at my fellow board members, and I suspect will not make some people happy when they get there.
Yeah. You'll be surprised, though, how many people, because a lot of times when we're getting this clarity together, and then we're going to roll it out to the organization, people always complain to me, Michael, they're going to attack you, and they're going to attack us as the leadership team, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, and I just love saying, I'm like, nah. No, I can see into the future, and I'm not seeing that. And we'll be fine tomorrow. They'll all come in, and they're just going to be glad. You know what they're going to say? They're going to say, finally.
Probably. The majority.
Many will.
Yeah, but we have to be aware that might not be the case, but that's not something, we can't stop everything for that.
Agreed.
In the book, it talked about one, for reading it for the second time.
Mm-hmm.
There was a piece that stuck on, and one was, I'm not going to quote these.
That's okay,
It's
I may
getting the right team, the right players, or the right employees, whatever. The reality is, when you establish a strong organization, then it's okay that the good employees stay and the other employees, and I'm not going to say that they're bad, but they're not the right fit, and it's okay that they leave, but I think we have to be okay with that. Yeah. It's all right.
You want some people to say, okay, this isn't what I thought it was going to be.
Right, correct.
And they can go.
Yeah, because then it means you have been clear about your direction.
Yeah, because
And they choose not to go that
Because
direction.
otherwise what they would do is they would just kind of go, this sucks just like it always has sucked. And,
Exactly.
and look at this dumb board, and look at this ridiculous leadership team and all that kind of stuff.
Because if this district was to remain the model of public schools today, then you're going to remain mediocre at best.
Yes.
Because if we're saying we want to compete with the competition, we can't stay the way public schools always been. And there are people, believe it or not, who really enjoy being in the public schools and just doing what's always been done.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if we desire to be better than that, or to be a leader in the state, or set a new model of what public schools can be,
That's what we're about.
then the definition of the employees that want to stay may shift.
well, and in my head, as I've had this internal that debate with myself, it always comes back to, for me, what do our kids deserve? What did my children deserve when they were K-12 age? Exactly. And why aren't they here? And so,
Yeah. Well, I struggled with it the last 4 years on the board, when I did feel there were those on the board and administration that said, no, we stick with this model, we stick with what we know, we stick with what we're doing. My argument in my head just meant, so we're going to get smaller. And we're going to say, we don't meet the needs of these kids, and we don't meet the needs of these kids, and we as a district just get smaller, if that's the direction we're heading. But we've never really able to have that honest discussion and debate and conflict and come up with a direction that we all really wanted.
but by law, we have to meet the needs of all kids. True?
I guess,
And I growing because we become something that we should be, and we'll meet the expectations that's out there, because there is a choice environment.
Yeah,
and
we will meet that. We will meet the needs of our
What you're discussing is the challenge of every high-performing public school in Arizona today. How do we become the choice for our customer.
Right.
And those who are avoiding that question are losing students.
Yes.
Those who are embracing that we are in a new culture of choice. The fascinating thing for me that I've struggled with over the last 10 years is we've been in school choice for years. And we're just now discussing it.
Mm-hmm.
Because we spent so much time fighting it, thinking we could destroy it, force the legislators to reverse the charter school model. We've spent so much time as public educators fighting them, rather than saying, hey, what's wrong with choice?
Yeah.
I think when you talk about are we the choice for our customer, we have to identify who is our customer.
Right.
Because it's not everybody.
Right.
And I think it gets back to your comment about being all things to everybody all the time.
Right.
You know, who
Right.
is our customer?
Yeah. Well, and it goes to Fanny's point of our customer are Scottsdale residents or SUSD, DB and Phoenix, SUSD residents, and that yes, pay us to do this job for our community.
Not us.
Not us. They don't pay us. They pay us in our organization. But yeah, and that is who we serve. Those are our customers.
What's interesting, I think, about this, like, an aha for me, we've always had this concept of choice in our state and our district, and what's interesting is parents have always had choice by definition. Students have always had choice, right? And they actually, their behaviors did drive their decision-making. But I've never really heard us talk about, and teachers have a choice, right? You can choose to want to be in this type of district. It's kind of like everyone had these choices, but we never addressed, it's a tough conversation, is this the right place for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's interesting in choice. We've given all our stakeholders choices, but we've never given probably the most critical stakeholder, right? That we said, it's the impact of the classroom on, what's a passionate experience, what's success look like. We've never given that choice, even described what it needs to look like. So then you can choose in, you can choose out, and it will attract others who think, oh, that's a great choice. So I just think it's an interesting.
Because the educational field created some of that, so if I could just do a little history moment. In the past, in education, if you chose the district you wanted to work for in your first 5 years, and you chose that because the system said, if you move after 5 years, you lose experience, and the district who hires you, you are penalized and can't bring those years in. School choice opened that up. The shortage of teachers opened that up. Because now I can, as an employee, choose who I want to work for. I can go to work for the charters, and some charters are in the retirement system. So I can choose to go to a public school. I can choose to go to Chandler, who's going to give me every year experience I have, my full education, and they're going to pay me what I'm worth. So all of a sudden now you're not as locked in. So teachers can now move about, and it's caused competition between both public, private, and charter schools. But in the past, charter schools couldn't be a part of the retirement system. Now they can. So that was one of the big things public schools could hold on to, because we could always say, well, we have the state retirement system. Well, now the charter schools have the state retirement system too. So the differences between us have narrowed that now, and the teacher shortage caused people to say, you know what, if Michael has 10 years of experience as a math teacher, I'm giving him his full years of experience because there's a shortage out there. So that market took a shift. So teachers' choice over the last 5 years, and Pam may answer that, I think has just blossomed because teachers are shopping.
Yeah.
They used to just shop you in the first 3 years. I saw it for 3 years, then year 4 or 5 they shop me. And then they stop, and you get them for life because they'll lose money if they leave you. But now that doesn't exist anymore.
And is that a fact? Because I just had a teacher tell me the other day, I'm going to leave, but I may not bring all of I don't know if I'm going to get recognized.
Depends on the district.
It depends on what they do.
It depends what you see.
If you're hard to fill, people are gonna give you your high school science, math, and world language.
Math and special ed get bonus signing bonuses.
Yeah, but elementary, they didn't put.
So is it, I would jump in real quick. So is it different on every district because the district administration has the negotiating power to make those decisions on a case-by-case, year-by-year?
I think it's pretty standard for hard to fill now of world language, math, science, special ed, that people are given their years.
But the question,
Yeah.
is that decision made
Yeah.
as?
Administratively?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
And in our district, I don't know that our administration, do we have that flexibility, or are we
We don't
tied
want
to?
them making that decision.
Right.
The decision is made at the district office through the superintendent and HR, and we have it under policy that we're allowed to do that.
Okay, that's my question.
What you want to do, sorry, Michael, is that it's really critical that all employees understand that all negotiations for salaries come through human resources, so we don't get inconsistency and get sued of treating one person different than another. So we run everything through HR, but every district in the state today looks at experience and tries to give more than what used to happen. But literally, it was the 5 years was the cutoff, and that all changed when the shortage of special ed and math came in about, 10 years ago?
It's been a while.
But it's evolved even greater with school choice. So, I mean, if we really want someone, and they got great experience, and I look at my third grade team and I say, oh my God, I got two babies on it and a teacher with 1 year experience, go find me a senior veteran who worked with this group. We'll give that senior veteran teacher the experience to make that team work better.
Right. And I don't want to drag us down a hole, but actually it's kind of an important point. So if we kind of embrace this school of choice for teachers, and this is where you want to be, I could imagine there could be a scenario where a teacher comes in, brings this experience with him or her, and they may be at a different pay scale, higher than.
You know what I do, the way I look at it, is we just had this happen. So I go into the system and someone had 20 years experience, and I look at where do we have teachers that have been here for 20 years and where are they placed, and I try to stay that way so that they're not coming in, because our steps don't equal years, and a lot of places don't even have steps anymore. So I really look at how many years are you bringing, where are people that have been with us for 20 years, so we can search to say their start date with us and try to make that equity, because we don't want to treat people coming to us better than the people that have stayed with us.
See, and that's the question I actually am raising, because if equity is based on just number of years versus quality of teaching, you should maybe give it more than that. And that's not necessarily the parity of comparison that would be the most appropriate to build the culture.
It's hard for us to have a huge culture. So I'm going to ask us not to go down that squirrel hole. What I will say is that is going to be a conversation going forward, not necessarily for today, because when we get into budgeting, we get budget established for next year, the next task of us is to say, are we hiring and are we staffing salaries in the best model of today? And I'm going to say that our model is archaic. And when we look at the Chandlers, et cetera, they don't use the model we use. And they don't have steps. They got rid of that. Districts are getting rid of steps. So that's a whole separate conversation. But but back to your point, is that teachers can shop today. That's part of the elements you're dealing with. In the past, Chris Marshall would never jump ship and go to Cape Creek because she would lose years. But today, a teacher can jump and go anywhere, and they're given their full years of experience, particularly in districts that have teacher shortage. They can't afford not to hire them with their full experience. So that culture exists as well.
I'm going to get you guys a break.
Great.
Biological.
Yeah.
But I wasn't going to do it for like 10 more minutes.
Oh.
Let's do that. Let's come back in at 11, straight up. Yeah.
People start moving around in their chairs.
Yeah.
Any information that comes other than a letter of reference. A letter of reference. Maybe someone else's problem. Yeah. Unless you have a new analysis, you'll see a letter of reference that really you're like, all they really said here is, yes, it works here. You know what I'm saying? Teacher evaluation. There are behavioral interview techniques and questions you can ask that apply to that, and they're more driven by what you're going to say and what you're going to say before the quiz expires. Yeah. No,
out the door, not the hallway.
It's outside. Okay.
For my students, they said, about the teaching program, and let me tell you how they're on it. They can come to the terms that an administrator probably, like, I was new, I wouldn't know. We started requiring, like, I mean, it is, yeah, it's a good, yeah.
We might be able to
Yeah, I
a
think
little
there-
more toward here.
Yeah, I think you can achieve it through the behavioral interview. Sometimes until that person knows, yeah, that's a really good question. Yeah. Well, I'm guessing that Michael's going to go down the path, once we identify values and what it looks like, then it becomes behaviors, and then there's questions you can ask to identify those behaviors. And how you really ask it is about, give me an example in the past when you solved for this. You know, and tie it to behavior, because the past will predict the future, and that's the theory.
And how they manage.
And it works.
How they manage the failure.
Yeah.
How they change.
And I'm thinking Michael will bring us down that path, but there is a way to do that. It is, and it's, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is really a, kind of a proven methodology.
Of a true measure of their performance,
Yeah, I mean, you put a bunch of data points together, you know, it's always kind of experience, skill, and fit, but the fit is behavioral. You know, and here's the cultural values we want. You know, experience is, here's what comes on a piece of paper in your reference, and, you know, but the fit is about values.
You're right.
So,
And some people who would seemingly fit, sometimes are the worst. I had a defrocked priest who was a teacher that I had to evaluate. Brilliant literature, brilliant, nice. Gosh, he was so nice. But when I was, first day I go to evaluate him, it was such chaos in his classroom, literally. It was like what you see on television, where you think, oh, no class is out of control like that. Literally kids standing up, throwing stuff at each other, shouting F-bombs across the room. Some little girl looks over at me once the lesson gets started and nothing's changed. He's just talking over it. This little girl looks over at me as I'm doing my, she's like, please say that. What's a pretty good burrito? Oh, he's such a perfect, you know, everything he wants. He's like, were you in New Jersey? Yes. Yes. You're flying to Newark or Newark? Well, you're right. But you're right. One step at a time. No, but you're right, and that's our challenge, is leaving that if is exactly that. But I think we're still like, if you're not from there and like getting on 17 or whatever, I can't remember what the view is. I just use Sarah, good job. Sarah is great. Yeah, she does a good job with it. It's really interesting though, one of my kids' phones will be different from my phone even on the mapping. It's weird. I guess it's the story of when you first got your Apple Watch and after you would come in and work with me and work you through humanizing the statistical language for the meeting. And I was on the Apple people. Oh, and I got a great Apple Watch story for you. And I told them what happened. I said, she was so great. And it was so cute because she was so encouraging, and I go, and I was nervous, and I know I wasn't breathing because I took just one big breath to get it all out, and apparently she wasn't either, because as soon as I finished, her watch announced in the board meeting, time to breathe. Don't forget to breathe. They loved that. They were like, oh my God. I go, it was so cute. She was there with me. We were both holding the breath in while we get it out. They said that was their favorite Apple Watch story. Yay!
We saw Beauty and the Beast.
Okay, so what did you think of LeFou? Was that weird for you? It was weird for me.
Well, I knew from the beginning that they were making him.
I know, but it's not consistent.
I thought he was in love with Gaston, and him and Gaston were going to get together in the end.
I was thinking. That bothered me the whole, because I was too, and I was like, this isn't how the story goes.
I thought the dance and music scenes was
By the way, they'll be launching
unbelievable. I mean, those are the highlights of the movie. Is the costumes, the choreography. I mean, it was those scenes were magical. I couldn't connect in the beginning at all.
Yeah,
I thought there were holes. I thought it didn't flow. Beauty and the Beast.
I want to see that.
But then the second half, when they're all, when the Beast was terrific. He was amazing.
I liked him as Beast, I didn't like him as Prince.
same guy.
But that was such a small,
He bothered me.
I don't know, on a scale of 1 to 10, I personally would have given that maybe like a 3
Really?
3 or 4. It just didn't do much for me.
But you said you liked it on.
I knew it was all right. Would I pay to see it again? No.
Oh, I wouldn't pay to see it again, but I paid to see just to sing or some of the musical things.
Really? Whichever we choose.
But I was trying to remember the other character who she didn't like, was it the dad? Kevin Klein? Oh, Kevin Klein?
No, I liked him. I did like him. He was actually much better than I said. We do want to find
Well, the book was, the guy was a little bit crazy. Kevin Klein was not crazy at all.
I didn't like
that.
I don't like
that
that crazy
for me.
guy. I didn't like that part of the book.
Well,
The original musical. I liked Kevin Klein.
but they kept it up like, oh, this man, and like, he showed no signs of being the crazy, old age kind of person. That's what didn't click for me. But I liked his character. I thought he did a good job.
Yeah, and I just, sometimes I don't want to, break in too soon. Make sure we have that.
I would go see it.
I'll say, 'cause I
love musicals. I love musicals.
Yeah.
What's the next one? They're outstanding.
I love musicals, and I saw the lady who made the animated version. I was taking a film class at NYU, and they brought in scenes before they were done, and the head of Walt Disney at the time was Dick Cook, and came in and spoke for the class, and that was like
The next one is Mulan. Was amazing.
Oh, Mulan? Oh, that'll be good. I hope they do that one.
See, that would be a troublesome one for me. I've probably seen Mulan. It was Shannon's favorite.
They'll probably always
Did you say it's what, 11 or 12? Okay. I think I'll make an adjustment because I want to. We're gonna, before, we gotta continue. We can't.
I can tell you when she was going to be gone. Or maybe she was able to do it. Maybe she was able to do it, but I think she has another gap.
Oh, for sure, we can do that, for sure.
He's going to, but he has to leave earlier.
Okay. She mentioned there was some pretty tasks.
The earlier morning conversation.
No, I like him, but I,
Okay.
Yes, good.
Hey, Doctor. 12:30.
Right.
And then Allison? 3:15 on. How about tomorrow?
I'm brownish.
Okay.
So much. Me too.
Me too.
Yeah.
For the whole.
Are you here all day today?
Okay, got it. No, thank you for telling me. I want to make sure that you have it.
You'll still have a quorum.
We'll have a forum.
I changed my flight plans to be back for today.
Okay, were you going to be leaving?
What do you do?
I didn't change my, no, I actually was going to be in New Jersey, then I looked to see when the meeting was, and then I booked my flight.
Okay.
She's hung up.
About 3 minutes, guys?
The ones that are awake, yeah.
I just need so, yeah, you're, work through lunch. I like working through lunch. Much better.
I agree. Drinking slowly, caffeine.
When you say go forward, but if you click on every word. Doesn't have to be,
She doesn't understand the model. Pam, what? Wrong Pam.
Oh.
Pam, we need to get the model of AP and staffing, AP staffing, administrative staffing, out to, the parent group, because Freon's not living our obligation of the election 14.
Okay, so just the new structure of AP, I mean, they're all,
Because they all have administrators.
Yeah.
It makes it easy.
yeah, they all have a second administrator. Okay. You want me to call her and talk through it?
No, I don't think that will.
Yeah.
Help, you need a help.
Well, okay, you need
And then copy Cindy Bigcom, because I think it's helping them understand, it's not that they're not getting administrators. What we we define and call an administrator varies.
Okay, I'll get some.
They think we're gonna leave the buildings uncovered, and that's just not the case.
We all have certified administrators. Too. I'll make sure I put that language on there, certified administrator too, right?
Oh,
Okay.
Back, all yours, Michael.
All right,
Back,
ready,
we're
set,
rolling.
good. Okay,
Give us 3 minutes.
I
I want to talk about, I want to put some context to the values conversation now. Obviously, values, behavior, we're focusing on behavior. This is going to be one of the most critical things to be able to set your culture around is how do people behave? And so, we call that core values, and it answers the question, how do we behave? How do we behave? That's the question we're answering. Okay? And then the next one is going to be strategic anchors. You've heard Dr. Birdwell mention that a couple times this morning. A strategic anchor is what is the short list of kind of organizational behaviors that we engage in. In other words, what is it that we do to defeat our competition? What do we do well? So, for instance, just barring on Southwest Airlines, what do you think might be? I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but what do you think might be an anchor to their strategy?
Customer service.
Customer service, good.
Location,
Have fun.
location.
Have fun.
Location, location.
Location, what do you mean?
Where the schools are placed relative to the community, the available market. if you will.
Southwest.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On time?
On time. On time, low fares, and a fun kind of customer service orientation. On time, low fares, and fun.
And they fly one type of plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is, okay, so what does that map to? What does that map?
The operation.
Cost, and also on time. Because they all use the 737, we can get parts from other planes faster, and we can get planes back up in the air. So,
Do any of them have a first class?
Oh, no,
None, right?
not one single plane has first class.
I
Yeah.
like first class.
Everyone,
And you know what, though, but to this question, they are not trying to be all things to all people.
That's right.
That's right.
They are.
Exactly. You don't want to be treated like cattle, you just don't like cattle. They don't, I love it.
Joking around, don't say that
They are. Everybody's scared.
Yeah, you don't like that, you don't like them joking about it, flying.
Yeah, there's an old story about Herb Kelleher was the founder, and he got a letter from a woman. This is after. Is that one?
Is that the one where the person was complaining?
Yeah, she was complaining about the
She didn't do something that she.
woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was great.
That's
Yeah.
we can do this. We can have that orientation. Not that particular orientation, but we don't have to be all things to everything. Oh, you really hate that about? Okay, so yeah, we're working on that. No.
I just had a very polite, respectful conversation to say, would you like me to call the charter school, a private school, or Gilbert, and we'd be happy to open the door for you. And wasn't being disrespectful, was, I know we're not the fit for you, but let me help you find the right fit for your child, and how can I help you? I'm happy to call the principal, I'm happy to call the superintendent, I'm happy to assist you on this transition. Where is it you're wanting to go?
Well, our competitors do that. They
Well,
say the
yeah.
school may not be for your child.
When my daughters were in elementary school, their principal, if any parents really wanted to question the best practices of our school or the standards, the expectations that have been set for our school, they were politely told, you have several choices around in our neighborhood.
Conveniently located.
Conveniently half a mile away, north or south. And yes, and we knew that as a culture. In our school, we understood that. We chose to be here, to be there, and we understood why.
Okay, so we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that later also. And then the last piece of clarity, we're gonna get these 5 questions answered. The last one is, what's the most important thing right now?
You would say that.
we call that a thematic goal, and you may have heard Dr. Birdwell talk about that. We'll get into all those, but those are the questions. Why do we exist? What do we do? How do we behave? How will we succeed as the strategic anchors? How will we succeed? And what's the most important? What's our rallying cry?
That's 5 or 6?
That's 5.
Oh, 5. Oh, okay.
There are 6.
Oh, so
There are 6, but typically we don't go into roles and responsibilities
Oh, okay, that's fine.
at this juncture.
Okay.
So,
I just
yeah.
make sure it was, yeah, that's.
Those are the clarity questions. So when we talked about politics and confusion, particularly confusion, these answers to those questions are here to take care of these kinds of problems. Confusion that leads to political behavior within the organization. Create organizational clarity. The next thing we're going to do is over-communicate, right?
Yeah.
Organizational clarity. That's the ability to just be unapologetically repetitive about our messages. Over and over, when it comes to, you're over-communicating that organizational clarity. You're taking this clarity and you're repeating it over and over. It's what you see, it's what you touch, it's what you feel, it's what you experience, it's how you're managed, it's all we will connect all these pieces to things that we can over-communicate. So Alan Mulally, you guys know who Alan Mulally is? He's the guy that went into Ford and kind of got his team together and taught him how to duke it out. And then he was working with us recently, and he was just saying he saw this thing. We'll issue this to you guys. We call it a playbook. It's front and back. All the answers to those questions will be there. And he got a hold of that, and he goes, "This is great. This is exactly what I did. What do you guys call that?" We call it a playbook. He goes, "That's my playbook." So for 5 years, every time he walked up to a podium and gave some sort of a presentation or a speech, he would slap that sucker down and preach off of it. He didn't go back and try to be, the way a lot of CEOs are, that everything they say has to be new and brilliant. He was just absolutely good about being unapologetically repetitive. And those are the great. Gary Kelly over at Southwest Airlines calls himself the Chief Over-Communication Officer. You ever read the magazine? You used to call it Spirit Magazine, but now it's just called Southwest Magazine. Do you realize that every article he writes at the beginning of the magazine, every month, he infuses his clarity into that. They just did it. The whole article was about it this last time. He's always doing that. He's not concerned about being repetitive. In fact, if you can walk through the hallways of Scottsdale Unified School District, and someone is doing an impression of you, talk about how clear we are about stuff, that's your best day. That's your best day. Don't fire anybody if you catch them. That's what you're looking for here. And so that's over communication. And so this does include things that you see. We have a tendency not to go crazy on that stuff initially, because then people go, okay, I've been through this before. We're all going to have screensavers and mouse pads and T-shirts and buttons, and we're going to all wear them around for about a week and a half, and then we're going to never see that stuff again. So I have a tendency to kind of hold people back from going crazy on the over-communication piece when it comes to the physical stuff.
Yeah.
But we do. It's the most important thing is what do board members, and what do the leaders in the organization talk about, and that's what we're looking for there. That's the over-communication. So we're over-communicating what? The answers to those questions right there. Any questions about this one? Okay. And then finally, we're done. We got one more. And this is reinforce organizational clarity with what we call human systems. Okay? I want to make sure, Pam, this stuff gets people like you very excited.
Hiring and questions and all that.
Yeah. This is what we're doing. We're taking the answers to these questions and literally bolting them onto existing human systems. This is the sticky maker right here. This is what makes it stick beyond all of you, frankly, beyond every single person in this room, that you build a culture around these things. This is culture work. We just don't talk about it that way so much, but it is absolutely culture work. Culture is not just bring your dogs to school, to work, and all the Rice Krispies you can eat, and all that kind of stuff. Those are artifacts that sometimes show up, but really what you are building is culture around what you're clear about. And in this case, it's going to be human systems. It's going to be recruitment, selection. Why would we select someone? Because they absolutely, to the best of our ability, we scoured them. We really, really scrubbed them for values alignment. And smart people like Pam can actually just get all that stuff set up. Right, Pam?
Right.
You got a team?
Yes.
How many people to help you?
How many people? There's 7 or 8 people over there.
Oh, really? That's good. That's good. Yeah. So I mean, and maybe some of this stuff is already in place. But usually it's not. So recruitment. So why would we select someone? Orientation, onboarding, right? Here's my favorite. This is my favorite first 5 minutes. So we got. Do you guys have a orientation program? And then does it involve people sitting around a table like this initially?
In this
In
room.
this room. How many people at a time do that?
There's usually
Generally.
12 to no more than 20.
A dozen people.
Yeah.
So here's my fantasy, is that before anything happens, before you start talking about anything, Dr. Birdwell walks in the room and says, seriously, I'm glad you're here. I'd like to welcome you. I'd like to be the first person to welcome you to the Scottsdale Unified School District. I don't even know what you're going to cover completely. I know you'll probably talk about you'll do some paperwork, and you'll probably find out where the fire extinguishers are. I hope you do. And maybe you'll cover some of the rules and your benefit pro. I don't know. I don't know everything that you cover. But this is what I do know, and I think it's the most important thing for you to know. Number one, here's why we exist. This is what we call our core purpose, and it's this. I want you to be able to act on it. I want you to be able to navigate this district and the places you work here, keeping in mind that for those of you who are supervisors, it's your responsibility to help people get it. But it's the most important thing I can tell you. The second piece is that what's our business definition, and here it is. It's this. Talk about that for a minute or two, and then she said, and now I want to talk about core values, the behaviors that will get you everywhere in this organization. I want you to know, I'm not going to wait 6 months to tell you, or never tell you at all. I'm telling you right now, they're this, and this. And here's how I walk around those, and here's what you're going to look like. And if you don't, and I'm telling you, if you nail those, if you really live around these values, you will be a rock star in this district. You'll love it here, and people will love you. But if you do kind of fall away from some of this and start to exhibit behaviors that are contrary to the values we've agreed on, you'll probably hear about it, and you'll probably first hear about it from a coworker. The people that work here are very, very interested in maintaining the culture we've already. And that's guys, just stepping back out of character there. That is absolutely what happens at Southwest. Those people are ravenous about maintaining, because they don't want to go to work. They have hard jobs. I mean, we all get, as a consultant, I'm all whiny about getting on planes. These people do it all day long. And they have to take care of me and all that business. I've got nothing on them. But here's the way that you can be an absolute total success at this organization. Now, here's another thing. We call these strategic anchors. Here's the things that we do that differentiate us from any competitor we have. And they're this, this, and this. And let me go over those with you. Because you have full reign to be able to make decisions if they're aligned with these 3 things. And I want you to. I want you to exercise your ability to do that. And then finally, we have this incredible rallying cry that we have going. It's this. Here it is. We think that you could be a great part of helping us to fulfill that. We think that you're the kind of person that we need and the values match you. That's why we poked you and prodded you in the interview process. That's why we literally took you through the ringers. And you may look at one person and say, and you, I know it was you because you got blotchy on your neck. You got all blotchy. But that's because we want to make sure that all this stuff works together. So anyway, good luck to you. And you leave. She walks out. I guarantee you that will be the most, that night they may go home to a spouse or significant other, and they'll say something like, the person waiting for them at home will say something like, what was it like on your first day at the job? Do you have a desk? Were your business cards done? What are the people like? And you really want that new person to say, I really can't answer any of those questions. I didn't get into that too much today. But what I do know is going to help me more than that Dr. Birdwell walked into the room and just laid it on the line. And I believe her. And I signed up for this today. And I like it because I've never had a job where I didn't have to wait 6 months to hear all this kind of information. And then that person says, you've hitched your wagon to a shooting star, which is a kind of a mixed metaphor. But it is. But it's true, because that person has the best chance of succeeding. Then you get into all the other stuff that you need to get into. So orientation, onboarding into human systems. And all we're going to do is take this stuff, and we're just going to drill them and just get them in there. You don't have good news. You don't have to redo anything. Just let's add those elements to it. So we've got recruitment, selection, orientation, performance management.
Evaluations.
Huh?
Yeah, evaluations.
Yeah. So now I'm not trying to pin you down or anything, but do the evaluation tools include stuff around clarity?
There's some stuff on there that takes a look at interpersonal skills or professional behaviors, but probably not as tight as what we needed to have.
That's going to be your only. That one's pretty easy because you're just going to go after those values in that.
Yeah.
And you're going to use those values specifically. You're going to say this value, hungry, whatever it is. You're going to go for those things.
We started to put them in some of our interview questions already.
That's good.
Out of the ideal team.
Yeah, but just probe them dizzy.
Yeah.
This is Scottsdale, guys. It's a privilege to work at this district, not a right.
That's right.
This is
To attend.
And to
Exactly, and to attend.
Huh?
And to attend. I've always struggled with the concept, we're some kind of charity or something. It is a privilege to come here, it is a privilege to work here. And,
Well, it's changing that whole concept of we need to fill seats because we have open classrooms.
Yeah.
So we may be a smaller, leaner machine, but if it's for mostly our communities, that's what's important. And we've had previous administrations and boards, and their whole idea is, we're losing money, we have to fill it with anybody who wants to come here.
well, what we said is we're going to lower all expectations so everyone can be happy here.
That's everything to everybody.
And be everything to everyone, and we lower those expectations, and we forgot it's a privilege to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Our community gives us money, maybe not enough, but it gives us money to do a job.
Okay.
And we're not
But
sorry.
I need to, where he was taking us, we have never discussed, and I think it's critically important, it is also a privilege to work here.
It is, yes.
And we cannot lose that, and it becomes every bit as important as it's a privilege, which we talk about often.
Yes, you have a
It should be a privilege to attend here, but it is a privilege to work here.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. And we can't get there without the clarity. We have to have something to be clear about. Right?
And I would say that's a distinguishing factor between us and Chandler. Whether that, it's a privilege to work in Chandler.
Mm-hmm.
And in Scottsdale, it's my entitlement.
Yes, right, exactly.
And there's a significance between the cultures because of that.
Right. And the art in this conversation is, how do you get people to speak? Because it's a feeling, right?
Yeah.
And it starts with how you described your very first experience here, that you have to feel it. You can't just
say it, right?
No, it has to be, you have to.
Part of
you have
the
to-
DNA.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's part of the over-communication is what gets us there too, what helps with that. But we're talking all human systems here. We're talking about recruitment, selection, orientation, onboarding, the performance management. How about rewards and recognition? What would you reward someone for? We have to change that from, wow, good job on that, whatever that was, good job on it, to say, no, that particular move played perfectly into our values. And that's the game we're running here. That is absolutely critical for people. So I want you to, one time when I was at Make-A-Wish, my last 6 months, I had an administrative assistant. Her name was Monique. She was 21 years old. And one day, I'm an ENFP in the Myers-Briggs, so I'm all over the map. You guys know the ENFP. It's kind of like, here's the prayer of the ENFP. Oh, just let me focus, just one day of focus. Oh, look at the pretty bird. That's what she had. That's what was on her list of things to work with all day long. So one day I walked up and there was these 4 manila folders. And I'm like, what are those for? What are those for? Oh, I'm going to open one. Here I go. So I opened it up, and there were some notes there. And lo and behold, as I looked really good at it, it was notes from a meeting that I had a couple weeks ago. And then I compared it to my schedule today, and lo and behold, it was the same meeting. We're just re-meeting. And I'm thinking to myself, well, look, there's the notes. I don't think I ever bring the notes in, but there they are. You know what? I think I'll read those notes prior to the meeting. That'll be interesting. Let's see how that goes. I think I'll just do a little experiment. And I went through all of them, and I got them all figured out. Well, at the end of the day, I actually did feel like that was a big help to me. So I said, Monique, can you come in before you leave? Can you come in here? Monique, I know that little trick you were playing by lining up those things. I know that you were trying to help me be better. And I said, and I want you to know how much I appreciate that. When I'm better, Monique, sometimes some really important stuff happens. When I'm in a meeting and I know what I'm talking about, because normally I used to like to be the person that walks in the meeting after everybody's all sat down, and I say, what are we up to here? Because I think that's charming to do that. It's not charming at all. It's irritating. And so we would go through the meeting. I was able to apply those things, Monique. And because we did that, maybe in this particular case, on this limousine policy, maybe things will go a little better for a kid because we met and because I was doing my best work. And and doing that is aligned with one of our core values, and this is the core value you live. And I would really invite you to keep doing that. And thank you so much for doing that. Well, what do you think she did that night when she got home to her husband?
Told him all about a great day.
Yeah. Michael said something that he never said before, and Michael said this, and ultimately it made a difference to her that I took the time to try to figure out what is the connection between putting manila folders on my desk and ultimately getting a kid some hope, strength, and joy. Because there is a connection. No one, maybe we don't make that connection with people enough. That's your human system of rewards and recognition. Maybe that's part of it, right? Why would someone get promoted? You can't promote people unless they are absolutely lined up with your values. Otherwise, you're basically saying, we absolutely do not mean anything that we said about core values.
Well, we promoted on years of service.
No,
We've always done it that way.
we promoted on, say, who
We
played
had
the
square
and we had our
Well, unless longevity is one of our strategic anchors or a core value, we can't play that. We've got to be able to say, this is what really makes the bell ring around here, and here's those things, and so you do that. So those are the human systems. There's a few more, but
Well, I think the pay structure is where that conversation comes in. I think we got to get some
compensation
clarity.
for sure.
Yeah. Before we go there, what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, because you don't want anybody in the organization saying, I hear the board talking about this stuff all the time, but it doesn't really have any teeth. Or you know, Dr. Birdwell and her team, they talk about this stuff occasionally, but I don't think it's changing anything. And people have actually been in that boat before, and all it does is spell, you know, failure for them. And this is just like every other. Somebody read a book and thought it would be a good idea to implement it, and that's what we're doing. If we just wait them out, it'll go away.
Yeah. The board changed over, and they'll change over again. Who
Yeah.
cares?
My big
Yes.
is, I'll outlive you.
Yeah.
What's that?
People will say, I mean,
I'll outlive you.
it's amazing when you get
Yeah.
somebody,
I'll outlive this board, I'll outlive.
When an employee can actually have the guts and the lack of professionalism to look a superintendent in the eye and say, I'll outlive you. We'll make sure you're gone.
Yeah.
and that, to me, it's just amazing, that shows the culture is so broken, because they know if they're so empowered, they know they really have the power to take out that leadership,
Yeah.
and that they can continue to keep what they want, because leadership will not outlive those group of folks.
Yeah.
And that's when it tells you you're very broken hearted. I would say, well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And then tuck it away. Thanks so much for that. Appreciate it.
That's why the human system of employee discipline is so critical. That everybody needs, you know, managers and leaders need to be really good at that around here. Because if you identify someone who operates apart from things like core values, you have to address it. Now, you're not going to be able to tell everybody that you did. We obviously can't do that. But it will make a difference because they'll probably tell someone that it happened.
Strategic anchors are critical for the board decision-making, but they're also just as critical in meet and confer.
Yes.
If being student-focused is part of our filters, and we're making decisions that are not about students or will negatively impact students, then it should run through that filter. And if we say, hang on a minute, we're making a decision that says I can show up 15 minutes before the kids and leave 15 minutes after, how is that being student-focused? How is that assisting in learning? And so then you can take that system and address it. So as we work through this, and the governing board lands these pieces for us, it's going to help every piece every meeting that we're in, to be able to keep it directed around those important points.
And that's why employee discipline is so critical. Because you got to, you know, Jim Collins said years ago, he said, everybody needs to have core values. But then he came back later and he said, I should have been clearer about that. Because those values have to have some teeth. We can't just put them on the wall and slap them up there and say that's what we are. We have to actually live them. There's a rock company right here in Arizona, and they had a core value of a strategic anchor around just unbelievable customer service, and so but they had to put teeth around it, and so they said to their staff, to their people, if you take a rock order, you know, I'm talking about just like a big pile of rocks in front of someone's house.
Yeah, like Pioneer Rock.
Yeah, Pioneer Rock. Well, I'll tell you one thing. It was not Pioneer Rock. Because I had the very same conversation with that guy, with my rocks. So, seriously, I hope you don't like have a connection.
No, I have no connection.
Okay, good.
No.
Yeah, I went and bought my rocks somewhere else. But you know, they said to their people, this rock company, they said, if you go deliver those rocks, you have to take full responsibility for that. And if there's any complaints about where you left it, or how messy you left it, or whether it was on the sidewalk and half off, and people are running their car through it and all that kind of stuff, if they complain, we will comp that order, which is usually quite a bit of money.
Yeah.
You will comp that order. Well, what do you think those delivery guys did? Yeah, it's like, boom, we're done, right? You know, hey, ma'am, I want to make sure that I put these exactly where you want them. You're not going to say why, but he's like, would you like them here? Would you like them over there? What would be the best thing for you? And if, you know, let me know. And they're, okay, just right here is good. You know, it's like, okay, great. And I'd like you to come out and make sure at the end that it's the way you like it, and then we'll be on our way. Do you see what,
But in that example, where did the delivery guy have skin in the game to even care about the order being comped or not?
Well, it's a company. Oh, no, see, that's the feeling. Wow, okay, so, no, that's a really interesting point. I guess what I'm assuming is that there's people with some sort of kind of morals or something that they don't want to be that guy. I mean, even
for it.
huh?
You end up getting fired over it.
It
If I have to
happens.
comp 2 or 3 of these loads, you need to know that you won't be working for the company. There's that next step of the
But that's what I'm
process.
asking, was that clarity of this will be the recourse?
Yes.
Or is it just that they hired the right people, they never had to actually go there to terminate someone?
They would grab that human system of employee discipline, and they would utilize it.
Okay. So let me give you an educational example of that. Student accountability, academic achievement. When teachers, the students in the teacher's classroom are not achieving at the level that they needed to, and they had good data to rely upon, the conversation between the principal and the teacher was building down into that data to show, let's take special ed out of it. Let's take your ELL kids out of it. Now we have the general population, and we now have 2 years of data that shows that the students are losing under your tutelage. Let me explain that to you. Let me show that to you. This is your data, and that accountability sometimes played into the evaluation system, which eventually you're not getting it done here. So, but not only was it just the data, it was also, when I did my walkthrough, I noticed that you were behind your desk, and the kids were just kind of all over the charts. By the way, when I did your evaluation, students didn't even understand what you taught, and their heads were down on the desk, and when you asked for questions, only one kid answered, and it was a kid in the front row, and they answered all your questions that nobody else engaged. So it's built throughout that, so that it starts with a data conversation, but then it goes into an instructional and a walkthrough, and then that's the reason that we're putting you on a plan of improvement, or you're not going to be retained. And so there's data behind you're not being retained in this system. But it's not just data, it's walkthrough data, it's observational data, and yes, there is an academic component to it. And that's, our system allows for that, but we haven't used it in that fashion. And therefore, if our core value is that we will be student-focused, that's the conversation around it. That's the core value. It says, look, we're student-focused, and kids are losing education under you. And this is a critical conversation for us to have. But does the system align to that? Does the system allow you to have that conversation, and is that the reason? Or the teacher who refuses to attend professional development. So the lack of professionalism, or they get up and walk out in the middle of the training. You know, you say, well, look, you walked out in the middle of the training in October. I told you not to do that again. In January, we're in the middle of this conversation. You got up and walked out again. We have a real problem with your professional commitment, and so under accountability, we really, we say that we're going to be accountable. We're going to be accountable to our students, we're going to be accountable to ourselves, we're accountable to our organization. You're not demonstrating that. And we use the evaluation system, and that's why the evaluation has to be aligned.
But this is a shift.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's a big shift.
I just want you to know, you're helping us.
It usually is.
Yes.
It usually is.
It is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. No, we rarely walk into places where all this stuff is like, grooving and happening.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question around that? So, it's a broken system. There's a broken culture. We need to replace it with one that's reflective and healthy of what we want to look like. So my question is, maybe this is a Dr. Birdwell question, is how broken is it? Like, we're talking like 80% broken. We stepped out when we talked about.
Oh, yeah.
This morning, we did have a very honest question about this conversation.
Let's put mindful, as a person who's not part of Scottsdale, but the conversation that was had this morning, let him answer that question for you and say, from the conversation that you heard, the joint conversation, do you think Scottsdale, how broken is Scottsdale?
Very. Yeah, because and I was thinking about it. In some cases, I couldn't get you to stop talking about how broken it was. Right. And so, yeah, I mean, it sounds like we've got tons of headroom.
So this, if I can use your chart up here for a moment.
Yeah.
So when I made the statement, smart, healthy. So in the smart systems, you assume that in business all these things are working. Financial systems are working because we do our report to ADE. But finance isn't just what we report. It's do we support that which we honor. So our finance is doing everything they can to put money in the classroom. And the answer to that is no. The system is not doing that. If you look at the systems of assets, and we say, are we monitoring our assets? Do they know where they're at? You know, we have $500,000 worth of stuff missing. It just hasn't been taken off the rolls over time. If we talk about, do we have the very strongest leadership in place? We're building leadership, we're training leadership, we have to get it. So if we went through the SMART systems that are supposed to exist in a good organization, our SMART is not healthy. It's broken. Then you come over and you say, well, are we healthy? In politics or confusion, are we doing all these kinds of things that we should be? And the answer is no. So as an organizational system, we're not functioning. So you say 80% or 20%. We're like our test scores. We're barely at the state average, if not low in many areas. So if average is good enough, then Scottsdale can keep going with what was done. But we're below average and average in most places. And at one point and this is not an insult on our leaders, but when we talk about what is a highly effective leader versus an ineffective leader, and then the two components in between, when the majority of our people sit in developing, we don't know what highly effective is because we don't have highly effective in place. So when you talk about even role modeling, and 90% of your leadership is in developing, we're a very weak organization in leadership. So that permeates through every system that we have, because if it all starts with leadership and we're developing, we have significant problems. So are our HR systems that exist over here in alignment with where we want to go? Well, we have HR systems. Everybody has them. But it's not that they're just not highly performing. You know, so
And they're not connected.
They're not connected
to this. Yeah.
They're legal systems, but they're not necessarily connected with where we're going to go. So our SMART systems, some of them are broke. Dr. McCauley had to come in and start gathering data and cleaning data and finding out data was broken, and nobody was cleaning the graduation rates. The graduation rates don't even reflect true graduation of Scottsdale. But that was because it was in silos where this person thought they were doing it, the high school registrar thought they were doing it, but this person wasn't about to talk to this person. And so over time, as we cut jobs, nobody picked up what that person was doing, and so the systems fell apart. So the systems are not as smart as they need to be, and we're fixing those as we go, as we discover them. And meanwhile, we're not a healthy organization. So there's no such thing as healthy conflict or healthy dialogue going on right now because the systems are so broken. So how healthy are we? We're average on our good days, and we're below average on most days.
So, one question from Michael, from a change perspective. This is like a systemic broken challenge on both sides of the equation, smart and healthy.
Yeah, which is a little bit of a departure. Usually the companies I work with don't get so far into their smart brokenness as you guys did this morning.
And you said healthy trumps smart, so if we can get healthy quicker and it gradually get smart, that's probably, that's the timeline we should give ourselves to do that.
Yes.
I guess my question is, knowing all that, and using your Southwest Airlines analogy, we're flying a plane, right? Like we are in midair. You can't have the pilot and every person, everyone off the plane, like,
they got to do their day jobs, right?
What's that?
They got to do their day jobs. We've got to keep.
Yeah,
we got to fix this, but we also have to keep running the school district.
Exactly. So what's the rate of change? I mean, you can't say everyone is broken or everything that's broken. It's got to get it there. But what does that rate of change look like for an organization that is in mid-flight, right? And there's an airstrike on the ground. So how do you? What is the rate of change? Like, what should we be thinking about?
Yeah, you know, there's a qualifier to that, and it really has to do with the commitment that this room has to getting this done. So that's one thing. But typically, I mean, how long do I hang? You know, I try to influence that as much as I possibly can. And I will push a company to go as far as they can, as fast as is reasonable. Most of my clients, I work with them for a year. And again, it's really a hard, because you guys could come out of the, we get this clarity done, and you guys could, especially you implementers, could come out of the gate just like blazing. And that would move things a lot faster. So, sometimes a company, wants that kind of support for a longer period of time than others. I just don't see, especially in a situation like this, I don't see, and it doesn't mean that it has to be me or anything, but the point is that, usually what I'm looking at is, let's get these questions answered and let's build a team. That's what we're here to do today and tomorrow. Build the team in the context of creating clarity. If I can get through those clarity questions, and we got you guys as, kind of thinking of yourself as a team, then we would succeed there. The second piece is they got to start rolling this out to the rest of the organization and get them to understand it. And you want to do that as economically and as fast as you can, because they're not going to pick up on it on their own. People need to know what the clarity looks like and what it is and why it's there, and a chance for employees to kind of manage it. But we can't do that day after tomorrow. We got to kind of cook on this stuff for a little while.
And let me add something, because you're talking about change, and I think that, oftentimes you go down the rabbit hole and say, well, look, change agents aren't the stay agent. Well, I adamantly disagree with them. But I'm going to tell you why. I adamantly disagree because of this. If you're making corporate changes, and you start by doing healthy organizational shifts so that the systems can now function and be led right, then it doesn't matter who leads that process, sustainable change occurs. Oftentimes when we see organizations that make change and then leadership shifts back over, the change also shifts. The change shifts because it's not sustainable, because you never dealt with the healthy side to begin with. So there isn't sustainability. So it's a little misleading. People get into the change theories and they say, oh, well, change theories, you get people to come in and make changes and then they're gone and the new people come in and leave. Well, not if it's a healthy organizational change. What happens is the people who don't want to be a part of that healthy organization leave, and the organization creates a leadership of sustainability around that. So those leadership teams play a critical role in remaining healthy and smart as you go forward. But you have to embed this through the whole organization, and that's the difference between failed change and sustainable change.
Yeah, and I definitely, just by the way, I agree with that. That's not even the piece that I'm really alluding to, because quite frankly, when you're in an organization that's in decline, you have to change. The person that got you there is typically not the person to get you out of it. So that part makes a whole lot of sense. I'm just looking at it more from an organizational adoption and how to be successful with it. That's all.
I think you.
Well, it's okay. I know there isn't an app.
I think when you talked about the planes flying through there, that's exactly what we're doing. I think you have to balance the recognition of those people that are doing a great job and support them, along with the training that you need to get other people up to that level. But you also have to have the piece where you deal with those who aren't there and make some difficult decisions about that. And then it's all got to happen at the same time.
So if we were terraforming Mars, and this is kind of what I've seen happen here, the raw materials we need to sustain a population of humans on Mars doesn't necessarily exist there. It has some. We're going to bring some with us. We've had to bring people from the inside or the outside in. Some of the people inside can't really use that raw material because they are part of the roadblocks as you're fixing your systems, and they don't want to come along. They're very happy with the dirty data or the broken systems because they were a part of the big taking off the plane.
And so let me interpret that.
I followed you, Anna. I followed you.
But the bottom line, I told the board 12 months ago, one of the things that I like to take the time to do is to find out, it's one thing not to have the skills, but do you have the will? And so when we talk about that, is what we've been trying to determine is leaders who want to learn. I said, they're developing. We've been working on, and probably will over the next 12 months, those who want to learn, capable of learning, and choose to learn. I would say everybody is capable. Some are choosing to learn and some are choosing not to. And so as we go through this process of building a healthy organization, we're also determining those who want to learn, are choosing to learn, and that's really critical because it's not about their skill sets. We have wonderfully skilled people, but do we have people with the will? And as we're hiring, we're incorporating identifying will, identifying, people who are humble and hungry and smart. That's all part of it. So in that process, I mean, to me, we're at the tip of the iceberg. We haven't even seen what's below the water. And when we get to that kind of piece, I think it's going to be even more enlightening. But, there are those who are fast adopters, and, I'll talk about some of this in the room, but Pam is a fast adopter. The moment we talked about ideal team players, she went out, bought the book, started reading it, and I'm going to understand this. She began to already incorporate in the hiring process. She said that real quick, I'm going to get on board, I'm going to shift my culture, we're going to do things differently. And then there are others that are sitting back saying, can I outlive her? Right, we're going to outlive. Are we going to run her off? Are we sure? I mean, I had a conversation with the executive board, and I don't care that this is taped because it's public information, but who simply had that conversation and said, probably one of the most uncomfortable situations that I've ever had in my career, where your back is up against the wall and you're surrounded by people. And I said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to stay. So fear and intimidation doesn't work well, because we're going to do what's right by students, by our learners. And so, it's that testing the water to say, well, can we outlive, can we outrun, can we outpush? And the reality is this clarity is so important for us to be able to make the next steps forward. And we're getting that resistance right now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Bless your heart, because I know the board is getting lots of that.
Okay. Yeah.
And I as a new board member, I lived it for 10, 12 years, and I'm ready to make change tomorrow so that another child doesn't have to sit in the classroom. I agree. And not learn the way that they should be learning. So I'm going to be one of those board members who wants to push that change quicker. So, so one board member is just one of five.
Well, but I think the majority of us, and most of our stakeholders, honestly, it cannot come fast enough for SUSD.
Right.
And one of my fears over these last few weeks, as we've all gotten the input that we've gotten, is that we all have brought a lens. We've been the stakeholders, we've talked to stakeholders, we've listened. As a board member, I am totally confident in that I have listened to teachers for years. And I bring to this table today, as all of us do, who our community is, where it's been great and where it's been flawed and where it's been broken. And reading this, I love the fact that it gave us the right to decide the direction we want to go, and that it was okay to set aside the voices that right now want to tell us, even though we have been listening to them, and even though we've incorporated our beliefs right now and our core values, and they are in there, but it gives us the right now to say, we're not going to get distracted by your fear or your concern or where your cheese is or whatever. that right now, our job, those of us in this room, are to get this, I'm going to say train. That's how I said it in my head rather than plane. Get that train on the tracks we know it needs to be on. And we cannot let all these wonderful stakeholders that have developed us and why we're here, but we can't have certain ones of them telling us, no, a little over to the right. No, that's too far. It is. We and those of us in this room are developing the tracks we're on, and we can't get distracted right now by all of those in the train, right, saying, no, over here, not too far, let's go. And I guess that's where, I get really passionate, and I hate being accused of saying, you're not listening to us. Like, why do you think we're taking this train off these broken tracks and putting it on different ones right now? Because we listen to you. That's where my emotion is.
Yeah. You're good? Helpful?
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with everything that's said. My point really is more around where, using your analogy, where healthy culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? Same thing. Execution also eats strategy. So we just have to execute. We're going down the path, the 4 quadrants. We're just going to have to execute. So I'm just asking for things that help me understand how we best execute and how we as the board help support that execution so we can see the flags, right? We know where we want to go. I absolutely know. It's a process to get there, and what is it going to take to do it? And look for the flags so that we can get it done. Does that make sense? Take a stab at answering that? I think without knowing it, we have been as a board helping the execution, because the first thing up there is to build and maintain a cohesive leadership team. Yeah. We have been supportive of allocating budget dollars to build the team. Yeah, I agree. That was rhetorical. Yeah. It was just me processing how we're going to do it. I'm just saying we have been doing it. It's not something that we're going to start doing. I see it as we have been doing it. We have to continue doing it. We have. Yeah. It's going to be about communication and decision making and what that looks like, and making sure everyone understands the what and the how. Begin with the why, but they understand what that looks like. And if you don't like it, then fine, but this is what it looks like, and this is how we're going to get there, and this is the expectation to do it, and this is how I'm going to hold you accountable, and this is how I'm going to support you to be successful. That needs to be all part of that conversation as well, which I have absolute confidence that our implementation team will do it, and will support it. It's just, we have to be mindful and intentional about it.
We have to walk the talk.
Exactly.
So hopefully by the end of, obviously, tomorrow, we should be a little clearer about what some of those mechanisms are to really drive it.
Well, I think that is our goal, number two quadrant, create that organizational clarity, answer those questions. This board needs to have that done by the end of tomorrow, so that our leadership team can start getting all the rays of light, closed off. Our board has no rays of light with our admin team, and they can go forward.
Yeah.
But I want to qualify, I agree, but number 1 is still happening, and it will continue to happen over the
You're right.
We are not at utopia for a strong leadership team in SUSD. It may take, 1 to 3 years to get that strong leadership team in place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're still transitioning or evolving, I think is the best. So we can't just say 1 check, now we go to 2. Because 2 is highly dependent on 1.
These things are always occurring.
So I just want to manage expectations that when we come out of these next 2 days, and yes, we need to get that clarity. We will get that clarity, but that clarity being driven down through the organization is still highly dependent on number 1 up there in the pie chart.
Well, it still affects number 1. I mean, what we do today is still,
We need number 1. We don't have it all in place.
Yeah, I think it was, and I always talk about number 1. When I'm working with a team over a period of time, I'm always going to go and check where they are as a team. So it's like we talk about this team today. Let's say I came back in 3 months. My first question would be, let's check the team. Let's run a comparison report. Let's see how the team is going. And then in addition to that, we're going to do this and this and this. Third time I come in, if I come in, first thing I'm going to ask is, where's the team?
All I'm saying is, I see the team of SUSD broader than who's around this table. I see it on the whiteboard when Dr. Birdwell did. Well, here's the team, and it goes all the way. I see teachers ultimately as part of the team.
Yeah.
And site leadership, principals. That team is evolving, and we have a lot of work. We have a lot of ground to make up, and we're a 1-year contract on this system. It won't all be made up in year 1. Is all I'm trying to make sure.
I think we're in agreement. Well, I agree. I think it's, our goal in the next 2 days is for this board to deal with number 2, but we should have realistic expectations of how far that can go in this current organization. With the
when we get clarity, governing board, when we get clarity, and I reflect back to the leadership team, and we understand where the board wants to go, then we're going to come back to you and be able to say, here's what we're able to do, and here are the things we're not able to do because we don't have the manpower to get it done, the leadership to get it done, or quite honestly, this piece is contingent on this piece working first. As soon as we know what it is that you all want to get towards, then our job is to build that piece out and do it, and I'm going to be quite honest. So there's a place for a strategic plan, particularly the maintenance of buildings. I work in the educational field, particularly in learning, on thematic, because I know where it is we want to get, what can we get done in a reasonable time with the people that we have in place. And then from there, we reassess and we set a new goal of where it is that we're going to get. And so there's that constant check and balance yearly to see how quickly we get there. So an example of that is if you want to raise academic achievement, and then how will you measure if you have? Well, that's an easy one because we can look at academic achievement, student individual growth, and school growth, and grade level growth, and we can give you that data. But the reality is the real work doesn't happen on the data side. The real work happens on Dr. Dance's side of we retrain. I think that he said we recognize those doing it right. We train people. And so that piece of that, don't forget that train moment because we got to train you. Make sure the practice is where it should be. Assess it. Hold people accountable, and it's all intertwined. So it goes back to once we have the clarity of where it is you want to go, we can build the processes to get us there. But right now, we need clarity on what do you expect? What does it want?
And the results could be lagged a year when it comes to achievement because it could take that lag year. So in our first year, we're hoping we see improvement, but just know the nature of academic achievement, that could lag a year and not show up until after you've had a good, strong year of your achievement.
But meanwhile, that's why we do benchmark assessments, that's why we do walkthroughs, that's why we work with principals and teachers on training, and why we do professional development and look for that in the classroom. So there's a big someday, but there are other things to measure along the way. But all of that said, I just, I didn't mean to derail us on that, but I just meant to understand the smart side. Normally you believe that exists because that's the easy stuff. It doesn't here. And so we gotta make sure all those things are getting fixed as we go. So, and yes, the multiplier, healthy is the multiplier of smart, I get that piece. But it all starts with let's get the right people in the right seats and make sure that we have that team that can actually do those things. And that's the piece that we've been working on for the last 12 months and are still working on.
I think our board has been working hard on that clarity. I think we're this close to being really able to finalize it. And so I think that's the goal right to 2 days.
Within a day and a half.
I think, exactly.
Okay.
Let's get to it.
That sounds
Let's
good.
do it. We're
What's the deal? We have a lunch starting at noon?
We're working.
They're a good
We're
group.
gonna work through
at
lunch.
the same time.
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. All right.
Yes.
Let's grab it. Oh, no, but let's give her a break.
Yeah.
Sorry. I almost said the cavalcade, right?
I don't even have to meet up there yet.
We don't need to.
We can start with question one, right?
Huh?
We can start with question one.
Yeah. But before we do, I wanna talk about this team here. So, actually, let me show you what I'm talking about here. Some context for this. Make sure that we're on the same page about how this model works. How many of you read the 5 dysfunctions of a team? Okay, so fewer. So again, this is out of the red book, but the information about there's a whole chapter on that in that book. Kind of a better summary than you get if you don't. We think, in fact, I'll do that one. We think that there's these 5 things that can trip a team up, tend to get a team wrapped around the axle. What is that first one down there? What do you think that is?
Trust.
Okay, so tell me about that trust. Are we talking about, so we should go out and do some trust balls right now, maybe catch each other falling in the tree, maybe do some go-kart racing this afternoon?
No, thank you.
What are we really talking about there then? It's a particular kind of trust. You don't want to forget this. It's a particular kind of trust. It begins with a V and rhymes with vulnerability. Vulnerability. I can tell you.
sound nice.
Yeah.
So what would be a vulnerable thing? I have to set context. I know we want to get right to it, but I want to make sure that we can get the context. What would be a vulnerable thing that a team member would say to another team member across the table when they're meeting?
Well, one thing was you disagreed with somebody, owning up and saying that you disagreed, rather going along to get along because it makes everybody happy.
Yeah. So that would be a vulnerable move. What else?
You're not carrying your load.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Why is that a vulnerable statement?
Because somebody feels like it's them on the,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you're a group of teachers sitting around a table, and one teacher says to another teacher, your students aren't learning the standards they should be learning. Ooh, that's a...
Well, that's
a
probably going to find itself up here in conflict. So those last two statements are really kind of more conflict oriented. So hang down now. Bring it down here. I want to go back to trust first. What would be a vulnerable statement that a person would make? Not
Be willing to say that you don't know.
there it is.
Yeah.
You see how that's different? Then you're terrible,
Right.
right? So say it again.
Be willing to say that you don't know, and that opens the door for the team to help you.
Yeah.
I'm struggling.
And why would someone hesitate to say that?
Yeah, well, especially in the educational field, because we're supposed to be experts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all about brand.
you don't want to
Yeah.
appear to be the weak link.
Exactly. To admit you're struggling.
That's what makes it a vulnerable statement.
Is very vulnerable.
It's also about ego.
Yeah.
And I will tell you that
Oh, yeah.
when I was the president of the ASA, the Arizona School Administrators Association with superintendents, I attended many board and superintendent conflicts, and they all went back to that right there. It was not being able to be vulnerable to say, I don't know. I don't really know, maybe the answer's in the room, and that many ego aside, because I'm supposed to be the educational expert. I'm supposed to be the leader. I'm held accountable to the field, and I think teachers are the same way. I'm supposed to be the expert of the room. So our field puts educators as saying, you're supposed to know everything.
You're supposed to have the biggest brain.
You're supposed to have the biggest brain in the room. You're supposed to be the most intelligent person. And the other half of that, Michael, let me flip the coin is, and then I'm being told by, and this is not this group, governing board members who sometimes don't even have a high school education, and I'm a doctoral level superintendent, and that person's telling me how to do my job. So I'm not going to be vulnerable because there's already unhealthy risk, and superintendents in our state, we have a 18-month turnover rate in the state of Arizona. And people are it's very difficult for superintendents to be vulnerable because they're, one, being directed by something they don't necessarily have the respect for. Two, they expect themselves to have the answer to all things.
Yeah. So let me ask you guys, how could that manifest on your team? That inability to ask for help, the inability to say I'm sorry, the inability to say, boy, I wish I could do that as well as I wish I could think the way you think. I made a mistake. How's that go for you guys now? What do you think? The team assessment actually combines both teams, so it's not as useful.
Yeah. I think as a board member, I'll kind of speak for some of us, especially in the past, where we're in that culture where if you asked a question, even just for our own understanding, or stakeholders had brought that question to you, defenses went up immediately, and the relationship was strained just by asking a question.
Okay.
And it made it very difficult for some of us to reach levels of understanding for something. Because it's like, well, why are you asking that? And what would you do? If you see a problem, what would you fix? It wasn't healthy. And it did make being a board member very difficult.
Okay.
I'd like to talk about going forward. I have to say is I feel very comfortable with this board and with the trust level. I think that we have all shown vulnerability to each other at different points in time, and also just wanting so much to learn what we don't know even to the board members who have been on in the past, who have said, I did not know that, and I've been on the board in the past.
Mhm.
And maybe Sandy and I have asked a question because we're new. And that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I would say, and I'll put it, I'm very comfortable with the trust level of the ability of saying, I don't know, or that we all have strengths that we bring and experiences that are different and respecting each other's viewpoints. So I would think, starting out, we're in a position that's very positive in being able to be a healthy board. We're still going to have to watch ourselves because we're human. And we all have egos and we all have experiences that will come up, but I'm really good about it.
You know, interesting
That's
enough,
very well said.
Yeah,
I agree. Our differences, I think we're all aware of our differences in our backgrounds, et cetera, and that makes us appreciate, like somebody else on board may have a strength that I don't have, and I can appreciate that many times over, and I think that's what makes us a healthy and a strong board.
Good.
I think that this board, because they are new, as long as they continue to let go of the past.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I think it's always very difficult to do that. I don't care who you are, and three of you served on the board prior, and although I always believe that you reflect back to go forward sometimes, but you also can't. So there are two things that play with that. I'm trying to say this politically correctly. Actually, I'm going to say it this way. This is the least political playing board I've ever worked with. Typically, as a superintendent, you're dealing with all kinds of huge politics, which means I have to look beyond Kim to who's the politician she's doing things
Who's she catering
for, who's
to?
she catering to, what community members are pulling her strings, and then you, as a superintendent, you're trying to dance 5 different dances, but you're really dancing 50 because behind these 5 are another 10 people, and you can't get the direction because you're trying to answer everybody. This board has not portrayed that, which is the only reason I stayed. To be quite honest, because if that's how they were going to behave, I'm too damn old for that. And I left the profession because I got tired of the political dance that had to be done. But this board is very united around children and learning. And so we're really, I think we're going to be very blessed that I don't think there's that distrust in there that, so then you have to go to the next layer. And I get to live between the board's team and the cabinet's team and the next layers of teams. So these teams have greater distrust and problems in there and being vulnerable. And part of it comes from being a wounded leader. Part of it comes from being in a culture of distrust. But I think the board is coming in with a fresh slate, which is very refreshing. Now we have to convey that because we have to. Unfortunately, I think what's happening is this board who's trying to move forward and work so well together is being beat by the distrust of a culture. Right. But it's not their distrust.
Right.
It's a culture that existed prior, if that makes sense.
Okay, good.
Thank you. And I think that's actually really insightful.
Yes.
And I appreciate it, because I think it is a very true statement. I actually agree with all the statements. One thing for us to consider, and this is me being vulnerable in what I think the next level of vulnerability and trust looks like, is sometimes a question deserves another question. Because sometimes I feel as though there's an assumption. Oh, she asked that question because she believes this.
Right.
No, that's not what I was asking that question. And we dive in with these assumptions. So I would appreciate somebody saying, well, okay, that's interesting. Tell me why you asked that question, as opposed to when we find ourselves assuming this is what this person is really saying. Like when that assumption is popping in your head, I'd like, and I will do it myself, is to step back and say, hey, tell me more about that. Tell me what you're thinking. Because that would help us move forward, I think, even at a faster rate. Because it just get stuff aside and just move forward.
Because the opposite of that is sometimes it's defense.
Yeah.
Versus seeking clarity.
Exactly. And you never get to what the real point was. You lose the whole opportunity of what really that rich conversation could have been.
And one of the things that does hold us back is just the very mechanism that our board meets under so often. I mean, those regular meetings on that dais are just, it's very difficult. well, to your point, someone asked a question, and for a board member, I think we are getting stronger as a board in those moments where it's like, oh, Board Member Hartman, can you clarify what you mean? We're all getting a little braver than we used to be, and I think it does show that we have more trust, we are willing to be vulnerable, and we're not trying, as in the past, because we're letting go past, trying to look perfect, because that means our parents won't leave us if it all looks like a well-oiled machine. That is the joy I'm finding of being a board member.
This is such a critical conversation because, and it's a piece that we had a conversation with in our cabinet about part of being a humble leader is also seeking to understand. And sometimes we forget that because the reality is we assume we know why you're asking the question and we try to give an answer. And the reality is seek to understand, seek for clarity, try to find out why is that board member asking this question. And if it's, I just simply don't know. I don't know this educational speak. I don't know the system. Or I'm trying to fit your educational world into what I already do know, and I don't get it because they're not fitting. But seeking to understand, I think, is really critical for us to seek to understand that clarity of why those questions are being asked.
So I went ahead and wrote that down as, that's a really important statement you made, and you're inviting everybody to join you in doing that. So we should capture that in our notes and hold ourselves accountable for that. So I wrote, ask others on the team why a team member made a statement or a particular question.
So I'm reflecting on this conversation. Have I been on the board the longest?
Yeah.
Because
you're the oldest.
Yeah.
For his
the professional experience that I came from, that was drilled into our heads, seek to understand. And so I would come to the table, not with other board members so much, but with staff, not just staff, others. And I would always preface my question with why I'm asking this question. I'm looking to understand this, so, in the question. After 2 years, 3 years of doing this, what I learned was I wasn't always told the truth. I was rarely told the truth. I was told what they thought I wanted to hear because I always prefaced it with why I was asking the question. So I almost felt like I was showing my hand, and then I would just get some garbage back. And so it's been a bit of, I've had to, as an individual, with this new team, transition. And it took a leap of faith, particularly with Dr. Bertolo, because she's the one I communicate with most, is tell her why I'm asking the question. She'd answer, and what I then began to learn over time is I was getting the truth. It was refreshing. But that is a very recent part of our culture that I, as one board member, have had to deal with. And so I'm sure that many of the leaders outside of this room, and even teachers, and parents, have had to deal with that also. They've asked questions, and they've just been fed, here's what we think you want to hear.
Yeah.
If you ever have the child who you do 50 questions with, where you say, well, I noticed you came in late last night. Well, where were you? With friends. Which friends? Well, where were you with Johnny? We went to eat. Well, where were you eating? And that's part of what I still run into is if you, that I have, I'm like, oh my gosh, do not make me ask you 50 questions. Please answer my question. But you have to, so I always call it peeling the onion. I have to keep peeling the onion, and still I get to the end of the onion, I go, all right, did anybody in the room understand the answer? Because but that's become part of the culture, is I just give you a surface answer and hope and pray that you don't ask me further. So it's that culture of transparency is a bit, as Laura and I have been working in the world of finance recently, where we have to ask the 50 questions, and we're like, you're kidding me, really?
And the sad part is like our board members live that, but our parents live that as well. And our students live that, and even to a degree, teachers with their principals live that culture, very much so. Okay. We pay the price.
So this is and I think we said it, but I love the point you brought out, Mrs. Hartman. I think that's so important to remind ourselves to take off the lens and listen, and seek to understand and clarity.
Yeah, there's it's that whole thing I mentioned earlier about the balance between advocacy advocacy is just getting your ideas out there at all costs. And inquiry, where you're actually asking more questions than you are advocating things. On a team this small, 5 members, because one of the reasons that people go right to advocacy and stay there is because they're on a team that's probably too big, and if I don't get my stuff out now, I'm not going to have another chance. So to heck with inquiry, I'm just going to put my stuff out there and try to, you guys are smiling.
Well, that's like a principals meeting. You've got, 35 people in the room, and they're all advocating their school. And so we live that, and right or wrong, that's the culture that's been designed is I come into a principals meeting to advocate my point. You're like, why are you doing this? Team one.
Because they want to get the stuff.
Team one, they want to get the stuff, and it's about stuff. It's usually about stuff and budget and money, but it's nothing about the bigger picture of the organization, the team, and kids. It's all about the stuff.
Yeah. There's a really good Harvard Business Journal, old article about that. I'll probably try to, that'd be interesting next time you're in front of all those people, you could say, before we meet, I'd like you to
Read this article.
Yeah, I'm looking for some more inquiry from you guys. But again, 5 people, there's no reason why you wouldn't get there. What we talk about here is that level of vulnerability, which allows us to then feel that it's safe enough. If you're vulnerable with one another, you'll feel safe enough into having these conversations. Whereas earlier when I asked you about those, you guys went right to these. Yeah, not so much if you don't have a level of trust that can kind of sustain that level of a conversation. A lot of times people just don't want to have that. They just don't, that's why we call it the fear of conflict. But the solution to the problem is right here. In fact, with these 4 pieces here, if you're struggling with any of these, the real problem is on the rung below it. You'll see how I show you that in a minute. So and what we're talking about here is just good ideological conflict. Nothing mean-spirited, not attacks, but actual just, let me ask some questions about that. People can, take that comes into the family of conflict, and they're kind of like, okay, I can answer your questions. So it's the ability to weigh in, and it's very difficult to kind of buy in unless we have some sort of weigh in. One of the things again I loved about Make-A-Wish and my boss David was that I trusted him, so I knew that I could always give my opinions. And because I got my opinions, I was able to not struggle with a third of the 5 dysfunctions, which is this lack of commitment. And now we're not talking about commitment to the school district. What do you think I'm talking about commitment to?
Each other.
Each other, and what about, what are we doing? What are we talking about?
Perfect.
Yeah, you're committing to the decisions you made when you were brave enough to go down there and have good conflict because you trust that it's safe to do that. So you're telling me that you guys feel pretty safe.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so that should release you. That should release you to get into these kinds of conversations when you need them. This is the smartest thinking that you can do. Is here. The best kind of stuff comes out, and so the leader's job is to mine for that. You got to go after that and say, what do you think? And you look. We haven't heard from you in a little while. Can you weigh in? Tell us where you are. Sometimes you have to petition that.
Can I just, not to throw cold water on it, but the one challenge we face is the fact that for us to meet as 5 individuals, 5 people, it's a public meeting. Okay. And so it's not that we can go to happy hour after this and really hammer stuff out among the 5 or 6 of us. And we have eyes always looking at us. I mean, it's just the reality that we live in. But I think that sometimes, to Kim's point, when we ask a question, we're trying to ask it politically correct, and then it sometimes loses its meaning. It's a reality we have to face.
Yeah.
It makes it a little more difficult. It's not an issue with each other.
Right.
I think it's more of the political environment that is our reality.
The forum under which we meet, especially those regular meetings, it is not great at being able to execute all of those.
I think And probably in the educational field, I'm not saying this, but don't take it wrong. The leader of the board technically is the board president, but really the leader of the board is the superintendent because of the structure under the law. So I can talk to all five of you, but you can't talk to each other.
Right.
So the superintendent gets to seek the clarity and understanding and try to have conflict with you, which I think I have conflict with each one of you, I think, various times. I'm with Sandy and I don't really get a little bit. But I mean, we've had passionate conversations about things, and you know, I think our conversation last week, I mean, it was like, you know, it's no, I'm not offended. We're having a very, very solid conversation about things that we see from a different lens, and we're trying to understand it. And so I get to do that more than they do.
Mm-hmm.
I get to disagree with them or seek clarity or try to understand. They get to then walk out after we've had those conversations and then try to do that on a political sense in the public so that the public doesn't, they're not fighting with each other. They're simply trying to understand and make a very important decision because that's the board and the rules that they follow with them.
But along those lines, what I've also seen Dr. Birdwell do and talked about in this book is because she can have those conversations with five of us individually, when we do come to the table together and we do have a disagreement and we've had, one's coming to mind, it was executive session, so I can't talk about it. But when I saw Dr. Birdwell, because she had talked, she knew where we were coming from and she was able to reach compromise almost instantaneously. And she goes, well, how about this? And it was you and I were kind of like, oh, okay, that's good, that works. So, and she does it publicly as well.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
And it's not, and I don't hold the board for the notes. What I'm doing is understanding their thinking process, try to understand. And actually, I don't always know where we're going either, but it's predict where we may end up having greater clarity, so the team is prepared. Be prepared with this data or this data or this data in case we have these questions surface so that we can have a deeper. Poor Anna, she runs a lot of data that never gets into the conversation because we resolve it before we get there, but she's prepared in case we do. So, but that's kind of how the functionality of the school board is to an organization.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say when you push the five dysfunctions down to the next levels, now they play a different role.
Yeah.
So kind of different with the politics because of the law that sits with these folks.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah. All right.
It's trust. Well, and I'll say that it's fascinating because the Scottsdale folks that have been here in Scottsdale for a while always say to me, I'm really amazed with how you work with the board. I'm just really shocked with those dynamics because they don't understand the time or the phone call or the text that occurs to understand what they're thinking because they're not educators. We don't, I mean, you have an educational background. I know. But they're educated intellectual people who are leading an organization, and so you have to understand the lens they're using or the filter that they're applying or the thought process or the insight that they have that I don't have. Because there are people that talk to them that don't speak to me. There are community members and teachers who have never spoken to me but speak to the governing board. So be it. I don't care whether they talk to me or not. The reality is they are my lens and my filters through that upper group I wrote up there, which is the community. And they represent the community, and that's who we serve.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very helpful to have that kind of dynamic with the board.
Good. So again, trust allows us to have this kind of ideological conflict, nothing mean-spirited, and then we can commit. This is the decision-making part of this, is because a lot of teams actually go here, they go, we've built enough trust, we can weigh in and really duke it out. And then when they're done with that part of it right there, they kind of go, whoa, that was intense. What's the next item? What they skip? Okay, this isn't commitment to the company, this is commitment to the decision. So actually saying, that's our decision. Let's make sure that everybody knows. And you know, you can even check the room to make sure this is the decision we made. Is that your understanding of the decision we made? You go around to make sure. Not that you're trying to get everybody to vote. They've already voted. It's just a matter of let's make sure that we're clear about the decision we've made here. And if we can get that, then we won't struggle with this piece. Yep.
But I was just gonna add to that, 'cause that's something that I really took from this book, that I think that maybe we could do better. And that is when we do have a meeting, and if it's in a work study, sometimes it's been so many hours and it's late, you kind of all walk, you get to your car, you sit down, you turn on, you're driving home, and you're like, was that? Okay, I want to make sure I'm clear. And I love how the
What
book,
did I commit to?
right, and so I love how the book said at the end of it, even if it was a staff meeting or whatnot, that you go, okay, you guys, let's actually just take a quick check. Let's write down what we said we were clear on, what we understood, and is that what everybody understands?
Mm-hmm.
And I liked that about this book. I thought that was a really good tool.
The meeting model that comes from That's My Meeting has a number of just short, brief tweaks that we just skip usually.
Mm-hmm.
And you get more mileage out of those than anything on that
One of
model.
my favorite books, Just by Me.
Yeah.
My meeting.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times it is very hard for a board member to understand, okay, we made this decision, we agreed on this, and by the time it hits the classroom, what does that look like? And can we, as a board member, say, yeah, I get it, it is connected, because there for a long time it was disconnected. It's like, oh, we had a great conversation and we made a great decision, and then it hits the classroom, and it is not at all what was envisioned. And so getting to that healthy organization where, as a board member, we all as a board member can understand that decision is why this is happening in this classroom right now. And it makes sense to us.
I think the last meeting, if I can give a reflection, the last board meeting when you made the decision about suspension of the TEA, you had some dialogue that drove that clarity. If we suspend this, what does that mean? It means contracts are going out on the 28th, and it means that we're going to start hiring from outside of the district to fill these critical positions. Means that we're placing those employees immediately into roles that we have open. And then that's the work that occurred. But you had some of that dialogue in the meeting that actually said, okay, if we make this decision, here's the impact of it. And then, boom, you hold us accountable to making that happen.
And there was no negative impact to the existing teachers.
No.
And we stated, that was able to be stated, and I think that was.
We met the 28th deadline, and, you know, all of those pieces fall. Now, and then through that process, now we get to come back and talk about something else, because we made an impact decision about professional development. Now we get to come back and revisit it again. So I think that that's so important to have that. If this decision is made, understand the impact. And I think you've been doing that on the last couple of meetings. I've noticed that that's what you've been doing with each other. So that is important. Right.
Yeah. The other thing that's helpful to do, and I always say to people that they should do it before they move on to another agenda item, is to ask the question, who needs to know what we just discussed? Who's not here? Who's going to tell me if I went?
And they will often say, now, how will this be communicated? A couple of you do this all the time. And how will this be communicated?
And to who?
And to who? And so we're like, Dr. Sitton is going to send a memo out, you know, and so.
Just quickly, capture that. Because you don't want people to come back and say, was someone going to talk to me about this?
Yeah, right. How was I supposed to know that?
Yeah.
So Michael, to that point, using this diagram, I do have a conflict. It's not because I'm not committed to this, so want to be here, but I've got to go do it. So I'm going to be back by about 3. I'm going to try and get here as soon as I can. So who here will help me understand what I missed while I'm gone?
It's on tape.
Well, I'd like to talk to someone.
There was the morning conversation too. It was really good, and it'll benefit. I
think that we can have Allison, did you just volunteer to do that?
I did, I take notes.
And then I think that if there's further clarity, then we can always have Michael come in and do a little time with you.
Okay, I know it'll be good. I understand.
Well, the good news is you'll be back for 2 hours, so,
And then you can do the same for me.
because we'll be deep into clarity at that point.
It's a great point. She's leaving at 3, you can pick her up for what you missed.
And then questions, because there'll be some decisions that have been made, because there is a majority here, how do I get to feel as though I'm part of that and feel comfortable with it? If we go through some of these, I'm assuming we're going through these 5 questions.
Yeah, we won't get them all today, though.
Finalization will be tomorrow, so you'll be all right.
So maybe we could do just a really, finalization process.
Yeah, and if you're back here at 3, we can, like we say, we can get you up to speed on some stuff. And if you want to kind of file away a couple of thoughts about that when we recharge.
So I appreciate tomorrow morning, maybe Yeah, well, maybe 30 minutes or 30 minutes before we start tomorrow, the two of you sit down and have a conversation.
That sounds good.
Thank you.
All right. So, this is, again, decision-making part of the piece. The only reason we can do it is because we did this. How can you commit to something if you didn't actually kind of weigh in and get your feelings out if you have them? And how can you do that if you think it's unsafe to have that kind of conversation? What's the next piece up here?
Accountability.
Accountability. Now, here's the thing.
Our favorite word.
Are you going to be able to get some lunch?
I'm good. I had a little something already.
Accountability then is, people talk about accountability as something like, awful. And in a lot of cases it is. I mean, nobody wakes up in the morning and says, oh, what day is it? Oh my gosh, I get to hold someone accountable for something. That will be a fantastic day. We just don't, that's not how we are. That's not how we feel. And why is that? It's because it's untidy most of the time. These are not conversations that we relish. But here's the issue. Really, it's the same thing about the model. The problem with accountability is what?
You have to know what it is.
Yeah. How can you hold someone accountable if they haven't even said, okay, I'll do that?
Yeah.
I think I'll do that. I'm sure I will do that. Absolutely. You got my promise. I'm going to do that. How can you get there? And so and this goes back to everything that you will might change in a human system. We're going to have to kind of expose people to some of these things so they can actually say, okay. And that makes accountability much easier. The biggest problem with accountability is that we don't do this very well, in my opinion. We need to do this a lot better, because then you can say, I thought we already talked about this. Didn't we already talk about this? Isn't this the rule that we decided together as a team, that we weren't going to have our technology out during the meeting, our personal technology, or that we were going to give each other a break and stop interrupting each other and all that kind of stuff? That's the stuff that we need to commit to, so that this conversation goes much easier.
Can I just add one little point and see what you think about this? On that commitment thing, 'cause that is a tough place, because it's not intentional. It's that you walk away each understanding something differently. So a little model that I've seen that works really well is if you follow 3 steps, and it is, you make a proposal, you ask for understanding, you ask for agreement.
Pretty good, yeah.
It's just a model that if we always work.
Give me those again.
But we have to, but we can't do that as the last step. We can't legally do that in a work, in something that's not officially posted action. And asking for agreement, because that'd be basically polling.
And modify it for what we do. The last piece would be a vote in a technical way. But it's really just how we operate with each other in terms of getting commitment. This is what I'm proposing. We talk about it. Do we have a clear understanding of what this proposal is? Is it something different? Are we on the same page? And then, okay, the agreement is X.
Yeah, and the agreement may not be what you personally think. It could be, we are in agreement, we have to
move forward.
understand to move forward.
Yeah, it's not necessarily.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Because it may not be an action item in which you might discuss.
I think I'm fuzzy.
And there's a fuzzy piece of that to the law, because if the board gives any
I feel fuzzy
direction.
because it is fuzzy.
Yeah, and if they give direction, they have to be very conscientious that it doesn't appear to the public as a polling. Right. And so if they're going to give some kind of direction or agreement, they really have to create an action item. That is a reality to it.
I can use an example, and I would like to use a different lens for accountability, because the way that you set it up, I think of accountability as such a positive.
Yeah.
Because that's where I'm learning. And so I can think of when Pam said to me about a process, and you were kind of asking, well, I don't know if you're asking for agreement, but what you said, I was so thankful. It probably could have been difficult for somebody else to say, but when she said it, I didn't take it defensively. I learned from it. And so you held me accountable by offering me additional information that wouldn't cross open meeting laws.
Right, and do it publicly.
No, but you could have. It wouldn't have. I don't know if that would have made it.
No, but I do think
But I was so thankful. I was like, I loved that she was brave enough to
say that because in some ways, somebody else might not be able to. And I learned so much from that.
So let me use a different example that might help on that. In teaming, so this is the 5 dysfunctions of a team. Okay, so in teaming on a cabinet level team, and let's say that we're rolling a leadership training, and leadership training falls under the assistant superintendent of leadership. And we get back together as a cabinet, we say, 2 weeks have passed, hey, do you have that schedule? And the individual doesn't do it. It's our job to say, look, you made a commitment to bring that back to us, and we need you to do that because we can't move forward without that. And that's an accountability moment. Or, hey, Anna, the data, we need that data so that we can share that. And she has committed before we left the meeting that she's going to get that data done. And we get back together and there's no data. It's having a one-on-one with her to say, hey, Anna, you're holding up the whole team because the data, we all agreed that the data was important for us to go ahead and make decisions with. So I've always seen this as when we're working as a team, it's holding each other accountable. But you stormed out of the meeting, but you told us that you would tell us if you had a disagreement. Or why did you have the parking lot conversation when we agreed that we would come in here and have the conversations in our meeting? It's that accountability where we're able to hold each other to a level of high performance.
I think you really do have some rules that you have to live with that's different than what cabinet has to do. And so it is going to be a little different.
We're also not employee and employer in our dynamic.
But you can
We don't say exactly.
Just a restriction.
So so adding that lens to, you got employee, employer, and accountability. Yeah, there's a negative side to it, and I think you have to accept that.
But I think it's okay to have that one-on-one.
But it's more necessary.
Yeah, board members get together and you have a one-on-one, and sometimes it's, hey, the vote went this way. And we've agreed that whether you agreed or disagreed, whether it's a 3-2 vote, but we're all going to live by that vote because we're democracy, we've taken a vote, and you're not going to go out now and badmouth the decision of the board. That's kind of the accountability pieces with boards. But it's okay to have a dissenting view. Yeah, I have a dissenting view, but I'm going to stand by the board's overall decision. Me personally, no, I didn't agree with it, but I made my statement vocal in the meeting, and I said that.
Right. That's the key, when you're allowed to have the conflict.
Because I want to bring it back to what Kim said, because she's right, and I'm not saying you're not right. I'm just saying I don't know how we do it, but I think Dr. Bergwell just answered how we do it. Is if you don't agree, I mean, can we assume that silence is agreement? And that if you, this rhetorical question, can you assume that silence is agreement? And if you didn't raise your hand and speak up and say, I don't agree, and here's why,
right,
and have your say, then.
And it goes back to the ability that it's okay to say why you don't agree.
Right. Well, it goes back to the ability to have conflict and work through it. And that means saying, I disagree, or I have a question, or I don't understand this, and this is how I feel. If we don't, we're not allowed to have that conflict, commitment becomes impossible, and holding each other accountable to our commitments becomes impossible.
Right.
Because, we lived in a world where you couldn't say what you needed to say, and you couldn't even hear what the others had to say, so that.
I think it's really important to have a board that, and the law asks us, requires that we do it, that we vote independently. That's why the open meeting law exists. But the reality is that it's okay to say why I have a dissenting vote. And, I mean, when you're comfortable, and there are times that people just have a dissenting vote because I just don't feel I have enough information. So I'm just going to vote no on this. And that's an okay reason. And that tells this group, well, we ought to sit down with that board member and help them understand.
Right.
But I'm also thinking when we're not actually voting on something, it's a work study, and we are trying to get alignment. And we're not closing with a vote. We can't technically vote because it is a work study. That was the challenge I was having. But I think the answer is still there. The answer is the same. Is that you have to raise your hand and say, I disagree, and here's why. And we have to work through that.
And in the background, you have to basically say to your team, I disagree, but I'm committing to this decision. I'm committing to, I'm not going to badmouth it.
But hopefully, as you may start out disagreeing, but as you work through that conflict, maybe you end up agreeing, and you get to a better place.
Yeah.
Isn't that the whole idea?
Sometimes you get there, sometimes you just don't.
And sometimes it's okay to just say, I agree to disagree. I accept the decision of the
And but I commit
I can
to
move
it. I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go.
Right.
Messing around outside this room.
Right.
You're not going to hear it from my team that I was bad mouthing
Right.
this decision.
Dr. Bergwell, would you say, because I
in my mind, this was a struggle for me, and then it just came together. I get it now. Because I was going to ask for them, there is a time it's okay to be a SUSD split, because there's some other things behind your decision there, some other things, personal-driven convictions. But you're not going to go out in the community after this vote and say, well, I tried, but those other idiots didn't agree. You guys don't do that. I
They don't even do that.
But other boards,
But other boards do, yeah, very disrespectfully, and that's why it's so important to be able to say, hey, we have to agree to disagree, and it's okay to have a personal opinion, because remember, we have 5 individuals of the board with 5 different individual beliefs, ideas, values, and they're not supposed to be a united team. They're united for Scottsdale School District, but they also represent independent views, and voting is reflected in independent views. In the end, the decision gets made for Scottsdale, and we move forward. I don't go out and dismantle or picket my fellow board members, or in some cases, school districts have had board members sue other board members. So that happens. So, so those become, so they have to function slightly different, but, yes, Anna, oftentimes boards, disagree, and it becomes TV station news moments. So just keep watching Gilbert. Gilbert Public Schools 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
That's where board dysfunction hurts students.
Yeah.
I can't,
right.
thank you.
Yeah.
I now wrap
Yeah.
We didn't look so bad next to Gilbert, too.
That's right, though. They made national and international.
What's that?
And I think this is why I think this accountability piece is such a positive, because if you're not willing to be held accountable and hold others accountable, you'll never get to the top, which is the result. So we always have to make that result. That's the reason why. It's not personal, it's to get to the result.
Here's another example of boards holding each other accountable that are very different. When school districts have other board members who don't attend, like a training like today, or have high absenteeism of meetings, and it's up to the other board members to say, hey, you committed to this district, and we need you to attend. Now, this won't happen with these 5 people, because they're wonderfully committed, but that's sometimes you see it in boards.
Let me just explain. It is true that trust plus conflict plus commitment plus accountability equals results all the time. But it's actually not what Pat meant by results here. What he was focusing on is collective results. In other words, when we come into this, in this case, a board, are we focusing on getting our own stuff that's in our head that we think we want to see happen in the district, or are we saying, I'm here to make things work for Scottsdale Unified School District? I'm going to literally take off my discipline hat. It happens a lot more in these kinds of teams, whereas they all have different jobs, and so they come and they want stuff for their part of the organization. So the CEO ends up being kind of like the UN or Congress. They're trying to advocate with them to get what they need, but ultimately, the best team members are the ones who say, hey, you know what, I'm coming in here, I'm focusing on what's best for the entire thing, for the good of the overall order, and that's what we're talking about here. You actually let that functional hat go and put on a hat that says whatever it says, Scottsdale. Does that make sense?
Well, I think that's what I was talking, because that's what I think the board is our ultimate result, right? It's what is best for the students in the district as a whole, not what we individually might.
That's right. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Well, there's the 5 dysfunctions right there. I think regardless of how you guys have to apply it, and how, there's nuances, I still think that focusing on it as the way that you interact and make decisions is going to take you that much higher, as opposed to just saying, well, there's some hard parts about it, so we kind of throw the whole thing away. Hard parts in the way you have to.
When we get the leadership teams, with your support, all the leadership teams developed, the training with Michael in this area is critical for them becoming high-performing teams. Because we have to shift the distrust out. And that clearly is one of the problems. I mean, even at the principal's level, there is a distrust between the district and the principals. And it's just it's part of the culture. The other part is you have to get past the wounded leader pieces And that's a piece that has to go in. And then there's the teacher leadership group.
Well, I was wondering, and I think the other part of the culture, and this may be true of education, public education in general, is conflict is not supposed to happen.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, we can go to conflict resolution classes.
The industry,
Conflict resolution.
the industry is,
To have
I want no conflict.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's
It's
absolutely
an
true.
industry that only sees conflict as negative.
Exactly, exactly.
And
We're all a family, and we're teachers, so we know what's best for kids, period.
And that you're all on the stand, and it becomes an us and them battle. And that's, if there's one thing that I can accomplish with Scottsdale is to get rid of the us and them mentality. Because we are living that right now, and the only way to do that is around, building that healthy organization. Because when you can stop and get to that point, and we're all here for the same purpose, and we have the same core values, you'll get rid of the us versus them.
One question that stood out in the many emails that we've received over the last few weeks, is the question was surrounded around earning their trust. Like, we have to earn their trust.
They meaning the teachers.
Then, yeah.
We don't have to,
Yeah.
they don't have to
And,
earn our.
and I tried so hard to reflect on that, like, what does that look like? How do you do that magically?
By keeping things the way they roll in, which
that was the only other I could come up with.
keeping things the way they've always been is the way to fix our system.
But that us and them, you have to earn our trust, and I think it is that big question right now, as we try and work to all of this, a healthy organization, at some point, you've got to have people willing to take a leap of faith. And yes, for some of us who've been on the board for a long time, we had to do that.
So I'm going to go back to this picture for a moment, Barbara. Help me understand this. I think it's a worthy conversation to have. But you've got this governing board up here, and there's this umbrella of the Scottsdale School District, which is, I don't like to do this, but I'll do it, SUSD. I think what happens is, because you are ultimately the decision makers, people are not seeing that in this thing called SUSD, there are layers. And so what's happened is the board's first responsibility is the hiring of the superintendent. You hire a superintendent, and you empower that leader to get the results that you are aiming for. So when we get this organizational clarity, what is going to happen is you're going to hand this over here to this team of the superintendent, the cabinet, and executive leadership, and then the building leadership to execute. That's going to be our job. So when that clarity exists, I think the us versus them will begin to break down, because they'll realize it's all of SUSD Team One working together for that clarity. And right now, without that, it's me versus you.
Yeah, right.
And so what's happened is, it's right here where the line gets drawn. These people are leaders, and these people are the teachers, and therefore leadership versus teaching, when in reality, that should not just we all together serve the student. And that's the big shift. And I think when we get through this work, and we get this clarity coming from here, and then we begin to get it all the way through, this line will begin to disappear, because people will understand we're all being held accountable. We're being held accountable right alongside teachers to do what's best for the client, which is in the end, the student. I think it exists like that because there's been such a line drawn in the sand.
Yeah.
That we're going to treat you one way, and we're going to treat you another way.
Right, and that's what I think we definitely walked into when that line was there. And you had some board members who were going to hear the voices on the other side of that line. And we did, and we listened, and we also brought our own experiences and all of that. Somehow, I guess, it got translated into, now you're on our side, and you're not going to work together with the other side.
Because
And-
of all
and-
these camps.
Exactly. And so now we're like, okay, here we are, we're fixing what you knew was broken, what we knew was broken. And I'm, still struggling. It's like, how do we accept the fact that that top half, the leadership side is trustworthy enough to help us with our entire organization? It's not about we just listen to you and we're done.
Right, because what happens is in this camp, so in this, let's say that this camp is all our sports people. Okay? Sports people typically will identify someone on the board that is their advocate.
Right.
That's what they do. The arts people pick someone and that's their advocate. The
Music.
music, arts, music people, you get a camp down here that's, high school, and believe it or not, high school and elementary are not the same camp.
Right.
No,
Right.
they're elementary people. You got all these camps down here.
Right.
And all these camps have a mentality to say, these people don't like me. And when you don't, and in school systems, we're famous at it because we don't have organizational clarity that runs throughout that. So the more that we get that, these camps, because it's that same message. When you Mike was talking about clarity, we have to constantly be able to say, here in Scottsdale, our number one focus is student learning. Let me help define that for you. And this is how we get that work done. And it's that over and over and over. The board says it, the superintendent says it, the principal says it, and the teachers begin to say it as well. And if engagement is probably the easiest one to talk about, because in all honesty, then divide this district in two spots here and go, here's the management, and here's academic leadership, here's education. Because in reality, all the perfunctory organizational management, the teachers don't care about. They truly don't care. That's somebody else's problem to worry about. But where the teachers get really excited is over here. So our structure is a little bit of a weird structure. Education tends to function a little different than the rest of the world does. Reality is the two worlds are intertwined. And what we're trying to teach here in Scottsdale is, I don't care if you're mowing the lawn or cleaning the toilet or fixing the IT, all of us serve the customer. And it is the students. And if I don't have the toilets open and the IT doesn't work, guess who suffers at that? It's going to be the student. So it's a bigger picture.
So tell me about the makeup of executive leadership. What's that look like?
These are your folks who make decisions about budgets that sit in the highest, it's like the executive director of special education. It's a budgeting issue. I oversee $30 million. I have a great deal of staff. I have a lot of rules and regulations and policies and structures that support the buildings.
How many executive leaders, teams do you have?
Talking about probably six people.
And how many people are generally on those teams?
It varies a lot. Special education is probably 100 people by the time you get done with it. It's different than corporate, Michael, is that executive leadership in corporate, these two teams are very large, and in education, they're very small. We put a whole lot of responsibility on very few leaders. So when I talk to the business world, they say, oh yeah, I do 6 evaluations. When you talk to the person who's in charge of principals, we have one person who evaluates 31 people. Mm-hmm. So we have a very different structure than corporate has.
What's a building leader?
Oh, building leaders, these are your principals, assistant principals, and for next year, teacher leader her. So they're going to own a little bit more about what's going on in there, because that structure hasn't existed in elementary and middle school. The building level leadership. But the interesting piece is we're pulling some of these people from down here into that leadership realm.
And that illustration helps me a lot, because it's bringing into clarity the idea of we are not used to in SUSD, our clarity, our vision, that common goal, flowing through administration down to our teachers. They are used to kind of sidestepping or going around or finding that person to go look out for them in that camp or one or the other. And we're trying to create a system where it's, yes, we know we were broken, that was wrong, and now we're asking them to accept the flow of that, of that clarity through that, exactly. So that's where the challenge is, because they're not used to want it flowing through clearly and with clarity, that those, the vision and the message, they're not used to it, and there's not trust. So
One of the problems that we face is these folks up here, I don't care who they are, I don't care what name you put there, it doesn't matter that it's my name. These folks have not been traditionally trusted. And even though we are a unified school district, there's no unification. Not between buildings, not between grade levels, not between administrators. Even at these levels, the building level folks, some did not trust the superintendent. The superintendent didn't empower and trust these folks to do their job. So this whole system all the way through the organization in the restructuring has to redefine and rebuild its trust systems. And you do that through time and through consistency of doing what you say you're going to do, right? And then finally involving people in the decisions so that, yes, collaboration is important. But we don't collaborate for the sake of collaborating. And I think there was too much word given to collaboration without true collaboration.
Right.
So there is a thing called true collaboration, and so we have to work through that. But unfortunately, there was just a distrust through the whole organization. And it came over time. It came through us. You know, and then what happens is there's camps up here too. So we're trying to break these camps down and model it while we're trying to work with these camps. But I will tell you there are camps all over. I mean, I could go on. I mean, I've got a camp of special ed teachers. I've got a camp of PTs and OTs, and I got a camp of psychologists. And
well, your biggest camp is
counselors are over here.
anti-ed center.
Well, totally anti-ed center, which are teachers working to support teachers. But these folks don't want to talk to the people who quote unquote, because there's another group that houses right here under these folks of called Ed Center. Right? And these folks are directors and teachers who support buildings, and you know, but even within departments, I think Anna's example the other day where she knew the answer to a problem, but her own team wouldn't hear what she asked them to do. 3 months later, they finally said, "Oh, we need to do this." Like what she told them to do 3 months ago, because they refused to listen to the leadership. So these are the things that are not flowing well right now. So we got distracted again, but we're working here for that clarity. I believe the clarity. The work we're going to do in the next couple of days is going to help resolve some of this, but it will not come without casualty.
Right.
There will be some casualty because not everybody is going to embrace the new organizational structure. Not everybody is going to embrace the organizational clarity. And I say that because I've lived that before. So, and unfortunately, Kim's not here again, but when you have to lead this, it's different than standing on the outside and observing. Because when we say that truly students will be at the center of all decisions, and then you hold people accountable to that. So when we're down here and we're conflicting about what it is we're going to do, and we hold each other accountable for this, and we make a commitment that we are going to build the very best structure for children, there's fallout to that. I'm just going to tell you, in the educational field, the majority of adults say they go into this field because they love children. But the answer is, if we research that, the answer would be, that's not true. They're in the field because I couldn't make it somewhere else and became a teacher, and I need a paycheck to pay my mortgage. So we have to make sure that the employees that Scottsdale hired have the will and the commitment to our core purpose, and possess those core values that we determine are important to this organization. And we have to stop hiring people just to put a body in a classroom. Do they possess our core values? Are they committed to our core purpose? If they are not, they should not stay and they should not join. And that's when the rubber meets the road and it gets a little difficult, because there will be people who will simply say, I am not going to do that. The other thing, it's going to take time. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, no, it takes a little time.
Dr. Birdwell, on your list there, you have the executive leadership.
You have interdependencies between functional organizations, and if our driver is a student,
no one organization can be successful without the rest of them being successful. Because we all have to deliver the same performance to make sure that that student gets fulfillment.
And unfortunately in our field, Louis, is that there is a heavy criticism. I love the article this week on Sunday in the Sunday paper. And it talked about the difference between charter schools and public schools. One of the things they said is that charter schools spend 20% of their money on management, and we spend 10.2%. Well, because they understand, because they come from the business world, the importance of leadership and the modeling of that. Now, we can have theory or philosophical disagreements about that, but the reality is most corporations don't spend 10% on leadership. We do. And then our outcome are our students and their education. There's nothing more important in this district right now than getting the right leaders in place at every level and expanding the leadership. So when I say expand, I mean teacher leaders, expanding the building level leadership to understand leadership. So when teachers become part of that leadership role, I think it's going to be really powerful for this district. We're not going to change the perception of the public that we should only spend 10.2% on management. But that's one of the criticisms, and that's part of that whole culture, because these folks down here don't trust these folks up here because there's such a staggering difference between their salaries. And because this salary is so low, it creates a natural friction between the two. And, that's one of the reasons that teachers get very angry. I've got the same education you have, and I'm making what elderly people make on Social Security. I mean, it's amazing when you stop and think about the fact that the beginning teacher salary in Scottsdale is equal to what my parents make combined on their Social Security. I mean, goodness, there's something wrong with that. But in Arizona right now, I'm just going to make a political statement. Arizona, no teacher should make less than $50,000 starting, and it'll be forever before we get there. And I want to tell you that 34 years ago, my starting salary in Alaska as a teacher was $30,000. Arizona just got there. And so the fact that Chandler was bold enough to go put $40,000 in as a starting salary is going to help teachers feel valued and feel like there's not as much separation between you and me because you're valuing me. Or teachers feel disvalued because the very first component of being disvalued is you're not paying me. You're not paying. Second to that is you're not training me and supporting me with the right equipment and tools I need to do my job, and you're setting me up for failure. And then third to that is, do I have a culture that I love being in that cares about me? And so we're working on all three of those components right now. We can make gradual steps in salary, we can make gradual steps in training, and we're going to need to make extreme steps in culture in order to get us there.
Like last night, I was talking to my son. He just graduated from Thunderbird out here.
Great.
And and he and his wife moved up to Portland because they just wanted to live up there, check it out, and they went up there and they've been there for about a month, and he still doesn't have a job, but he'll probably get an offer today. They're thinking, and his number one reason for considering this one place was I just felt good in there. I felt the culture was right. So that's how he's making his mind up.
And they say this generation of students is more interested in that environment than they are necessarily about the dollar. And so I just think it's a fascinating culture that we live in, that there are some elements we can control and not. So before that food gets over.
Yeah.
Yes, y'all ought to get it.
Let's do that.
Do we want to keep this going? You want to stop it?
We haven't started. Or are we working through lunch anyway?
Yeah, I think we are.
I think we're kind of working through lunch.
Okay.
We're losing some people to a ball.
Yeah.
Don't we have that on your?
Oh my gosh, I love this stuff.
Oh, okay. What do you think?
Yeah.
So that's part of it.
Oh, this is
You mentioned that we have our.
Oh, I wasn't using
Yeah.
an example.
That's all right, that's all right.
Not at all.
Yeah. That's, I've got You may see me step out.
Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
And by the way, Thunderbird, I used to be senior vice president of AT&T, and I used to bring them in the intern program, because it's international. And he gave you a global perspective.
Yeah, he did a great job.
The good news is, international's great. Bad news is, like in my case, I married an English girl. I got 4 born in the US, 1 born in the UK. The one in the UK was here, the one here. Grandchildren both English, so you know.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that'd be hard not to see that.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough. Yeah, it's very tough.
Sure.
Oh, I know.
But it's great, and it's a global economy, so it's.
I feel totally right.
See what happens today, hopefully.
Does he know where he's going with?
The company?
Yeah.
It's called, Precoa.
Pretty cool.
Precoa. It's a company that, I think it does, kind of like insurance policies for end of life.
All right, yeah.
And it's really close to his house, and
Oh, that's excellent.
he likes supply chain management as part of it.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Excellent.
yeah.
Plus, they'll be coming off your payroll.
That's right.
The other door is unlocked.
Yeah, that
It's
other
odd
door.
to me, because everybody comes to this door.
Yeah, that other door is unlocked.
Oh, and then,
Yeah.
yeah.
But everybody always goes to that door.
No, they have something to their step.
What is it, chocolate?
Homemade. They didn't tell us that. Sweet. Why don't you do this? Chocolate. Oh, it's soft chocolate. A corner flour tortilla. White corn. Oh, okay, thank you. White corn. We're gonna go because of. Understand. Taco for you? Thank you. Are you still recording? Oh, maybe Ellen said something. Well, I actually did have to tell her about something. She's so cute. So, definitely, I can't talk. But I want to. So, I will, some project. I just want to, when it's done.
Yeah.
Probably 3 minutes from now.
I think I talked to you this morning, I don't anymore right now.
This fantastic.
Oh. I gotta go let my son in.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, I listen here. I think that's international. I could eat chocolate.
I'd actually like to make that. You didn't have to be creative. Come up with dinner ideas. What do you think, flour or corn?
Good.
It's
Corn.
I like so too.
Pale corn.
Mm-hmm. The white ones.
You look worried. What are you thinking?
I'm just worried, not worried. Contemplating.
Or,
Are we
is that
being
any good?
recorded? We're still being recorded. They're wet now over there.
Gonna need one. Did they not turn it off during break for a reason? This was difficult to turn it back on.
Well, I think we have to go
We
get the
could have
guy.
it, yeah, we could have it turned off.
I was telling Mike, excuse the laptop up, and this is the heart monitor for the network that's going on right now across the whole district for the AV merit testing.
Mm-hmm.
I can see immediately if there's something's gone down.
You sure said.
So if I step out sometime, I'm good. I had a couple ambers.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I had a couple ambers, but I gave it a few minutes and then they went green, so I was good.
Oh, good.
But we got folks kind of stationed at different places that if they have to go to another school, they can. So we're fortunate because we had, our supplier for all the wireless access, they actually loaned us, 80 wireless access points that we, put in classrooms where we're going to have the merit testing. So we flooded the district with, wireless access. So we got the network. Plus, we just cut over the top, and we got 2 gig on that, and we got the DDoS that's back there operating, you know, in case we have any intrusion. So we're about as close as we're gonna get right now.
Wow,
To
that's
making sure
perfect.
the network's up. So it's good. So that's what this does. So my apologies for having this up. We got here just in time.
I'm just gonna come for the food and then leave.
Yeah.
You're on borrowed time then. Is just somebody else sitting there?
No, I'm just spreading. Did you have that picture?
Oh, do you?
I was in New
Great.
Jersey. Oh, you're in New Jersey, that's right. Did you have good weather? No. Oh, it rained.
Oh, New Jersey.
Okay.
Oh, yes, we do.
Sleeted on
Really?
Thursday night.
Oh, yeah.
Rained all day, whole day Friday. Saturday was cloudy, but it didn't rain. I came home Saturday night.
So in total, this year, how much did we spend?
It looks like I'm doing that around 20.
Really?
Yeah, but there's some things that I know were printed that I don't.
So how is that?
What she.
Which is good.
So they
I know,
actually
but
did
he's-
more. So that's each this year.
He's gonna stay down at U of A for another year and get his master's.
We're so pleased.
Well,
No, I don't mean right now.
Oh, no, I know.
I just walked by,
Yeah.
into my office,
He's like,
Joanne hadn't seen him since he was 5.
Everybody must have gone. Yeah, he must not know.
And he's how old now?
Sarah's an official driver now.
I can't wait.
The freedom that you feel is amazing. When you're youngest, but
Done it
just
twice
like,
already.
oh my goodness.
Thank you, Ben, in London.
It's a huge, like a,
Yeah, there you go.
where are you from? What did you say? No.
It was a rehearsal.
Oh, yeah,
They haven't
Didn't make the
Was
final.
the rehearsal? Okay, was the festival going on?
Was it awful? It was bad, but it wasn't terrible. And she had to go back again Saturday night, and
These are not-
and it was, it really wasn't that bad. She's there at Silver and Second Street or so, and just got in and out okay. But that, I guess at a free concert Saturday night, and along the freeway, it just, the signs overhead said, concert at capacity, downtown, downtown free concert at capacity. Telling people, even though they're coming down.
I'm gonna be there food and.
There was,
breakfast, got lunch now, and for girl. It was, Urban.
Yeah, Keith Urban.
Keith Urban was, I think, Friday night.
Oh, yeah. This was Saturday night, that's at capacity. How's capacity?
Oh, except for they do have one last night too.
Oh, Sunday as well?
Maybe I was supposed to Sunday.
Wow. Okay. I didn't pay attention to those.
I'm sorry.
No, no, you're fine.
Take up your area.
I'm sorry.
You like your old, so when you don't.
No, I can't get that, because that's not, after itself. That's all.
I'm sorry, I spoke to the first time, and I actually loved it. What? Fried chili to go. Have you ever eaten it?
No.
I don't know what it looks like, because I ordered it through DoorDash.
Oh, my God.
It looks so much like stuff than I've ever eaten. Christian portrait.
So it's another one,
It's edgy.
because they don't get paid long.
Also, what was it,
Oh,
Carol Ladd,
like
Sarah
a-
Fawcett,
yeah.
the, Charlie's Angels.
I've got,
That's what she was like.
and I've got one that just left and went to, Maricopa.
I like it. Are these texts or are these somebody?
Tex. Yes, got several open right now.
Were these in the other?
I'm sorry.
I can say
None of them were.
Are you saying that?
Yeah, Saturday.
They are today, you mean at school now?
No, they're not like them. Stationed at it.
I'll try calling.
I have
Oh,
to
no.
look.
I'll try calling him on the way
For-
this afternoon. Do you need me to call you back, or just respond to your email as well? You can do it.
Fresh collection?
If he has it, I'll call him.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got it back sitting there, I was waiting to finish the very last one, but I told Joyce, if he, email comes, and pop out the reference
Okay.
by email. So, I'll get some. I don't see any of it today. Don't, yeah.
Can I ask a question? Pam, did your input on this?
Yes.
Coronado eighth graders were asked to re-register, and the parents were told to bring proof of citizenship.
Oh.
When has that ever occurred?
Who that?
They don't for enrollment.
No,
Who sent that out?
We can get a.
no, absolutely not.
It
Would you call Coronado and ask them, it's proof of citizenship, could you please do that?
I'm sure they got the right thing. Residency, you have to prove.
Right,
proof of
residency.
residency.
But if you're already a student in Scottsdale,
We do that annually. We have to update their proof of residency.
You have to try
call
it.
Coronado.
Your dad's not always there.
Yeah.
Somebody might.
Oh, we have to communication already.
Somebody might have registered residency.
Sounds like, yeah.
It's a section 15.
And this is why we want to stand up that condition, not have everybody in the office doing. We do edit for lunchtime, will be edited out of the conversation. You have one for Anna.
Quiz coming right.
Right here. One this week, thank you.
So I guess this is either pass fail or no
Yeah.
in between.
What's that?
It's either pass fail or no in between on them.
That's right. Okay, got everything. Fancy gold. That was nice. Yeah.
Talking after the afternoon.
Like, how many has to shop at 2, so.
Okay.
Anything you need me to do tonight or something?
You need
Other than
to,
some
In the morning with you?
Probably catch
Well,
Dr. B, did Patty do this? Our food services, Patty do this, Dr. B?
Yeah, when did you leave?
Good.
Yep.
We do, talking about.
Kim, I'm sure all of them can't get one.
No. Creating organizational clarity. We talked about that, what is, I think,
I guess, I was doing
you're smart and healthy, the memory there for that, communicating
My wife just listened to
the inclusive organization.
You gotta do it.
homework.
Oh,
Okay. My office doing
Yeah.
That stuff, and then we start.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Yeah.
You may not like it, but
So we can kind of ramp up about 5 minutes. You can still eat a sweet.
Sooner?
Sweet.
Yeah.
Going.
Sooner?
Huh?
Well,
Did you want to ramp up a little sooner, or no?
where?
Michael can start to turn around and just check out.
Which was it?
I think they might have confused.
Yeah, that's right.
They look really good.
They're real good. No,
Yeah. Well, so is Miriam.
Mm-hmm.
I worked with Miriam.
yeah.
Yeah, like last year I was there, Miriam.
I'm thinking,
Oh, okay.
a whole bunch of people were outside.
I remember that source.
Right.
I know.
Yeah.
Thanks, right?
In my union? It wasn't with you, or maybe it was you may know, but it was after I left. Mr. Jones.
Nicer? We can hear too, but that's like tea. Oh, I think so.
Yeah, the coffee, yeah.
Yeah.
It reminded me of my dad, because he likes strong coffee, and when he saw weak coffee, like a strong tea.
Funny.
Yeah.
Something didn't go right.
anonymous.
Is it Eddie?
I think she forgot to put the coffee ground in.
I'm not sure. Well, I just found out the other day.
Yes, I like coffee.
Well, yeah, no,
And you did a pump and dump on the stuff.
I mean, I know I like strong coffee, but
They get on there and
you know,
It's like,
Latest deals on
Yeah,
TVs
right,
and all
but not
kind
that
of
one.
stuff.
Uh-huh.
And all he was doing was pumping up the stock so he could dump it.
Mm-hmm.
I will have to say, in this job, it's nice not to worry about share price.
yeah, there you go.
However, I do worry about the student in, bringing them up from where they are from here. So that to me is a share price for me. Take that incremental bit, you know, you're not gonna have a big bang. Not possible. So we were talking about the, few minutes ago. We have a DC-10 plan, but I don't know, that's the people my age, maybe, because learned the DC-10, but we're doing the 777 under it. So we're trying to keep it going.
Right. Right.
Are you coming to take it off?
Yes.
Oh, and you provided your,
Carry that now. Or you got
I looked, I was gonna say, I looked at the registry and I looked at the brown.
continuing.
And I made a decision.
Yeah.
All right. I had a body key line by last time. So I took it up this much. My mom has her days and nights switch. My poor daddy. My sister's like, oh my.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
I thought it was shrimp from the area.
No, yeah, pretty fried shrimp, no, slice and dice shrimp.
Mhm.
You know, make sure we'll pick it.
What was the answer? Anna sent Carol over to actually look at whatever was sent out, because Kim Hartman sent it to me, and we're thinking they asked for proof of residence.
I think it
People
was-
get that confused with citizenship.
I've seen that happen
Right.
before.
Right.
The residency and they interpret that in
Right.
citizenship.
But we'll send somebody to go check just in case.
Are we safe then, sorry?
Yeah. No, we wouldn't ask for that, but we'll ask somebody.
Mm-hmm.
We're not.
It's not even a question we ask. You have residence, that's okay.
Matter of fact, like, not that other side of the world that says, like, that too.
Yeah,
Right.
No, you don't.
Yeah. You know, this picture from right here, I'm gonna just.
Okay. Ready to roll?
Yeah.
All right.
That,
Allison, could you go to, page 14 in your little spiral book there? I'm going to jump into organizational clarity now.
Oh,
Pretty nice.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Very
people
nice.
always come back and they say, this is my favorite pen.
Yes, really.
And it's got that's for, the tablet.
Oh, very nice.
Basically mimics the, human finger. It's not made out of a human finger.
Thank you for the clarity.
Yeah.
And you don't get oil all over your.
That's right.
nice stuff.
Just give all those, give them back, huh?
These are nice.
Are they nice? Yeah, they're pretty nice.
Did you say give them back?
Yeah, at the end, we need to collect those pins, so don't put them in your mouth.
Oh.
All right. Allison,
Yes.
Why don't you read that to us? And I might stop you here and there just to kind of.
Question one,
Yeah.
why do we exist? Employees in every organization and at every level need to know that at the heart of what they do lies something grand and aspirational. Pat, Lencioni?
Lencioni.
Lencioni. Oh, you invented Lencioni, my Italian. Is that Italian?
Yeah, he's Italian, Catholic, Irish,
Lencioni.
and Catholic, and Italian. From Bakersfield.
Don't get yourself. Do you want me to read an example?
Huh? Lencioni.
Okay.
That's what Pat, I listened to Pat say it. I thought, well, that's how you pronounce
Probably
it.
good
That's the
place.
way I.
Do you want me to read an example?
Yeah, please.
Example, Southwest, connect people to the important events in their lives. Nike, to help people experience the emotion of competition, winning, and crushing competitors. Merck, to alleviate pain and suffering in the world. And Sierra Cascade Growers, to give local families jobs and opportunity.
Okay. So you notice that all four of those examples they're very different, even though they're all under the umbrella of core purpose. Southwest is a little story. Let's see, it was a few years ago now. I was working in South Carolina, and where's Raleigh? Is that North Carolina? North Carolina. And we were getting close to a big storm kind of pulling in, and the team said, Michael, if you don't get out of here now, you could be stuck here for days. You know, yeah, exactly, yeah. And I just figured they didn't want me around anymore, but I agreed, and no, they were fine. And they took me down there. When I got there, I went directly to the kiosk out there in the terminal, or the concourse or whatever they call them. And there was a young man. This is Southwest Airlines, and there was a young man standing there at the kiosk. His name was Matt, and now I'm several hours ahead. I mean, my flight wasn't going to go out till probably about 7 that night. Now it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh. Yeah, so, they hang around the airport all day. But I noticed that on the kiosk, there was a flight going, in just, about 25 minutes, there was a flight going to Phoenix. I thought, you know what? I should go for that, because I remembered that my son was having, this is on a Saturday, my son was having a tournament. He was in a tennis tournament at Gene Autry Tennis Center.
Oh, yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah, and I thought, oh my gosh, he'd freak out if I showed up, because he knew I wasn't going to make this one. And I said, Matt, if you can get me on that flight, I can be there for my son's tennis tournament. And he starts typing. I'm not sure what they're doing when they do all this typing. They're getting something done, and it was almost like he was so focused on making something happen. It's almost, you could almost picture beads of sweat on his forehead. I doubt it now that happened, but sure seems like makes a better story. He's typing away. Finally hits it at the end. He hits, return, and he goes, Mr. Lorsch, you will be on that flight, and you will watch your son play tennis this afternoon. Yeah. So look at that core purpose. Southwest. Would you read that out loud? Allison, you read that again.
It's to connect people to the important events in their lives,
Okay.
which they achieved.
Yeah. He knew it. I didn't even know that was their purpose, but I did later. And and I thought he was just demonstrating one of the values really well. So I said to him, Matt, thank you for that warrior spirit. That's one of their core values. And he goes, oh, that's no problem. And then he kind of stopped and he goes, oh, this is a plant. Or I'm like, no, don't worry about it. You don't need, I'm not even going to go into why I know such things about your company. But do you see how that works? Yeah. In all the years I've been consulting, I've never had a team change their core purpose, change it. From something we help them do to something down the road that they change, except for Southwest Airlines. Their core purpose used to be something different, actually, and it served them for like 43 years. Their original core purpose was to democratize travel.
Like VW.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And no one knew what that meant, so they.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they actually, back in the day, you know, people were, you know, flying wasn't for everybody. It was kind of, you know, just.
Very
for-
elite, yeah, or you used to get dressed up to fly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and smoke, and you could
With
smoke.
Pan
too.
Am.
You could smoke cigarettes back there too.
Yeah.
But in the back of the.
No, I think there was no back of the plane. You're on there, yeah. Yeah.
In the bathroom.
And it was only till a few years ago that they actually got rid of those little ashtrays. I was like, what do you wait? You wait for the, you know, the FAA to change their mind. So anyway, you know, but they actually felt like they had done that, and you know, they were a real big reason why everybody could get out and fly, and so they made that change. Nike that's another one. This is a very, very competitive company. I don't know if you know anybody who works there or have, you know, we have some friends, some of my brothers-in-law live down there, and they know people that work there. And when you get off a flight in the Portland airport, there's a Nike store right there in the airport, and it's a pretty big you know, space. And then they got these big glass windows all the way across the front, and there's always something that they've kind of depicted up there, or some sort of message they're sending. And my favorite one was, and they were always something like this, but my favorite one was, it just said in big red letters, "Hunt or be hunted." Like, I just wanted some shorts. Let's check it out. So, but that is the way they are, very, very competitive. And if you're not competitive, and if you don't have that kind of zeal about you, it's not the most comfortable place to work, frankly, is what I've heard. So. Or shop. Huh? Or shop, for that matter, yeah. What I'd like you to do is, you've got some space there in that gray area on your page there. I want you to take a crack at this. What do you think is the core purpose of Scottsdale Unified School District? What is the reason for its existence? Now, before you jump too far into it, Allison. No, you're good. Let me invite you to keep it short. Remember I said earlier that clarity has to be clear. This is not the Magna Carta. We gotta make this very, 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 very compact, kind of roll off your tongue kind of stuff is what we're looking for here. Avoid kind of going through it and saying, here's what we do, and we do it this way. You know, modifying the way you do it is probably not necessary at this point. Just get in there and say, this is, in one short, concise statement, this is what it is. The reason that we exist.
Just to be clear, I did homework, that's why I could write.
You're great. No, you did great. No, I was actually praising you for your initiative.
I thought maybe.
So what you do is, when you're done, just put your pen down. That way I'll know we're kind of ready to go out. It's short. Keep it crisp. It's supposed to inspire. It doesn't have to differentiate.
Resting. No. We'll never get there. Yeah.
Let's start with you.
Me?
What is it? Yeah.
I wrote to help all students reach their potential.
To help.
I didn't know if help was the right word, but that's what came off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can always do.
We can.
Help all students reach their potential.
Yes.
educate and inspire. Just keep it simple.
Yeah, that's great.
That's just a word. No, three.
I'm sorry, I cheated.
Did you read over my?
No, I said, you said, let's cut the budget, but I didn't say it. Two things. Every time I have a staff meeting, I say the same thing. Kids are number one,
Is that what I'm writing down?
and the other one was, we are only here for the kids. So you can cut it how you like.
Do the teachers know that?
Teachers weren't involved.
Turns out we don't need the teachers, we just go.
Okay, I wrote two, but I'll just stick my thing. Give children the skills for the future they dream.
Drink is great.
Hey, Jordan, stepping up to the plate.
Skills, yep, give children the skills for the future they dream. For the future they dream, yep.
That's very nice.
You sit out of the way.
I like that. She has two.
I think it's my favorite one.
You good?
To empower all children to take charge of their destiny.
Child, kindergarten.
You may win the prize, you two.
To empower all children to,
Take
Take
charge.
charge of their destiny.
Yeah, freaking fun.
is that a YS, right?
IES.
IES?
DES two.
Destiny.
It's Destiny's Child, it's Y apostrophe.
Destiny. They good, right?
Mine is too long, so I'm going to amend it on the fly. To provide every student the opportunity to learn.
Every student.
The opportunity to learn.
Opportunities to learn.
Any tornado.
Oh my gosh, you guys think I need to go home? Or?
I'm starting now, you get there in an hour.
All right,
Okay, so this was the why, not the what. I just wanted some clarity there.
that's right.
So mine was very short. It was, we educate. My what will be longer.
The what?
My what will be longer when we get to our business
Okay.
definition.
Okay.
It's clear.
What do you think?
To transform a child's life.
Don't get me wrong, my sleep education.
To ensure all individual learners reach their full potential.
I think that.
I do, yeah.
To ensure that,
Exactly.
or
To ensure all individual learners
individual
I know.
learners
reach their full potential.
reach their full potential.
I'll say, I love the reaching full potential in individual learners, but I didn't use it for some reason. I just kept it simple as well, to create and educate our learners.
To create and
To
educate our
create and
learners.
educate our learners.
And the eighth.
So to create, right? Exactly. We have to create learners at the time.
Oh, the eighth grade God created something.
To help all learners reach their academic potential.
Those are good.
I started off with ensure.
You did.
I started off with help.
Oh, I know. They even wrote here, individual students reaching their during our discussion. Like, I didn't mind that. That's great.
To educate each child to his or her potential. There we go. Did you look over at him? Yeah, I did, okay. My X-ray vision.
What did you say?
To educate each child to his or her potential. Along with PD and for the,
Ideally.
Okay.
yeah. Okay, Laura. Gotta get them here and keep them being hungry. Walking on his own.
See, everybody see okay? So, really good keeping it short. Usually, people don't understand what that means at all. So this is good. That's really good. So this is your first opportunity to make a decision today. This is what I want to see. I want to see how you guys do that as an entire group here. Does anybody see something that they did not write that they're like, oh, totally, mine's not as good as that. I like that one better.
Well, the academic potential. Well, I guess my question is, I thought like the business definition was, like, some of those to me seem more like the business definition as you described it earlier.
Okay.
Because that provides more detail. So I don't know that I answered the question that you were asking.
Okay. Because why do you say that?
Because some of them seem to be more about what we do than the why we exist. So I guess my confusion is the difference between the why and the what in this stage.
Yeah. So the what is, what do you do? It tends to be, I'm going to like the business definition. I'll try to tackle it that way. So business definition is just what you do. It's just a very, very simple way of discussing what it is you do. And the way I make the connection between business definition and core purpose is that I always say they kind of, it's kind of nice when they kind of work together.
Right.
In other words, make a wish. We infuse into the life of a child hope, strength, and joy, and we really get that done when we grant wishes.
Okay.
You see, so the business definition could be shorter. It's not supposed to be necessarily any more lengthy or detailed.
I guess I just kind of emphasized where Sandy was that these seems like it's more of a business definition, and they're not. If you look at what Nike, Southwest, it's not as inspirational and a little bit different from the core of what you do, which is to educate. Yeah. And so then I was thinking of the words like ensure that are like, but then I was thinking maybe part of what we do is we prepare a child for life or for their life or something. Maybe the word prepare.
Okay. We prepare a child for life?
Yeah, and that's,
I really liked yours.
well, I still like transform a child's life, but then I'm thinking, well, I also.
One of the ways to get, let's try this one on. Try this for a second. One of the ways to get to core purpose is when you keep asking the why question over and over again, once you hit a dead end on why, you're probably getting close to the core. So I would say, for instance, I would say to this one, I'll go back to you just because it's really simple and easy to read. We educate. Why?
Oh, okay.
To
give kids,
Does that help?
give kids the skill for the future they create.
Yeah, and then you could ask the why question on that. You know, why would we want to do that?
We educate for the future, that's it.
Or do we prepare for the future?
Did you hear that? Did you hear that comment? So we don't know We don't know the future.
Well, the idea behind public education is to make people productive members of society, if you want to go, providing that to all of the children and citizens of a community. So you could say, give the kids a skill for the future they dream to become productive members of society, if you wanted to extrapolate.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a hint. Not that I have the answer. Believe me, I do not have the answer. You have the answer. But a lot of times, business definition is so easy because you would say, like ours in the table group, the part of the table group that I work in is we consult. That's the business definition. What do we do what is it we do? When we do that really good, what happens? And that's for us is that we transform organizations. Okay?
So, if I go back to the quote that's on this piece of paper, what I tended to focus in on is that organizations need to know that at the heart of what they do lies something. I focus in on the word grand and aspirational, inspirational, aspirational, which is why I landed where I did. But your question to us is, what do we see up there that we really like that we may not have written down?
Well, sometimes we start to kind of subtract.
I liked what Pam said about, I love the word dream. I think that's what it was. And we all kind of reacted to it when she said it. Where is it?
Where is that?
Give kids the skills to dream they dream.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I liked because dream is aspirational, inspirational. It evoked a reaction from me that felt warm and fuzzy and good.
And was it skills? What that one?
I said skills.
Okay.
But it wasn't so much the skills part. I liked the dreaming.
Huh?
Well, because I think it taps well into the idea, which all of us, I think, agree with, that the goal is those individual learners reaching their full potential. And even to Sandy's point, you have good citizens when you have people reaching their full potential. And that idea of the skills for the future, they're doing the same idea. So we're tapping into really one idea, and how we word it can be warm and fuzzy or very to the point. Or
I like to ensure all individual learners reach their full potential, because I think that addresses the full spectrum of students that we serve.
I think
I agree.
the word all to me is the most important word out there in any of them.
Right. Yep. Yes.
For instance?
For instance?
Just saying it's all.
What do you, huh?
Saying all learners, all students, anywhere you say
Oh,
word all.
However we word it, we really need to talk about all kids, all
kids.
learners, all students, because that's where we struggle sometimes.
I like the term learners,
Visiting from classes,
because it doesn't matter the age of the child.
Right,
We're all
right.
learners, and
all of us.
Yes, I like that word too.
Right.
we're a learning organization.
They come to us. Yeah. In my notes, I had more of the core purpose written down, transforming lives as a business definition, educate all Scottsdale students to their potential. So I didn't know if we talked about that or just wrote my thoughts down as we were talking. But it did seem like some of that was more the business definition about educating and to their potential.
Can I see the business as we're an educational institution.
Right. Very, very, very basic.
We're an educational institution. So that's all I said. What is the business? You're a dry cleaning business. You're a retail business. You're an airline business. We're an educational institution. K-12 educational, pre-K-12 educational institution. Which is, go back to your we educate. And we did talk about that as a business definition when I talked to the staff, because I was trying to get the focus back to what we do. Because we had schools that wanted to take the time to provide reading glasses and dental service and clothing drives, and the greatest gift we can give is re-educate. So we were getting the staff back to owning what we do. We educate, whether we impart an education, however, but the reality is we're an educational institution. That's what we do. We're not a dental, we're not a medical, we're not a community service. We are an educational institution. So, I like the term learners, I like the term all, I like potential.
Yeah.
And the reason I like potential is I think it's really critical that it does get the whole spectrum. Doesn't matter if I'm special needs or I'm ELL or I'm a high school or elementary, it's my potential.
And potential is probably the most important asset that gets squandered.
Yeah, so when we talk about the student who's sitting next to being bored and the student who is disconnected, we're losing the potential.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. For both of them. Yes.
Where's that one at?
That's
Next is
fourth
one.
from the bottom.
Where's
The
it?
couple that
Ensure-
have that.
yeah.
Purple.
Ensure all individual
I
learners
think we have three with potential.
Yeah.
share full
Yeah,
potential.
3 of the bottom
Exactly.
4.
Three or four
Yeah.
with potential.
That's what I said, there's obviously all similarities and.
So then do we take that, just that why?
Fourth from the bottom, it says potential at the end.
Second from the bottom,
Yeah.
there at the very bottom.
As well, like the word learners as well. Potential learners. All, yeah.
Second from the bottom.
Second from the bottom has
Above
a
bottom.
wall. Fourth from the bottom.
First one has them all.
Several.
Oh, so you're saying, yeah, because this one has like. Okay, so a couple of ideas here, as we're trying to make decisions. One of the things I like to see with teams is sometimes it's okay just to be that person who says, I think this is the best one. So, you could put something out there for people to deal with. The other thing is if for some reason you felt a certain way, this is in any decision making, not just this one, but that you felt like, I put something out, but now I feel differently or I've changed my mind, that's okay to put that out. And the other thing is don't play poker here. Because a lot of times someone will put something out and the rest of the room will just kind of sit there silently, like they're playing poker. And you kind of want to let people know where you're going with what they say. If someone puts out something, if you agree with it, it's okay. Show that or go ahead and say that. We have these very, very quiet decision making moments.
So I struggle a little bit with the word potential. Going back to growth-minded. And do they even know their potential? Or have we set, it almost makes it sound like we're setting that they have this potential and that's all it is. And if we think about growth-minded, we should be able to take them way past that, possibly. I don't know, I guess potential for me,
You don't like that word.
well, I don't know if I don't like the word, but it just seems like we set a lid on them to what it is already.
See, to me,
What
potential
they
is
can
there's
do.
no lid.
I
I
don't
Potential.
Yeah, I don't either.
Is it beyond their potential?
But you
To
can't,
reach beyond your
Yeah,
potential? Oh,
yeah.
that's it.
If it's going beyond that is what we should be doing, not just taking them to
I
the,
don't think you can go beyond your potential. Your potential is,
What you can,
what
what you
you
can.
can.
Is the most you can do.
yeah.
Let's look up.
That sounds, I guess it just sounds fixed to me versus.
Can you expand their potential? Because I see what you're saying, if you reach it, there's like a finite thing you're trying to get.
absolutely, and I think that's the concept of growth mindset, is you expand the potential, but it's still the potential. There's still,
So is our why we exist just to get them to their potential?
you do that, it'd be.
I was gonna say, to phrase it that way, like just to get them to their, that
I
is,
remember that.
you're not taking for all individuals.
But understanding the term potential, maybe the word is potential. It seems that we have different definitions of what the word potential means. Yeah. Steve says potential is unlimited. He said potential seems like a limit.
Yeah.
Potential seems like it's a cap and then I stretch beyond the potential.
Yeah.
Whereas
Then it's still your potential.
right,
Yeah.
to me, the reality is the educational system normally doesn't help students get their full potential.
Exactly.
That would be successful.
But I also think you have to define what potential. That's why I use the term
Yeah.
academic potential.
And
Because we're not a sports agency. I'm not getting your athletic potential.
To me, that's just not, maybe potential, I would agree with you, it just doesn't seem aspirational, or inspirational.
Maybe that's it.
And so I was looking at what you said with, and what Pam said about the dream, to me has more feeling or something about it than potential, but maybe it gives kids or learners, or all learners, the opportunity for the future they dream, maybe opportunity.
I'm not sure I would think that they all have the dream that, it's not, I don't think all dreams are reaching potential.
Agreed.
Could it be?
And nor do I think that every teacher understands opportunities.
Right.
Because if somebody might be limited in what they believe the opportunities kids should have.
Right.
And the kids themselves are self-limiting and beliefs about the opportunities they will have. As we heard at Martin Luther King Day, students coming up saying, how did you deal with knowing your opportunities were limited? Are you kidding? Right. They really think that.
Enjoy. Happy birthday.
Happy
birthday.
No, it's not my birthday.
False rumors.
At my last birthday, my son bought me tickets for tonight's game, so I had him dropped off from his school and he was
Oh,
in my
nice.
office.
Oh, that's.
So you want to sing to you now or later?
No. Last year.
Well, potentially we'll sing for you later.
I can read you a little quick definition here if you like.
Oh, sorry.
Having or showing the capacity to become or develop into something in the future. That's what.
It's your dream.
That's potential.
Potential.
Potential, your potential. Say it one more time. Read it one more time.
Having or showing the capacity to become or develop into something in the future.
See, it's actually believing that they have the capacity to become something, and that's critical.
Even if they're said. I mean, they have.
Well, because we're saying we're hiring the will. The will is about believing now.
What about to believe in a child?
Remember the capacity of all learners.
Capacity of all learners. Capacity of all.
We believe in the capacity of all learners.
We believe, I think
That's more inspiring, that word.
All learners have the capacity to be
in the future.
I can tell you, it's very simple for me. This last year, there were 4,000 technology jobs available in the state. All universities combined only had 300 people that were qualified for those jobs. So, I mean, we got robotics programs going on here, we got other programs, and that's just technology. So where are the people going to come? They're not going to come from Arizona, they're going to come from somewhere else. And we could have made them here.
USA Today said half a million jobs are going, in the high tech.
Yeah.
Half a million are out there, and we don't have to work.
Yeah, we're not producing. But it's here, I mean, the capacity is here.
Okay.
Together. Well, I just want to throw, I'm primarily being a sponge and learning, so that when you all make decisions, I can help communicate them. I just wanted to throw this out there. I don't know how many of you are familiar with semantics versus the study of general semantics, and how semantics is the definition of things and general semantics. Okay.
I think they all know. I think they all know what you're talking about.
Okay. I'm like, oh, God.
No, I'm kidding.
So, whereas semantics is, dictionary definition, general semantics attempts to avoid the isness of things. The idea being, we can look up the definition of a word, and we all understand it within this room, but what really matters is if these are words that will eventually be out in the public, it's how they will be perceived. And so perception almost more than definition. It's just something to keep in mind as you guys are discussing.
And remember, it's about internal consumption first. It doesn't mean you can't use it for outside stuff. In fact, it happens all the time. People love this, and some people's clarity has won awards in those kinds of environments. But it is. I mean, based on this morning's conversation, we really got to deal with some issues that are going on in this inside this organization.
Yeah.
So is that helpful? First internal, and then whatever else is out there for.
I think, to that point, which I think is excellent, to speak to our educators and those in our district to ensure all individual learners reach their full potential is, I think, will bring understanding to what we're wanting to see in this district.
Okay, so really quick, she just came out and she just said, I think this. So thank you for doing that. That really like turns on the accelerator on this process. And
Should though, okay, so we have to ensure, that you said to ensure all individual learners reach their full potential, but that does not include any responsibility on the part of our students, should it? We will provide you the tools to get there, but you can't, so I was thinking to foster, I'm not saying that's what I was trying to find the best word, to foster the individual potential of all learners, because I feel like they need to be our partner. And I would like to think that every student comes to school with the desire, and that every parent, helps that child.
But is that idea separate than why do we exist?
Oh, okay.
As an education, as an institution, I mean, I hear what you're saying, I agree with you, but I'm not.
See, and I wrote Ensure, I picked Ensure because to me, that has that's the word of accountability.
Okay.
It's our accountability to ensure. That's why I picked that word.
Okay.
The word that I did include, because it's important to me, I've been saying it for 6 years, but it could be politically charged word, and I'd like to discuss it a bit, is the word individual.
All in individual.
Not all, okay. I mean, all is very, all is, it's up there a lot. So all is inclusive. Individual is important to me because I think our community has perceived Scottsdale as not meeting has not met the needs of the individual learners. Back to the example of the board student sitting next to the law student.
Right.
But it is not necessarily an inclusive word, in the word individual. I like it, but I don't want us to just accept it and not have a conversation about that word.
Yeah. Well, and someone who for 4 years fought hard to understand how we meaningfully differentiate our students and how we make sure someone's not lost and someone's not bored. To have that struggle, it's true. I respond to individual learners with that same mindset. How the outside community, or even how our own teachers and educators in the district will respond to that, I don't know. Because I agree with Pam, I have that same lens of we fought hard to have discussions about individual learners.
I think it brings clarity, though. We mean individual learners. I think.
I would hope so.
Yeah, I think it helps add that clarity.
It's an important point.
Well, and I think that
Our
when you,
didn't have.
Yeah.
thank you, and I think it also, when we talk about data and growth, I think there is a want, a desire to see individual growth. It brings it down to the individual level, right? It's okay that my higher achievers are higher achievement. Are they high achieving? It's okay to say, I should be noticing whether or not I reached my mental level, but I lost my ELO kids, or, so I think that the individual does matter. I like the term individual.
Individual does matter, because without it, it sounds like, okay, the train is leaving, and whether you're on it or not, and we don't know, we're not making sure that you're.
Well, and it moves us away from the idea of, well, my class as a whole is doing okay, my school as a whole is doing okay, and our district as a whole is doing okay. It breaks it down.
So I just another.
Before you do, you were trying to finish the statement.
Well, I also think that we talk potential, I think you have to say academic. I think you have to say what kind of potential are we talking about? Are we talking about their soccer potential, their football potential, their fine arts potential? This is because remember that we're comprehensive schools. And are we talking academics? Or are we talking potentials as human beings in all areas? Because that's where we're going to get into the whole child concept. And are we talking about their potential in everything, or are we really talking about their academic potential?
What do you mean by academic? What is?
How
does that relate about their future and getting into a career, or is it just academics in college? And when you say
I think
academic,
it's academics varied by the course that I'm sitting in. If I'm sitting in an English class, it's that academic potential. If I'm sitting in history, it's the academic.
What if you're sitting in
If I'm sitting in special ed,
creative?
learning skills, it's my potential in learning skills. So, I think it's the ownership of an individual teacher to the learners in front of them and their potentials in that academic course, because we're never not in an academic course.
But that's,
So others might, so that's good discussion, okay, because others might see that as math and reading.
Exactly,
Yeah.
that's what I kind of went,
I thought academic was just, it's not the art.
Right, that's right, yeah.
So
Math,
that's
science,
educational
English,
potential.
semantics.
Well, yeah, but I don't think
Educational
we
instead of
can say-
academic.
But there's a limit to what we can do for a violin player, okay? We don't have a skill set, so the parent would have to supplement that. For
But I think
sports, you can only do so
But it goes
much.
back to what does that word mean, right? What does that word mean, academic, when you say that? It probably means core content to most people.
Yeah.
So is it educational?
Educational
Instead of
potential
academic.
means stability.
Something that Sandy said, it made me think of, to awaken the desire of individual learners to reach his or her educational potential. Yeah, so
Say it
I'm
again.
just exposing you. To awaken the desire of individual learners to reach his or her educational potential.
Okay, so you're coming back to, and that's the other part I wanted to say. I used to say to ensure all individual students. And it wasn't after hanging around Dr. Birdwell for a while that I switched to learners. And I think learners, the reason I switched is because that is the student's part in it. They have to be there to learn. They're not just a body sitting in a chair. They have to come ready to learn. Right. That's not just, and so that's where I was trying to tap into that student responsibility.
So what about the ones who come checked out? They're coming, they're there for the socialization, are they excluded then from our definition,
Well, our job is to inspire those learners. So that's the difference, because, and I think we had this conversation in our prior meeting about every student every day. That doesn't, so when you go back to that empower word, well, hold on a minute, are we empowering the student? Are we empowering learners?
Well, I think Pam's ensure word takes care of that, to me.
Yeah,
To
that's
ensure,
sure.
it's your job to ensure it, then it doesn't matter if they come not, or that's your job is to ensure that they are.
I think that ensure
They
is
become learners.
Yeah, ensure the keyword.
ensure is the key word, and the
Yeah.
fact that it pivots the whole district. Because that
to be accountability.
accountability. Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to think about it that way too. If you really had something going on out there that you didn't like, could you evoke the core purpose and say, yeah, we're not getting there with this kind of behavior?
Well, if you're looking at that test data, and you're not ensuring it with your children that have special needs, or you're not ensuring it with this type of learner or that type of learner, when it's to ensure all individual learners.
That to me is a powerful statement.
Yeah.
And I said to Pam on the side and Barbara that, boy, I started with ensure and I got scared.
I believe what I have put out there, but
I clipped to help before reading.
I have a question. Is this something we're supposed to be able to do? Because I look at what Southwest, to connect people to the important events in their lives, they can say, yes, we know we do that. Or Merck, to eliminate pain and suffering in the world. Well,
But not always.
But they don't know that they get everybody.
it's supposed to be aspirational. To eliminate pain and suffering.
Yeah.
They have an elimination phase with every,
I don't know that they know for sure that they're getting every, I mean, they'd have to ask everybody, where are you headed?
And we're only worried about Scottsdale.
work.
We're not worried about
Yeah.
Canada, are we?
Yeah, I think it's, to your point, Alice, I mean, I think they're aspirational. This is what we would, in our dreams, want to happen with what we do. When they say eliminate pain and suffering. I mean, that's a tall order. It doesn't all happen, but are we going to ensure all students reach to that potential?
One time.
But when you talk about measurable, and that's why when I first put the word ensure in there, I went, because that is a paradigm shift. The word ensure is a paradigm shift because it does say accountability. That, hey, we have an obligation, we have a moral obligation to make this happen. We're in a company that says we are going to ensure the learning of all individuals. I mean, those are two words that tie together that I think shift the direction of the district, ensure an individual, and then full potential, not just the bare minimum standard of Arizona. Because remember that academic standards in Arizona are here, but our kids' potentials are up here. And we're falling very short of that potential.
Or what their socioeconomic potential would say it is, and what their actual potential is.
It gets rid of those preconceived lenses.
Where are we getting closer to some?
I think we like that purple one. I'm sure all the learners reach their full potential. I think it's kind of what I'm hearing from people.
And so we don't have to add anything to that. All individual learners reach their full potential.
Unless you want to add educational potential.
For academic.
Yes, this is one of those situations where, do you think anybody's going to go? You know, you're taking them aside to give them, you know, some praise for doing something amazing. At the end of that, I'm going to go, what about educational? Did you? No, we're fine. We meant that. Yes, it's in there. I mean, would it be material enough to add words to what you're doing because you're trying to keep everything as economical as possible?
So Dr. B, would this be your opening statement to the onboarding?
Yes and no. I typically start with the business definition, then I go to the core purpose. It depends on, I typically make a statement. Ladies and gentlemen, we exist for one reason and one reason only in Scottsdale. We educate children. Now let me explain that to you. Our core purpose is, we're rolling that.
And so how does that feel when you have to say that?
No, our core purpose is to ensure all individual learners reach their full potential. Practiced it a couple times and it was, it's very comfortable to me because ensure is accountability. All learners, I think, is critical. The individual is the piece I'll have to remember to say. God needs to just group them together.
Does it, and I don't know, because sometimes I come up with a sentence and overthink things, but, so tell me if I'm doing that. To ensure all learners reach their full, I think you need a comma, individual potential. I don't know, all an individual, I could see somebody like that, I ain't got them too.
Yeah, it kind of.
You know what, I was thinking that too, because that group's kind of noun, it's all.
Yeah.
All is a group, and individuals think,
And then you could put individual potential.
Or individual.
Individual learner.
If
If you say each individual, then you have to switch to his or her, like.
Yep.
But I think it was all about every individual.
No, I agree with that.
Full
To ensure each individual learner reaches their full potential. Is that what I heard you say, ma'am?
You would each to individual.
Yep, you
You
have
would
to go
say
say
his,
the
her,
But
instead
then you
of
have to
their,
go
which
his,
makes
her.
it a little bit more clunky, but.
Subject agreement.
So to ensure all individual learners reach their full potential.
I think you're fine. I think people would get it.
There's also something powerful about, you know, to ensure that all individual learners. It's kind of almost like, you know, isolating it a little bit helps everybody get it. And the rest of it is just the whole potential piece.
I have to tell you, I think it's very powerful to say ensure.
Oh, I think,
Yeah. Because I just say that again, I had the natural instinct of, woo, because it's a paradigm shift. But then that means you gotta go do something. It's a call to action. Well, you're going to ensure, that's a call to action.
And I think
It's an accountability helper for sure.
individual needs to be there too, because then it's just, it rolls different. All learners is what we always say, all learners. But all individual learners takes it down to a student. I think it's important to say
exactly.
there.
And it can't just be
Yeah.
an average of our
Yeah,
learners
right.
do real well. Okay, there you
Yeah.
go.
So let me do something with you guys. Let's try something here. Now, we don't have to vote on everything. You know, sometimes we just, you know, kind of get into the mood and conversation and we do this. But this would be, you know what, I'm there. It makes complete sense to me. This is kind of like, you know, I struggle a little bit, but I certainly am not going to get in the way of it. I'm not going to say that we have to go back to the drawing board. Would we kind of focus on that person and see how close we are? Yes. And this would be, I can't get my head around this at all. So show each other where you are.
On that statement? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, look around.
Peer pressure.
Oh, you're
Say how it is.
Yeah.
Say why.
Go ahead.
I'm wordy.
Well, it's a lot of words to define one, I don't know. It almost seems like a little too much of modifying of this word. I don't know.
Is your quick start coming out of you?
Well, I know this because I catch it in my own writing sometimes. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm using two adjectives to describe this, and I didn't need
So it's all an individual bother.
I could be wrong on this.
Do you think you don't need the word all?
I'm sure individual learners reach their full
No, I
potential.
think we need all.
We need all.
We need all. Reaches his or her potential. Yeah, okay. I can get there.
Reach, achieve,
Reaches. No, that's fine. I don't care about
She wants less words, basically.
No, it's fine. If we just have
we can take it out.
modifiers for learner.
I, having wrote it, I would take all out, but then I'm hearing Steve say, you have to have all in there. And it's up there in many of the statements, so that clearly the word all is meaningful to people.
Yeah. How about each learner?
Well, let me ask you this, can we split, what does it do if you split it, you say, to ensure all learners reach their full individual potential? What if you take individual and put it by potential?
That makes it better for me. It works better.
But then I feel like you're just talking about their, I mean, potential, but not, the meaning, I think it means something different.
I
See, I do.
I feel it
I like
changes the sentence.
Because the onus is on them. But I say it, one of the reasons why I like it is, I'm sorry, I gotta think beyond the box here, but it's relative to students, but I would apply that to every employee.
That's right.
That I've got. Because I can tell you, there's untapped potential there, they've been constrained. They just need the ability to be able to give them a little bit of education, and they'll be the employees that we're looking for here. You know, so I would apply that even to the employees.
It's working for me now. Thanks, Louis.
You're welcome.
So as it was before, yeah, so look at yourself now. Go ahead, just do it one more time just to make sure we didn't lose something.
It was a secret ballot.
Yeah, he had an unveiling of his Okay, so here, what? Oh,
I thought it was interesting that you've applied that now to employees, because it does work.
Oh, fire.
And it works on employees.
That's right.
And when he says it that way,
I think about leadership.
I was able to pull that individual out and see it working in the sentence, and so I'm on board 100%.
That's why,
Is that
that's
your
why we
final
work together.
answer?
That's why we work together.
are we there?
Yes, we are.
Good job, you guys. Very, very good job. Now, there's a lot of people that have kind of knocked this around. Just be aware that Anna's feelings about it probably wouldn't get, you know, even if Anna stayed there, because we went out and got her and brought her back in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but we wouldn't have to, because she was here, which is basically saying I'm okay, but I mean I'm okay, but I'm certainly not. I'm not going to get in the way of this. I can commit to this just as fully as anything else. Okay, that's what you're kind of trying to say. Yeah. Okay, that's very good. And you feel like you can use it when you need to kind of pull out the big guns and deal with something, right?
Absolutely.
Very good.
We used that Coronado 6 months ago.
Tell us how that would work out.
Well, I think that would have been the conversation. Our core purpose is to ensure all individual learners reach their full potential. Our data shows for 10 years we've been failing at that. So let's look at what we can do to correct that. How would we move forward? How are we going to ensure all learners moving forward are reaching their full potential?
Okay. Very good.
You guys doing okay biologically?
So far, so good.
Yeah. Chicken was the half hour.
Very good work. I've seen teams way longer than that, so that's very good. This one should be a little easier. Let's see what we got. It's actually the third in this. It's page 17. Hey, Barbara, would you read that one?
Of course. Question 3, what do we do? Every organization needs an unsexy one-sentence definition of their business. Pat Lencioni? Lencioni? Advantage. Oh, did you want me to continue with the examples?
Yeah.
Examples, Nike, we design, manufacture, market, and sell athletic shoes, apparel, accessories, and equipment.
Okay, do you guys remember the core purpose there? Something very different, wasn't it?
Yeah. Merck, we research, develop, and commercialize pharmaceuticals. Very unsexy. Southwest, we market, book, and transport passengers via airplane through commercial airplanes.
That is like the,
Very, very
the
unsexy.
least sexy of
That's
all
the
of
least
them.
sexy.
Okay, so,
Right.
I work with the city of Las Vegas. They have, their core purpose is something about, I'll remember in a few minutes.
It goes in Vegas.
Yeah.
Like, core purpose is
I wish I could take
destroy
credit.
marriages.
Yeah.
I think everyone's winning. Yeah.
It was something about, people's lives, But I love their business definition. Now remember, it's a city manager and her kind of cabinet, and their business definition is we run the city. That's the purpose. They all 5,000 employees, and they run the city. Yeah. So go ahead and take a crack at that. and give you a minute or two. Take a crack at that one. Unsexy. Awards for the least sexy. Take full advantage of your brevity here. Okay, about 30 seconds. Start with you.
We educate and develop skills for a successful life.
Educate and
Develop skills for a successful life.
We educate.
There's your educate, Becky. There we go. Got there.
Succinct, got it. I had originally put we educate too, and then I thought, okay, let's add a little more. So I had lots of words through there. Through academic instruction, engagement empowerment, or academic instruction, understanding and connection. I was just throwing out different words to see if anything stuck that is meaningful.
Did anything stick?
Not really.
Not in that term, I processed slowly. So,
We educate through academic instruction, engagement, and empowerment.
We educate. You can just give it to me on that.
Oh, through academic instruction, engagement, and empowerment.
So that kind of goes into the how
Academic
part,
instruction.
is that right?
How, yeah.
We educate through academic instruction.
Engagement and empowerment.
Ready?
Okay. We educate pre-K through 12 students in preparation for adulthood.
We educate what?
Pre-K through 12 students in preparation.
Through 12 students?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
In preparation for adulthood.
In preparation
For
for adult
But
life, did you say?
I said adulthood. I originally had adult life, but then I realized there was a word, but that word would be adulthood.
We provide instructional materials and personnel.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I give this to you two ways, one with and without the parenthetical extra information?
I think you're gonna do it no matter what.
So here it is with the additional information. We educate learners who choose us within the public pre-K through 12 education system in Scottsdale, Arizona. Or the same thing, but just take out who choose us.
We educate those who choose us.
Well, we educate learners who choose us.
Learners who choose
Learners.
us.
Within the public pre-K to 12 education system in Scottsdale, Arizona.
That's a paragraph.
In the what?
In Scottsdale, Arizona. Oh, in the pre-K, it's in the public education system.
In the public education.
We're not.
I don't want to own the public education.
We don't want to own that.
It's gonna get better than that.
We educate learners.
We educate learners.
Right, we inspire, develop, and provide learners with tools for their future employment.
We
Inspire, develop,
inspire,
develop, and provide
develop, and provide
learners
learners
with tools
with tools
for their future employment.
for their
Tool man. I'm gonna
future.
Tool man.
Process, tools,
Yeah.
Been talking to the business.
jobs.
We measure, analyze, and design educational achievement.
Measure, analyze,
Design
and design
educational
educational achievement.
I said especially as it applies to finance, but
Oh, I didn't get everybody here.
We prepare all learners for their future. So I did we educate, and then I decided I should expand that, so I said we provide educational opportunities. The bottom line is we educate. I like to be succinct.
That was, we made, you started this, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, guys, same drill. This time it's a little different, though. We're not gonna keep asking why. That would just make it longer. I mean, this is yours, so there are situations where people just say, as simple as, we're a school district. What you want to kind of avoid, getting too much into is talking about the quality of it. I didn't see a lot of that, We do it in a really awesome way or something like that. But this is one where you can really take advantage of the brevity. It's not supposed to inspire anybody. It's just supposed to be clear. Help us understand. Is there any situation you've had where it would have been helpful to have some sort of statement like this in your decision making?
Yes. So I went super brief. I was the one who said we educate. And again, I did that to try to distinguish us from the past. Because in the past, you've heard us say we tried to be all things to all people everywhere. And that wasn't just about academics. It was, I think you heard us said earlier, it was about providing dental services and providing clothing. We tried to providing gardening services, like everything to everybody, right? So I went to the beginning of the year, Dr. Birdwell's rally, her rallies with the teachers, and she just said, we educate. And it was a really powerful moment because it brought us right back. And I think it was kind of almost an aha for many in the room, just to help pull everyone back into what we're really here for. Very true.
So what if we educate with a purpose?
What's that purpose? That purpose, I guess.
Good question.
Yeah, and the purpose is to educate.
First, and a business definition should never have to be defined. It's so clear. And we're an educational institution, and that's why I came out with that. And interesting that you reflected on that, because I really felt that it was such a kind of little aha for people. Oh, yeah.
It was a reminder. We thought, you know what, it's not, I guess here's what I'm trying to say. In trying to be all things to all people, we have diluted.
Oh, yeah.
What we're really here for.
It's become nothing.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, right. And so when she came out and just said, we educate, ladies and gentlemen, it was just,
Oh, yeah.
right to center.
Oh, yeah.
Nice reminder.
Exactly. It was a huge one. You're absolutely right. It brought back our focus to students, learning. That's why we're here.
Can we do our thumb now?
Oh, by the way, that's, you can call in anytime you like. Go ahead.
I would like to vote for We Educate. It's simple, it's
Yeah, I like
clear,
that.
it's plain, but it's
Nailed
just.
So thumbs up or down or side move?
That's what it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get everything?
Well, it's like, I think we all started it, and then a lot of us felt like, well, I got to add a little bit. It was a little obvious. But it's true. We lose, the most obvious is, exactly, I started, we educate, and then I added. I was like, no, don't add. I even wrote, I didn't put a period on it. I know, I started it too. And then I'm like, oh, I'll add one.
What I want to point out too is, that was one of the fastest business definitions I've ever seen. Yeah. Top 100 for sure. That's pretty good. No, I'm just kidding. Top 100. Why would I say that? I'm just trying to mess with you.
How many clients do you have?
I know, and then since I had no clue about that answer, I decided to just walk away from that, but,
I just went.
I'm glad you did what you did, because today's, what separates the wheats from the tares when it comes to leadership teams of any sort is the ability to make decisions fast. Make good decisions very quickly and move on to the next thing. It's almost like a race to which team can actually out-decision the other team. I always tell my clients, you don't want to be out-teamed. In this environment, whether it's a software company, I mean, those people are under like major pressure to get things out in the market, and they can't waste time. And that's why Because we could have, if you wouldn't have called for it, we could have gone on, and guess what would have been doing? Probably talking ourselves out of it first, and we would have been talking about something that actually we already have an answer to. So sometimes this little baby is good because it kind of gets, gives us an idea, how close are we? And who do we need, maybe we need to work with a little bit and see it. Okay? So very, very good job, guys. Let's take a break. Let's go, let's come back in here at 10 till, and we'll keep rocking.
Okay.
Feel like you're making progress? Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I've been fascinated, and so we used to and how close we are right off the bat. The first time out, we're all pretty close, you get this, I know. That's been very,
Have been just kind of variations on the same thing.
So, what we're doing
been
is
gnawing on it, and they just,
ratio of 1.9.
Yeah.
Right. That part has 36.
Right.
Divine. We would change to 1.9. Overlap. So, and then I'm moving over.
Well, how many people you can run around with 2 or 3?
Well, I have a draft. No, but that's good.
Meetings, we have a meeting, what's the shop getting?
I got enough for them to frame on their
Education,
every
it
month.
was how do we all be nice
So
to
there's
each other?
no issue. I couldn't get out. I couldn't download.
Facilitated meetings,
I'm not gonna do
how
that.
how do we,
I'm not
you know, we won't ever have the discussions we need to have.
These people think that's what this is. Yeah.
Well, actually,
What part of Kentucky are you from?
Little, western part of the tip of the state, a place called Paducah.
Paducah, Kentucky. My dad was born and raised in Louisville.
All right, well, I went to school at Lexington. And just lost.
Oh, okay.
And Michael,
Yes.
to be true to our statement, which Kim left and not exclude her, at some point we need to see how she feels about these too, like
Yes, you're talking about.
Kim.
Should be here probably about 3, right?
Yeah, so you have it now. It should be better. Ready. Administrative position that looking for a Hispanic scout who's down in Wyoming. It's a real easy. Go through a moment. But the way we titled it, we got all these people who are teachers on assignment and assistant principals coming in and it's not internal, well, external. And it, the way it was posted, it listed a whole lot of people who aren't,
Who are, if they have feelers they're sending out.
so what this
The Colorado families, every SUSD through the science who attended Scottsdale School for the 2017 school year must re-enroll by filling out the return re-enrollment affirmation form signed by a parent/guardian. She has it. Re-enrollment forms will be signed by your students. Please review the re-enrollment form and carefully check that your student training is accurately on the form. English, French, and Spanish are on the version. Proof of residence showing the current home address is only needed for the address. This kind of enrollment form is referred to. It is imperative that the re-enrollment form must be completed by the parent/guardian and returned for not available. If the forms are not.
So how much went about the Spanish version said citizenship?
We translated that, translated that.
Citizenship would scare our Hispanic parents.
It could be translated.
Not that it's a translation issue. So Carol's tracking that down right now.
Yes, but I'm a little concerned because we do make proof.
Every year. What they said is not completely accurate.
Well, I'm gonna double check with Carol because we might have a grace period before we have, that goes into full effect.
So it appears as if this April, the draft is having contractions. For those of you who are following April, the draft.
Oh, she is?
I thought it was an April Fool's joke. I thought April was a joke. But she's really pregnant, huh? Wow.
Oh, she's very pregnant.
Big Sue?
No, she's in, Animal Adventure Park. It's somewhere where it's super cold. I want to say New York.
Oh.
But she's had this live cam on her.
For days.
No, months.
Yeah.
And like there was a couple weeks ago, I was like, oh, it's gonna happen tonight. It's gonna happen tonight. And I pulled her out. I was watching the stupid giraffe walk around a 12 square foot for 2 hours. I'm like, are you kidding me? Why are we?
I've seen a giraffe being born.
It dropped me.
And then the mother has to nudge, and that giraffe has to walk immediately, because if it doesn't, it won't survive.
Why?
Because it will be, right, it means that it's like that, so they've got to get this legs up, and it's got to get its legs going as fast as possible, so the mother nudges and nudges, and if they can't, if it goes up to the wild, which is, this is what it wants, but it would be, it's fascinating to watch, and yeah, they drop, but they are like, it's fascinating. Telling you, you know, you know,
Good to see you. Oh, and.
Because they got gravity, that's really helpful.
Finally having the baby.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. That April was just driving me crazy. Having her baby.
I was in.
Oh, give me
I didn't. It's very. I don't know.
brownie.
Oh, well, I don't know why. I think you get something about it. There's just something like that.
Well, I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't know.
She finished reading it, but yeah.
I would ask her. She may not know what to do. She don't know if she got it.
Yeah, the one from, yeah, we were all watching. The principal didn't know that. The teachers.
I'm forwarding something.
You all were covered.
Okay.
They were dying.
Covered on her level,
Principal.
recommendations so that you can make sure it's worded from the HR perspective.
We were all like, yeah.
Yeah.
Do
seen it go through. Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah, bless his heart. He's just gonna be so happy when we finally get all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were in shock.
I haven't read the whole thing. And I'm not even sure of the context of what is it a part of my evaluation, or is it used to evaluate me? Oh, so is she asking about?
Well, I'm gonna answer that.
One good nerve, my evaluation, and it's slowly phasing into she gets lady. I know.
Okay.
What should we? I don't know if she's wondering if it's individual. But I feel like saying.
So, what's the DAS baby for? Design.
Right.
Right?
True. But with the character happen this year. Was it between? So they have taken. Right? But is it, that's my.
Okay.
Well, copy for the, forward to you.
Yeah.
Usually that's without cheating.
Question? Tina Custody, the question? Just so they know they're not getting it done. I got you back. Like they did present.
Pam, what if we have 20 candidates, but only one has the experience I'm looking for? Everybody else is, because the way it's titled, I got teachers looking that have never been administrators.
You interview those that you papers bring that are qualified.
Okay.
Well, I think they put on there too, I think it's on admin certificate on there, isn't it? If you're certified?
They got certifications, but they've never been.
No leadership experience. Well, then I don't think you have to interview them.
So some of them have been, APs, but they've never been, okay, here we go. I got potentially.
Anywhere, right?
I agree with that.
Thank you.
That'll be determined.
Neither have never had,
I'll do it. Never had the backup to administration to actually discipline, because that's what everybody.
That's why we have this.
Coronado,
But it's on there.
I mean, I have a really great one in here.
Different background.
The rest of them are just like.
My learning curve is different from learning curve of somebody.
Understand what their accountability.
Okay. Doing great, guys. Let's keep going. Let's go to page 15.
Page 15.
Laura, you want to read first this time?
Laura?
Laura.
Page 15. Oh, read 16 then. This one too, create clarity. Question 2, how do we behave? The answer to this question is embodied in an organization's core values, which should provide the ultimate guide for employee behavior at all levels. Pat, you
No, every time.
Examples, Apple, creative, wickedly smart, slightly rebellious. Nordstrom, piano music, no. Service to the customer above all, professional reputation, being part of something special. Southwest Airlines, servant's heart, fun, loving attitude, and warrior spirit. So, at Scottsdale Unified, how do we? All things to Alton.
These are critical.
Yeah.
They're kind of where, like, make it or break it kind of stuff. So we spend a little more time on this one, okay? What I'd like you each to do is, write down in your notes section on page 15, I want each of you to come up with 3 people, and I know this might be difficult, so let me know how this works out for you, but give me the names of the 3 people that you think are the best people in the school district, not including this room. That's just awkward. And you'll see that maybe it gets really awkward later. So does that make sense? So if you could, like, think to yourself, who would be the top 3 people in this organization? I don't care what they do, but if they came walking up to me with their resignation, I would run the other way.
Oh, okay.
You just think these people are just like the stars of the organization, huh? Just skip the people in here. It just gets funny.
I know. That's hard to really say.
3 people.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. He's not here, so I can admit.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's fine. Unless you can go around and meet some people real quick.
Yeah, I met you first.
Okay, does that make sense? Now, who has a real problem with that? I mean, who can't do that? Because, she's brand new. I mean, you guys have been around long enough. You guys are good on this one, right?
I can give you.
No?
Which sounds interesting? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you talking about like at any level?
Oh.
I don't care what level.
Okay, got it.
And this could be people this is obviously people who currently work here, and even if you want to, you could even talk about people in the past that maybe had to leave for some reason.
That used to work here?
Yeah.
That,
But focus on who you got here. If that
Okay.
you can go to that one if you need to.
no, I will.
Okay. And when you're done, just put your pen down.
So that's like a whole person or parts of them? We all have strengths and weaknesses, so I'm thinking,
Yeah, that's a good
there's
question.
parts of people that say, this value this person does well. They might not do other
Well,
ones.
but I haven't asked you to do anything with values yet. I just want you to tell me who are the best 3 people.
You mean typically their name?
What's that?
You didn't mean their name.
Yeah.
Oh.
3 people.
What's that guy's name that works for Melissa?
Matt lives.
They're positive.
Matt lives.
You look thrilled about that. It's like, what's that Mr. Positive? I'm not sure how I feel about that name.
I bottle his energy.
There you go. There you go.
Good.
Could I have more names?
You got a bunch of them. Huh?
You can do it.
You can sell them.
He's not.
Sell them to Erin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I'd give her some names.
If you guys need help, like names, I'm sure these guys can help you too.
What's the name of the woman who does the elementary, instructional coach for
Diane.
reading? Diane. Thank you, Diane. Murphy? Yeah. Thank you. You're good now. Thanks for the name.
That's good. You got all the help you needed.
You guys are good.
I was gonna say, I know. There's not, there's one for the picture.
I can't think of it.
Don't take me too literally. Who do you think is the best people? How long have you
No,
been-
but
Oh my God, I should find somebody.
Anderson, you could be gone out in the building.
I used, I'm
Yeah.
here. I'm
Yeah.
not,
Right.
I'm not asked this for
one.
Give me the other list.
Yeah, that's because we deal with that side more frequently in our job.
That's true. Okay, so are you guys?
Well,
So we're not-
let's say, the other Matt too, the guy that comes around here and does IT.
Matt Topple?
Yeah.
I was hoping you'd.
We got
So,
stuff in here.
you're good, you're still working on it, you guys are good?
I gotta narrow mine down.
Oh, I know.
You can't put me down.
How embarrassing to you.
I'm very. In the room.
There's a present company. They have to be in the room, right?
Yeah, I'll walk out.
I like the point you made, run the other way if they decide to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, two head of awareness.
I don't even pretend to be Here's the paper.
Show me some love, huh?
Yes, I'm done. I'm done.
Someone might say one, if you might help.
Oh, yeah.
Just so you know, that's typically happens, okay? Andy?
Yes.
Good morning.
Andy. So my three?
Yeah, we're gonna get it first.
Okay, the
First,
first,
give me the first name and the last initial.
Patty B. Amy M.
You guys, this is gonna be hard, because you got a lot of employees.
Yeah, I have
So,
no idea.
give me Patty.
Patty Bilbrey?
Yeah, Patty Bilbrey.
I have to mark her off mine.
No, you don't.
No.
Amy Moore?
Yeah, Amy Moore. Amy Moore. And the third person I have never met, but I just know about their program, so I'm basing this suggestion on their program. I believe his name is Richard Maxwell, who runs the CMAS program at Arcadia. Yes.
Okay, now here's the thing I want you to remember. If you see a name that you've seen 3 names here, if you have a name that you picked, and it's the same one as something that's already up there, do not change it. Do not change it. Okay?
Do you just add a little hashtag?
That's right. Would you like to do it?
Sure.
You can do it if you want.
Amy
Oh, are you next? Perfect. Any more? Any others?
I put Ann Ashlinger.
Who?
Ann Ashlinger.
Just put Ann A.
Ann A.
Okay.
Big man.
Oh.
Because he left the room. He's not in the room, that's
Little figurative, not literal. Okay.
Very literal person.
Don't feel, okay, so that,
That's all right.
I should,
Steve won't care.
okay. I just don't want it, I don't want anything to get tainted because it's, don't even tell him that this is, we put him on here.
Well, and it doesn't even affect, he's not the kind of guy that affects, so you're okay.
Yeah.
This from Bright Red.
What do you have?
Logan Fox.
Oh.
Was an AP. She was a 3rd grade teacher, then an assistant principal, now is no longer with the district.
Oh.
And James Dorr.
Oh.
Good one. I think it's D-O-R.
D-O-R-D-R. D-O-R-E, yeah.
Oh, that's D-O-E.
What if we didn't write these names down, but we really agreed with them?
As long as you have room for, I mean, I'll take 3, but
Okay.
like if you want to add one.
You can take one of mine.
No, I'm just saying, I've got my own, but I also agree with many of these up here.
Sure,
So.
sure. Okay. Thank you. How about you?
Oh, my turn. Oh, okay. Well, like I said, my own, yes, Steve Nance. Or at least I realized I wrote down 3 names, all of which he hired at my daughter's elementary school. So I guess he really is a photographer because he hired the 3 that stood out to me. One was Ora Amsalem. Ora, and A, I know. Judy Lewis. And then I feel terrible because I knew him for years. I think he's still in our district, but he was our maintenance supervisor or whatever the title is at Pima. I only knew him by one name, Haywood. Oh. And I added him because he's not a teacher, he's not an educator, but he was a facilities. Somewhere else. No, I think he's at kind of like a K-8 now. I think he was brought over to Dubai. But I added him because he was at Pima when I was there.
Hold on.
Sure.
Let me get your reason for adding him in just a minute.
Okay.
Would you do that?
Sure.
Okay, what about you?
All right, so mine was, Matthew, Mr. Positive, what's his last name?
Lynn?
Matt
Lynn, L-I-N-S.
Matt, M-A-T-T.
Uh-huh.
Kristen Kinghorn.
With a K?
Oh, yeah.
With a K.
Good one. Yeah.
That one. And Diane Murphy.
Do I already have that one? No. How about you?
Mary Alanis.
A?
A-L-A-N-I-C. Renee Kaufman. And Cindy Byers. I put Kathy Friends.
Oh,
Kathy,
yeah.
Kathy with the K. Yeah. And IT Matt. The guy was here today.
No, different Matt.
No, Matt Topping. Yeah, Topping. And then I put Jen, what's your name, T? That runs student activities?
Jen P. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. I miss Casey.
I know them.
You got him? Okay, good.
Oh,
Gosh.
I also have that.
Patty's up here.
Top.
Yeah. Gentleman, I'm not sure everybody knows, Dennis Rader.
Oh, yeah, I thought about him. That's what Kathy was for him.
R-E-H-L-E-R.
R-O-E-H.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Tony Hardy.
Tony H.
H-A-W-A-R-I. I had Deanna on there too, because I can't make it without Deanna. But go ahead, great.
You had to eliminate it, even though
I know.
we're going to
Chad Cottle.
Chad
Yes.
C.
Yep.
He's no longer here, right?
Uh-huh.
Sean Holmes.
S-E-A-N?
S-H-A-U-N.
Sean what?
Holmes. And then Joy Lingle. I have
Anna.
Tony Hawari.
Watch.
That's the same Tony, the fourth guy.
Tony H.
Tony H.
Tony?
Yep.
Okay.
You get 3.
Three for everybody.
You get 3. 1 gone. Casey.
Casey?
Casey.
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 Even though it's like.
There's probably no Casey here.
C-A-S-C-Y.
C-A-S-C-Y. I mean, C-A-S-C-Y.
Just put IT next to him.
There you go. Mr. Software, Data.
Okay, Casey from IT.
And then Carol Forsgren,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, no, that's-
Ultimate.
compliance officer.
Amazing.
Okay. Did I get through everybody?
No.
No.
Oh,
No.
Erin.
Oh, no, Erin's learning.
Oh, I have 3 for her.
Erin is brand new, almost we're out of it.
I have 3 for Erin.
All right, those down too.
I'll give you one too.
No.
Oh,
No.
no, okay.
Okay, so, I'm gonna give each of you 2 more votes, and it could be, anybody on this list. Don't worry about the checks, don't even think about that, If someone's got a check and you want to add a check, add a check. Don't overthink this. 2 more. Off the list we have. Are you ready?
No, I'll take Dennis R.
Dennis R., where did I see that one? Right here. Uh-huh.
And I'll take Tony H.
Tony H. I'll give you 1 more. 3. Let's do 3. Got 1 more?
I thought Steve Dance deserves checks. James.
Right, you got 3, Louis, you know?
Yep, Dennis, Tony, and Patty again.
Dennis, Tony.
Do you go for your same people?
Patty again.
American Idol, you just keep throwing them in until they just vote in.
Wait a second, I remembered you saying that for
I'm gonna go with James, Diane Murphy, and Mary A.
So are we really not allowed to vote for our own?
You can.
If we did, can we?
Yeah, long as
We
we-
did. Yeah, all right, I have to say Tony.
I want who you think is the best.
That's a judgment, but for me, Tony, Carol, and Casey, sorry, they're just my.
Tony, Carol. Where's
They're probably all next to each other, the last name.
Carol's down here. And what was the other one?
Casey. IT.
Right above it.
Right about it.
Thank you.
I mean, there's people on this list who have already been helpful to me, so I don't know if you want me to provide checks or just sit back and listen.
Yeah.
Go ahead, do that.
Okay,
Yes,
well,
you can play.
Renee, thank you. Renee,
Renee.
Bill.
Okay. 2/3 of the way there.
Yeah. Also Matt, IT Matt,
Oh, I see that.
and James.
Sure.
So,
Keep
Keep
going.
going.
One
Keep
more.
going.
Right there. Thank you.
Okay, I'll give Patty another check mark.
Patty Bilbrey.
Yeah, Steve Nance,
Uh-huh.
and I'll give one to James Dorr also.
Uh-huh.
And I'm doing James Dorr, Renee, and Casey.
Renee, I can't find her.
Middle,
Okay, Renee, K, and you're, yep, I know.
and at the bottom, Casey,
Who?
Casey IT.
Casey, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna do Ann A,
Uh-huh.
top, James again, and Casey.
I'll do Richard Maxwell, and then Ann A, and James Dorr.
I'm gonna go with Steve. Jason Kinghorn. Right above Diane Murphy, midway through,
That's really hard to see there.
and then I'm gonna go with Casey. Casey's the best.
I'm gonna go with James.
Make sure that all the checks are.
One
Yeah.
more.
Okay.
Good day for James.
Matt T. No, Matt T. And, here's, and Renee.
Okay. Did I make it through?
Yep.
Okay, so same process, just, I'm looking for the misfits. People that did not fit this organization, people that were kind of,
Now, we get a little problem.
Yeah.
We get a little problem with that. If we're gonna talk about somebody, in that manner, we have to paper them because it's an official meeting.
oh, wow.
Yeah.
So we can talk positive about people, but if we're gonna say not a fit, now, so we might wanna use, we could talk about the characteristics that aren't a fit, but we can't use those.
Okay, so,
Does that help you?
Huh?
That doesn't help you, does it?
no, I'm gonna work with it. I thought,
You want to write them down in my secret, you want to do secret ballot?
No.
Yeah, we can't do names, yeah, we can only do characteristics.
So what can we do?
We can say the characteristics that so you think of somebody that works here why aren't they good fit? You can say an employee who shows up late every day, employee who lacks commitment. You can talk about things.
So in your mind, you could
talk behaviors.
You could think of 4 people.
Sure, yeah.
It's just that, that you're gonna have to, okay, this isn't ideal, because what I always tell people is, don't just say, these 3 people have the same 3 things, because that's usually not the truth.
Oh, right.
It's just so sloppy, what kind of a lazy way to do it. But if you guys can really look at each of it, so you think about those 4 people, and you think about them individually, and then talk about the behavior that made you feel that way. Let's try that.
Yes, that works. You might
Does that make
you might have duplicating behaviors that come up.
I would hope so.
Which is what you're hoping for. Yeah, I think we could do that.
Okay. Yeah, don't get so fancy on the behavior that is, give me those 3. So let's each of you do 4. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have fun.
Enjoy. Fun.
Yeah.
Yes. How many? 4?
Yeah, 4.
How can you, I know, there's too many running through my head. Sorry.
That sounds very nice. Not a nice way to spend the afternoon. Same as that, today, I think it's breakfast was 8:30. Oh, yeah. Were you looking for the end time? No, I think that 4 o'clock was the drop dead.
What are we writing about?
So, why don't you take each of us names individually
Right.
and talk to me about the behaviors that created that. Don't clump them together.
Got it blind way. Got it, it's last.
Okay. Oh, yeah, she was getting up.
Oh, yeah. They're gonna do it.
Okay.
Or it could be still here, or it's still here, sorry.
Right?
Yeah, is it,
Well,
yeah, this is like a hybrid of the instructions,
oh,
but.
could be people that are still here, or people that have been here, but it's the qualities. Because we can't talk about individuals, we're doing behaviors.
behaviors.
Yeah, we're doing a
The
hybrid.
organization.
The behaviors that don't fit together.
Have we already done those?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, we're building into it, you're gonna get to catch that midstream.
Okay.
But because
We
you can't talk about people negatively unless you paper them to be at a board meeting. We can't put the names up there, but we can talk positive about it.
That's the first time
So
in
we
11
added
years I've had that.
positive, yeah.
I've had people didn't want to do it just because they thought it was yucky, but they'll never.
You've never had a government thing
No,
push back on you?
and I've done tons of government stuff.
And it's, I think even city governments have that same.
And there's even
I've
the
done,
person,
I've done city.
even one of these people on this, because we use their names, could say, hey, but because it's positive, they probably wouldn't push back. But boy, you certainly would never talk about anybody from that. Unless you said that are no longer with the organization, then you could probably talk about that you're still in a gray area. And all that.
Yeah.
Could be
And some good food.
The problem with recording.
Weekdays, what I want you to think about is four people. You feel what
That's right.
absolutely not.
All four of them. Hey, Trouble. You're over there all quiet. Speaks right down your face.
Horses on Mars.
Yeah, that's it.
That's right.
What'd you call it?
You knew where I was.
Love her.
We're doing values. And that's emotional.
No, I love it. I love it.
Everybody done?
Well, darn, those were easy.
Yeah.
Well, sorry to disappoint.
Probably got it.
Should I?
The names have been changed to protect them.
Good.
Do you have something thought? I just don't want to miss you this time through.
Yeah, I'll probably listen more, but I'll come up with something.
Okay, I'll get you very last.
Oh, sure.
Okay, we're rolling again here, guys.
Yeah, my strength. I like focusing on something.
So what did I say? What, the behavior? I
Behaviors
need
of
four
those that
behaviors.
didn't fit in the organization.
Yeah.
Oh,
Need
four,
behaviors,
one,
right.
2, 3, yeah, 4, okay. Ready?
I am.
Indecisive,
Good.
That's a good one, right?
Okay.
BS artist.
I don't think I need a list.
Takes no responsibility.
Uh-huh.
And blind and deaf to community concerns.
How do you really feel about it?
I know.
There's a lot of behavior there.
What would be behavior?
Yeah, is that a?
Non-responsive, yeah, non-responsive, thank you, that'd be a nice way to say that, non-responsive to community concerns.
As we get more and more of these, I want you guys to help me and say, I think that, you guys can say, oh, maybe that's that non-responsive, and
Yeah,
help
that's
each
a
other out a
nice
little
way
bit
to
with
say
this,
it.
so that we don't have,
Right.
okay? So,
Mismatched skill set and talents to the job.
is that a behavior?
Is,
That sounds like someone made a mistake.
Maybe, is it misrepresenting skill set?
no, just
Not
Knowledgeable.
not knowledgeable.
Okay, is that a behavior? I want behavior.
Well, they,
That's part of it, so you
No,
hired
look
someone
at
without
her.
knowledge, might not even be their fault.
right.
Misassigned
I-
them, or.
Oh, okay, so I thought you said anyone.
How
who
about,
wasn't a
is
good
that a lack
fit.
of ownership?
I was looking at a position, you're right, you said for the
Behaviors
for
that
the-
don't fit.
Yeah, all right, then I'll move on, here's a different one. Subversive, non-accountable, and poor work ethic.
Oh, those are three?
Yeah, for one, for one.
That's one
For
more.
one, that's one,
Let's put them down.
for one,
Yeah,
for
there's
separate
seven.
characteristics. That's three different things for one individual.
Okay.
Narrow,
Not fair.
Okay,
narrow skill set.
hold on, I've only got subversive, right?
Oh, subversive,
non-accountable, which is that zero responsibility, and then poor work ethic.
They did work.
Chit-chatty, okay? Then instead,
Okay.
poor work ethic. Narrow skill set resulting in low production. Is it different in?
Skills, you're talking about skills now.
Skills, behaviors. Oh, poor work ethic. Does that count?
Yeah, you have that.
And then,
What'd you say? Did she say for work?
Poor work ethic.
bullying competence doesn't count on your list?
No.
That's
If
not
you
a-
think you hire an incompetent person, that's kind of on you.
It's on you, the skill, why'd you hire that?
What if you inherited it?
Well, then,
Okay, well, that's.
keep going, next, keep going.
Okay, then it's another non-accountable.
Let's move on.
Okay,
Unaccountable.
next person.
Annie, you done?
I also misunderstood this.
Work ethic.
But we got it.
All right, we helped you.
What's
Yeah,
that?
I got 2 work ethics, a negative,
Yeah, and it's just a negative person?
yeah, never smiles,
Uh-huh.
and then I'm going with the BS artist.
I need to get out of my office.
What do you think, Liz?
Not a team player, alienates employees.
Not a team player.
Yep. Not transparent,
Please check on that for me.
work avoidance. And never makes commitment.
Wait a minute, I got it, not team player, what's the second one you said?
Work
Work-
avoidance,
Work avoidance,
I got that.
not true.
not
Not
transparent,
transparent.
never meets commitments.
Never makes commitment.
Meets,
Oh.
No follow.
I mean, is that right?
never meets commitments. So if
Non-committal.
he has objective, if he or she has objectives, they never meet.
Okay.
Okay, I have non-transparent, so you can put check there. I have self-centered. Ooh.
Yeah, I like that one. Me.
Is there anything else that matters?
Mm.
Okay.
Controlling.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
And
I'm the behavior queen.
and I have, an isolation.
These are all the same
Oh,
person.
wow. That's good.
I've worked with all those people.
Okay, thank you.
Wow.
Never returns a call,
Unresponsive.
Yeah.
not very helpful.
You have
Where's-
non-responsive, you have non-responsive up
Oh,
there.
there's one.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
sorry.
Not very helpful,
Unhelpful.
unhelpful. Always on the defensive
Okay.
and condescending. Do you? Wow. Yeah. That's why I don't like them.
Oh, yeah.
Arrogant,
Oh, here you go.
rude, negative.
I like that, yeah.
A negative here. Good. Thank you very much.
Right, two-faced,
Wow.
egocentric,
Wait,
sorry.
that's okay. Egocentric.
Self-centered, yeah,
Okay, what I'm gonna do
definitely.
is I'm gonna put egocentric here,
Okay,
Good one.
good one.
and then we'll put a check,
Kind of, there you go. Fear-driven.
fear-driven.
Mm.
Keep your eyes on that one, guys. I think that one might come up at the end.
Fear-driven and disengaged.
Engaged.
I don't think I have one.
Okay.
So many.
Narcissistic and manipulative.
So narcissistic.
No.
The ISO.
Narcissistic.
And manipulative. Same person.
I'm manipulative.
Don't say racial. Are you done? I can't really tell if you're writing or not.
I'm checking for it. Okay.
Okay, you can check, BS artist, and you can check non-responsive, and then add, executive.
It's 5.
No, that's, okay, I'll stop there. That was the same person.
Yeah.
Executive what? Malfunction? No, immaturity.
Immature?
Oh, that's what?
Yeah, it's more, it's
Professional.
executive
immaturity.
professional
immaturity.
maturity.
There is a difference, yeah.
Yeah, not just someone who's immature.
Right.
Professional immature.
Professional immature?
Yeah.
There's definitely, that does exist.
I thought it was that they were professional at immaturity.
Yeah.
All right.
So I had that one too, actually, but I called it emotionally immature, but that is for me.
Okay.
Lip service.
That would
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys just like that.
Disorganized. And then I had scarcity mentality. That's that fear.
Fear-driven,
Little
maybe.
bit.
I'm gonna put, okay, where's fear?
Second
Second
one.
one.
And scarcity mentality.
I've never heard that.
Okay, what else?
I think we're done.
We're done.
Okay,
Pretty
you
good.
start us off?
No?
Yeah.
Sandy started.
Sandy
I
started.
the BS.
Yeah.
Did we get you again?
Yeah, we went around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we stopped there, okay.
Yeah.
got it.
You guys, you know.
Got it,
Pronouns have to come out, let's see, learn.
Oh, listen to you, Aaron.
okay.
Aaron, you could come up with three, come on.
I mean, those all sound horrible.
She's like, and I just came here.
Should have known this before you came in.
So good.
Okay. I'm not gonna write on your dry erase board, I promise. First, I wanna learn a little bit more about Steve Nance.
Articulate.
Oh,
The epitome of professionalism. Solid, professional maturity.
I'm gonna go around to each of you,
Professional
and I want you to
maturity.
give me, but don't give me all, just independently thinking about this. What would be one word that describes Steve Nance?
Articulate.
Articulate.
Solid.
Efficient.
Calming.
Calming?
Calm.
Friendly.
That's really great.
Voice drop.
Uh-huh.
Reputable.
Uh-huh.
Intelligent.
Behavior.
A behavior? More, competent.
What's that? Competent.
Yeah, competent, yeah. I was actually gonna say competent.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. I guess it's accountable. I mean, hold himself accountable. I'm not sure how to phrase that properly, but takes that very seriously. Accountability is kind of.
I'm gonna make a switch here, I'm gonna do something. Yeah, let me do this. I want you to look at these four names. And on your paper, I want you to write down, but keep them separate again, think of them independently. I want you to give me 2 behaviors for each person of those 4 people. If you don't know them, that's,
Tony H., what does he do? Tony, hold on.
He's the director of data, so he touches every data system.
Yeah, I don't know.
you can skip that one then.
Okay. Casey from IT. We give 2 qualities
2 for each
for those
person.
that we know.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, wait.
Behaviors for each person.
Cool exercise. I see where it's headed.
Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, looks felt really nice. The real big thing is that people they always kind of at the end of it, they're kind of like, yeah, we had our values, but those are our values. Yeah. And it's really nice to be able to explain to the organization where they came from, because they came from them.
Tony and Casey. Casey's the one that did the data presentation for me. Okay, try him. Can you use the same word? Yeah.
Yes, you can.
I hope so, for people.
We're good here. We're good here. We get there. Good.
Okay.
So I don't know the person that well.
Yeah. You don't know me right now, but I'm good. You guys want?
Well, you make it up.
Thank you. Okay.
And
All right, Laura, I'm going to start with you again.
Okay, Steve, I put intelligent and friendly.
Intelligent behavior. It's
To
not a big
me, his mind is like going, he knows how to connect all the dots, so.
Competent.
Confident. Well, it's the same thing, but I'll go with it
Okay, whatever.
because it's Laura.
It's your, you're right, you got the voice. Friendly.
Hey, give me,
The rest of them?
Yeah.
Okay, James, I put he's confident and he's observant. Confident.
oh, confident.
Close, but
And he's an observer?
he's observant, yeah.
Observant.
That's right. That's good.
Thank you.
Tony H., I put he was intelligent and a team player.
Intelligent?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you see, I have a hard time with it, don't you? To me, it's a whole,
We have people that aren't intelligent.
yeah, we have people that are book smart that aren't smart.
I'm just going to give him a confident.
Not
Oh,
straight one.
okay, if you want, yes. And he's a team player. Down to Case. Oh, Matt. Oh, I put Matt T, I don't know why. Casey, I put he's focused and data driven. That's what he said. I thought he was humorous and trustworthy.
Okay.
Yes.
Any more? You got one more? Do them all.
No, I got five, I gave you 4 and I did the 5. So.
Okay.
Young Steve, integrity and intuitive. James is trustworthy and tenacious.
I've got like a cousin here, help me out. What was it, tenacious?
Yeah, trustworthy.
Trustworthy. Tenacious. Okay.
Next one, Tony, is action-oriented and ethics.
Is ethics the same as integrity, I understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Casey, mission-driven and creative.
Creative? Good. Okay, thank you.
Efficient and confident. Confident.
Confidence.
Third one.
Where?
Third one.
That one.
Responsive. Responsive
Responsive.
and thoughtful.
Thoughtful.
For Tony, I only have one. I put helpful. And then for Casey, I put efficient and positive. Efficient's already up there, yeah.
It is?
1, 2, 3, 4, fifth from the bottom.
Thank you.
Pam, is helpful in your mind different than responsive?
Helpful to me was they go out of the way.
Yeah.
Not, they didn't respond necessarily when you ask them, but they go out of their way to help you regardless. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
For Steve, I have calming and thoughtful.
Thoughtful's up there, yes.
For Tony, I have curious and inspired.
Curious. Good. And inspired?
Mm-hmm. For Casey, I have positive and motivated.
Okay.
And then for James, I have observant, so that's another repeat, and protective.
Protective? Protected?
Protective.
Okay.
For, did you have
I feel like I don't know these people well enough, hearing someone, so I'd rather just listen.
Okay.
Okay. For, Steve Nance, I have reputable and competent.
Uh-huh.
And then for James Doer, I have conscientious and responsible. And I didn't know the other two gentlemen, so I couldn't comment.
Would conscientious go under thoughtful?
No.
No?
Okay. I don't know. I just think it's different.
Oh, because the thoughtful I intended was conscientiousness, not thoughtful as, oh, you're in my thoughts. Because it's
Okay, so I want to change that. What did you say? You thought?
My thoughtful was more along the lines of the meaning of conscientiousness.
my thoughtful along being nice and
Yeah,
everything else?
sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, see, I wrote thoughtful with a different definition than you, Matt.
Okay.
Sorry.
And you, that,
Sorry.
So for Steve, I wrote, competent and thoughtful, but for me, I defined thoughtful, in my mind, I was thinking very systemic, he's very thoughtful, right? Full of,
yeah,
full of
but
time.
here, that was
Yeah.
I thought, being nice.
Yeah.
Thoughtful has to make definition.
Yeah, I didn't think, so think, so I was, yeah, I would say confident, and then he's, you know, I don't know how you want to say systemic or holistic thinker. He thinks holistic. Strategic work. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. And then for James, I said can do and caring. So can do probably can be responsive, but for me,
okay.
sure. Yeah, it's very positive can do, and then caring.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said can do, but can do with something else?
Can do would be tenacious, wouldn't it?
Responsive.
Can do.
Did you say responsive?
Responsive.
Can do? Okay, and what was this?
And then caring.
Okay, and we have that one, don't we? No?
The other thoughtful?
The other thoughtful.
That's right.
I'm okay with the other thoughtful.
Okay. You got the,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, so Steve, I have confident
Confident?
and professional.
It's the first time that word's come up. Good job.
For James, I put confident,
Confident?
yeah, and responsive. And for Casey, I put confident and responsive.
I don't know, like confidence.
I like competency and responsiveness, and then I don't know the other.
Okay. I don't know Tony, so I only have three. For Steve, accountable and professional.
Accountable. That's a new one, right?
That's a new one, maybe,
Yeah. That's professional, yeah, and professional.
Accountable.
And professional. I also wrote that, you're right above accountable. Then for James, responsible and brave.
Great.
That's really good.
I'm a cop's daughter, that's where my head goes.
Oh, you are?
I am, responsible and brave.
Is it accountable for responsible or no?
Maybe that is the same thing,
You sure?
responsible and accountable, I don't know.
We don't have to be
Yes.
responsible, do we? We have responsive,
That's different than responsible, yeah.
so I'm gonna put responsible here.
And then for Casey, I too wrote thoughtful, but Kim's definition, so we'll stick with strategic, we'll go there, and accountable.
Strategic is below.
Strategic, yeah.
I got it right here.
Yeah, so it's another strategic, a mark near strategic.
Where's the strategic at?
Right under thoughtful. He has it as thoughtful
Well,
though.
under thoughtful, helpful.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay.
Saw one, he put that thoughtful.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
oh, I see,
Yeah.
okay, got it,
Yeah.
all right, and then, accountable.
Almost there, guys.
Steve, calming
We gotta call me up here.
and accountable. James, responsive, positive.
Positive, I know it.
Bottom of the right list.
Casey, creative and humble. Tony. Now, I gave him three words: professional, dependable, reliable.
Be dependable and reliable, where are they?
They're not a
They're not, I don't think we have. How are those different, dependable and reliable?
Well, you can depend on him, but I don't know, I guess they're the same, reliable. You can assign something to him and you know it's
It'll get done.
dependable is something he just naturally does.
I'm gonna put them together.
But I can rely on him, it's different.
Okay?
Steve, I have committed and professional.
You don't see any committed stuff, right? How about professional, isn't it somewhere on here?
Right there.
Yeah.
Got it.
For James,
Wait a minute, what was that?
committed.
Committed.
Well, that's. For James, I have professional and steadfast.
What's steadfast?
He's always there, he's true blue.
He's reliable. He's dependable. He's dependable.
I'm gonna put steadfast here.
Basic voice.
Trustworthy, steadfast,
That's
right?
Tony, I have knowledgeable.
Knowledgeable, but,
Not the behavior.
yeah.
I ended up saying that was
Confidence.
Oh, confident.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is still in the problem with.
Okay,
Okay.
and committed.
Yeah, is it,
Committed?
bring that right.
Yeah.
Shouldn't you bring confidence to the job?
And Casey, so I have intelligent, but we said confident. And helpful.
Helpful's on here, isn't it?
Yeah, the right hand about six up, bottom on the right, on the bottom.
You started it, right? Okay. Now what we want to do is draw some lines between these two. I'm looking for one item here and the opposite. So negative would be positive. Positive.
Right.
This is very hard
Yeah,
work.
can I say something? Can I say something? Interesting enough, because of the people that are in the room, because we don't work directly with the classroom teacher. You don't see a lot of classroom teachers on this list.
Yeah.
What you see are employees that are more district level employees, because that's who they interact with. So we might have a different conversation if we were to say, if I just only want to hear about what are the classroom teacher characteristics that you honor, might be very different than this broader perspective of employee. This is very employee on the goal-driven.
You could do that for
Could do it for
teachers.
principals, I could do it for principals.
But because these folks don't work in the with classroom teachers, it's somewhat limited, although I think it would be interesting if you said, what are the characteristics of a classroom teacher? We could honor.
But at the same time, I mean, we do have teachers up on that list, obviously.
But because you don't, not everybody in the room works closely with those folks.
Right.
The second check went to people that, if you look at it,
Yeah.
James works at a district level.
Right.
Tony's a district level.
Right.
Casey's a district level. Steve's a district level. These are all district level employees. They're not boots on the ground principal teachers.
So what we'll do is, let's go through with this, and we're gonna have to pay attention to that though, and see, and let's just, first of all, we'll see where we end up, and then if that does pose a big problem, then we probably need to consider something there, because there needs to be probably, I mean, that's, what percentage of your workforce is that?
Half.
Yeah. So let's do that. Let's drive through this, see where we end up, because I wouldn't be surprised if something comes up and it's like, well, that would be true for those. Let's just kind of see. And if it doesn't, we can do what we did over here. We can kind of just whittle away at some stuff and figure it out. I'm glad you brought that up. You know what I thought you were headed with it? I thought you were saying, most of these people are district people. We got to get out more. I thought that's what you were going to say.
We're all on a short chain.
You're not allowed out.
No,
you got your little break.
It's limited because you don't have in the room the people who work with teachers and principals. Those people are not in there.
Yeah.
We do though as parents. I was going to say, I think your board members have brought teachers and principals to that list. And
Let's see where it takes us. Let's see how we end up. That's a good point. Okay, so what we would do here, and this is where you really need to help me. So there's where was it?
negative, we were gonna do?
Yeah.
Negative is like 7 down.
Yeah.
From the beginning.
1, 2.
Oh. So and then positive is over here, right?
Very loud.
Okay. And what we're looking for is here is like, how much it resonated. So there was a little bit of, resonated a little bit more over here. But that's something to pay attention to here. We're going to end up with, I'm going to really recommend that you come up with no more than 3 core values.
So professional on this side is like the opposite of the professional maturity.
Yes.
Right.
So where's the professional over here?
Right.
Oh, right there. And that resonated too.
Yep.
You have non-responsive, 4th from the top,
Versus responsive.
on
Down
kind of
other
other
lanes.
All the way down, down, there you go.
That one.
That did help when you told me how to check for that. So there's something there. I think, okay, keep going.
Competent type of most.
Yeah, confident, so.
Competent.
But you don't think that's easy.
Yes, artist and competent.
Can we hold off on confident for now?
Okay. I was just going to say competent and work ethic, I think, are semi-interconnected. So you have poor work ethic versus being competent.
Okay.
But I agree with Laura. I think competent and BS artists are connected too.
See, I come with a different definition of competent. I don't want to say it's totally negative, it's just mediocre. Like, you're competent, you're okay.
My issue is, if you're not competent, I shouldn't have hired you to begin with.
That's
It's like
that's
a
kind of.
baseline, yeah.
It's a skill set to me.
Here's what I'm saying. I don't think
No.
from the work you've done on this, I don't think confidence
Is a
is
minimum.
going to get you where you want to go.
Well, it's probably not, but I do think it speaks volumes that it got us to it made
Yes.
the list.
Yeah, more checks
It
than
shows you
anything.
how
Yeah.
just hungry.
We're competent.
Well, it's almost like saying, if competent made it to the list, we've been seen incompetent.
Yeah.
And therefore, it says, are we hiring the right people to begin with? Do we have the right people on the team? So I don't think it's a characteristic per se. when you talk about core value, but it definitely is an issue we shouldn't forget about. We have an issue there to address.
Right.
And it goes to your Peter principle, you like to talk about,
Yeah.
right? Did people get promoted because they were?
Nice,
And then they get to a certain point and then
Yeah.
they can't go any further.
Right.
So what am I doing with, let's go ahead and, what am I attaching competent to on the right hand?
How about poor work ethic?
Well, how about poor work ethic and accountable?
Okay.
To me,
Accountable.
opposite, you know. Is that
So we would come over here, poor work ethic.
up,
Up.
Let's
4,
go
5,
down.
5 check.
There you go.
Okay, Mark, what's
To accountable, first row, halfway down.
Good job.
And is there
I'd
another?
connect it with accountable.
And accountable,
Work ethic
first
and
column, 2 checks, no.
On the right
On the
side,
opposite side, accountable.
2 checks.
Accountable.
There,
Yeah.
back to work ethic. I mean, I think the
Poor work ethic.
Or is it
Yeah, the opposite.
responsibility?
And would it,
Oh, I see where you're going.
You want another hand?
Yeah.
Would it also tie then to responsive, dependable, and reliable?
those are all work ethic issues.
Yeah, they are.
yeah.
Okay, so
Dependable.
poor work ethic, so where am I at?
Responsible, dependable, so on the first column.
Yeah.
Responsible,
And then dependable.
dependable.
Even responsive.
And what was there, wasn't there one more? Responsible, dependable, and what's the last one?
Reliable.
Responsive.
Oh,
Oh, no, we already have that going to some.
The reliable's a hashtag, so you're slash there.
Okay, so what am I doing?
So transparency and trustworthy.
Oh, okay.
So that's just below, take your hand down 3 points, go down 3, transparency, and then go over
Okay.
to trustworthy,
Got it.
past responsible, there you go.
Got a lot of matches for BS artists still there.
Again, now at this point, let's focus our stuff on some of these hefty ones. Yes, sorry, that's up here.
Oh.
All of the above.
Oh, I see.
So BS artist, that means that somebody that's not responsible, not responsive, non-functioning.
They tell you what you think you want to hear.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
When on something that didn't really resonate either way.
Yeah, she's just confirming we're recording.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
So what are you seeing that's kind of resonating there? That means it's got multiple red lines coming to it. It's connected to things with multiple red lines going out of it. What are you thinking?
Responsive.
Responsive,
Yeah.
yes, professional.
Okay, I'm gonna put that. Responsive. Now, here's the thing. That doesn't necessarily mean that's the word we end up with, but that's resonating with you guys. What else do you see? How about professional?
Yeah.
Professional, yeah. And
Professional.
I see team player is connected.
Team player?
Thoughtful and helpful. It's got some legs coming into it.
Okay. I had accountable. Why did I have that?
There came up,
Yeah,
a couple checks,
came up,
and it
right.
came up forward, that'd be heavy.
You think that's something like
I
that?
think accountability is something.
And that
Yeah.
came twice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Confidence got a lot of checks.
Who?
We're gonna leave that alone.
Oh, let me know.
Yeah, we're gonna leave that one alone.
It's just how desperate
I didn't think it as, I thought it was like competent in that very authoritative position. Not, oh, well, you can scrape the bottom of the barrel.
Was there something about, you want me to say something?
No.
Hardworking. What's going on with that?
You know, I think hardworking is that can-do, the can-do attitude. I don't know if that's, when you think hardworking, what are you thinking?
Oh, somebody who, they're not the clock puncher that's just waiting for their
Right.
time. They have a task to do and it's
Committed,
committed.
Focus up there.
Committed.
Where's,
I like committed, I think.
do we have a not, a hardworking or something? Not
How about
transparent, not-
Poor work
Work
ethic,
ethic.
yeah.
Oh, that's
That
right.
goes to a lot, but, yeah, the opposite of that could be a lot of things. I mean, that could be accountable, it could be, you know.
It was,
all
yeah.
of those.
Hard work ethic
it could
and
be,
accountable. Hard work ethic and responsible.
You know, motivated, it could be.
It's cross-categorical.
Right, anything else you're seeing that we're responsive? That's there. Professional, that's there. The work ethic piece is there. Yes, Iris.
You got
Seems so positive. Positive.
Okay, let's throw that one on there. Positive.
Is there an incompetent on the left side that you could connect to confident?
Yeah, we're gonna leave confident out of it.
Oh, yeah, okay. So,
Okay, now, did you guys see anything here? Let me know if I've missed anything big here. But at this point, it's gotta be big.
So thoughtful and helpful, help me with that one a little bit. I mean, it's great to be thoughtful, you know, about people, I mean, but the reality doesn't mean that you're doing anything about it. So it's kind of like having empathy, but really caring. You know, I mean, I can have a whole lot of empathy, doesn't mean I do a doggone thing about it.
True. So, but helpful to me means action.
Helpful means action.
Yeah.
Versus thoughtful.
Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna take that as, I'm gonna take thoughtful language out.
Yeah. Thoughtful has so many definitions.
So the other thoughtful that was up there a couple of times was that strategic. So strategic
That was on
up there.
13, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, like you're
Yeah,
being thoughtful in your action.
And strategic can be good, and strategic can be bad.
Yeah.
I mean, not that you should say good or bad about strategic, but there are people who strategically undermine,
Right.
and there are people
Right.
who strategically plan.
Right.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to get to is that systemic, holistic thinker. If I do this, it has this impact. I've got to think about the whole, I can't be one principal who wants all this money. I've got to be responsible for, I share a pot of money with multiple schools. You know what I mean? You think more systemically, holistically.
Oh, I know what you're getting at. It's not it's everybody's money, it's our team.
Well, team-wide, that
You're not
team wide.
jumping over anyone else just for your benefit.
So
Well, that's being a team player.
team player. So I'm thinking, in addition to that, just, okay, if we do this, this is the outcome we're going to get. This is the unintended consequence.
Is that a behavior or or a skill?
Is it a skill to be a strategic planner?
Or is it a behavior?
It's being a whole, I don't know if the strategic is the word I think is hanging us up, but to be holistic, systemic, thinking about, if I do this, I get this.
And I can teach people that. I can teach people, but are you innately born with that? I mean, I think there are people who are innately hardworking.
So we're going after,
I don't know, I mean, I'm just trying to think out loud.
so this whole conversation around, sending this memo out, this person did not think holistically or systemically because they sent something out that created fear. If you would have thought, oh, a lot of change is happening, I better explain why I'm sending this out so that I avoid an unintended consequence of people reading it
Hence
along
the
the way.
reason that leadership is being turned over.
Yeah, but what's the quality that we want, because we need more of that.
Right, so, well, I think I'm gonna go accountable.
Well, and I think
Professional.
professional is what I'm,
Yeah.
You can be really
accountable and feeling
Professional, to me, professional doesn't mean you come wearing a suit and tie.
No.
Professional is, you bring this
skill set,
this air about you,
this
leadership quality that there's quite a bit of what you're trying to get at.
See, I think, okay, so I'm thinking of this in a practical note. Professionalism in a classroom, part of it is dressing professionally. That doesn't mean you think systemically. I mean, you're a professional, you act like a professional, you know what I mean?
Customer service is professionalism.
Yeah.
But it's
So it's much bigger.
yeah, and it's also accountable. I mean, I could take your letter example, and we could have it in a teacher in a classroom, and what she writes on the board on Tuesday of January, the second week of January. Pick a day, pick a teacher, pick a classroom. Whatever she writes could have unintended consequences unless she's accountable.
Yeah, I guess.
So
I'm just,
you wouldn't expect a teacher to have
Being a
strategic,
systemic thinker, I think you can teach people to be more systemic. Because by teaching people to be more systemic, you realize you are, maybe it's accountable, but you're linking it to a larger responsibility.
So when we look at core values, this is where, Michael, I have a little bit of a concern about. These are issues that I would see and expect at a district level employee. Management, leadership, we talk systemic, and as Steve Nance, I want to see a systemic, I want to see cabinet members be systemic thinkers. However, do I want a teacher who's systemic? Or do I want a teacher who is caring and is student focused and who is competent?
You know, I'd agree with that. I
So-
would agree with
So I think that part of this is the fact that we've been talking about through these characteristics of district level leadership, functional people. I mean, I look at that list and went, I think we all went to district level people we had experienced that negativity with, and then, because I wouldn't say that our teachers aren't hardworking.
Yeah.
I would say that they are.
Right. What I like what you're saying about, what I'm hearing is, we're talking about values. Values apply to every single employee, regardless of what your title is. But systemic is a great example of a skill, capability that you'd want in a leadership role as opposed to a teacher.
Yes,
role.
you captured it. Okay, so back to behaviors that we say, these are the enduring behaviors that, no matter who sits in the chair, these are the enduring behaviors of the organization. So when I look at them, we want people who are positive, glass half full versus half empty. We look at responsive. We want individuals who are going to be responsive to the customer, to the student, to the parent, to each other, accountable. Every employee, no matter what role I fill, accountability is something that we need to do. Yeah.
Right.
Dr. Birdwell, there's a word up there I'm not seeing that I think could also lend to an organization, but that may not be the most systematic people in the room, but it's innovative. Sometimes your innovators are the ones that get us beyond our perfectly laid out plan to see, hey, did you know things have moved this other direction while you were making your plan over there? And so, is that important?
So that's a parking lot piece off to the right, because it's not up there anywhere.
Except for creative.
Yeah, we created intuitive, but we didn't do innovative, so we missed that.
Creative, intuitive.
Yeah. The other one that's, I don't know, it's not up here, is that student focused.
well, because we did it through teachers.
Yeah, that's why.
It's an interesting, unique piece that fits the educational field that doesn't cleanly fit other business roles. When we talk about behaviors in the educational field, being student-focused, typically you'll hear things like customer service in the business, the word, I really, this employee, and we kind of picked up on it like on Renee, because Renee is such a helpful customer service. She helps everyone up front. Those are things that we admire about her.
I think what was the word you were just?
Innovative? Student-focused?
Student-focused.
So
Student-focused is probably going to be something that you have to grapple with under strategic anchors. If I'm right, you're saying, no, we've got to have people that are really student-focused, because if we don't, it's going to be chaos, or, it's not going to work, or we do our finest work. We have these great examples of student-focused work that we've done in the past, and means a lot to us. Student-focused is kind of an organizational approach.
And this was the big dive that Steve Nance and you had 6-7 years ago when we were meeting, remember, about student focus, and we ended up putting it on both because Steve said, I'm not compromising.
Oh, yeah. So it was on both.
It was on both, because but it's very much an educational term that doesn't really apply anywhere else, because it's so much about, but strategic anchorage-wise, student focus is critical.
Yeah.
So we get that.
It's your secret weapon. It's one of your secret weapons, right?
It truly is. Right.
Has that been the case for Scottsdale for a while now, or is that more aspirational?
It's, when you talk about cultures that are student cultures, culture-centric or adult-centric. Scottsdale, we're an adult-centric culture, not necessarily a student-centric culture. So,
adults meaning the employees?
Employees.
Yeah, so I understand that, yeah.
So in the educational culture, if you're not student-centered, if there isn't something that ties you back to learning, which is why I love our tag up here, because this is student-centered. So I don't think it necessarily needs to be here, because our core purpose nails it,
The
student piece. But it's very much gonna, I think, come back at it when you talk about strategic anchors.
Yeah, okay.
I think it'll be there. So here, when you're talking about behaviors of, things that we admire that go beyond the people. So the James Dorr examples of being accountable. And I mean, so you talk about Mr. Accountability or Miss Positive, or, these are the things that are enduring beyond the people. And then you look for those qualities in more people. Because when you get into these core values, when we start talking about hiring systems, can they capture these values in the hiring system? Can we hold people accountable in the evaluation system for these behaviors?
Yeah, accountable is a good one. It's just that you have to be very clear, because one of the problems with accountability is people think they know what they're talking about right away. Accountability, yeah, that means, being willing to admit you made mistakes.
See, some people would say accountability is being responsive, and I see them as different issues. So I love the fact that responsive is up there. Responsive is something that we can measure, and actually we probably hear more criticism about lack of responsibility than mostly anything else.
And literally, that means that we're not communicating well.
We're not communicating well. We're not listening. We're not addressing the concerns. We're not returning phone calls.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I mean, we're not putting grades up in a timely manner. So we're sitting down and having lunch and letting gallons of water spill out on the street because we didn't want to fix the pipe before lunch.
Yeah.
Good. So we're not being responsive. So responsive kind of permeates throughout the organization.
I was working with another consultant the other day, and he was having this big thing going on back home where he lives in San Francisco. And what happened is his daughter was running for student vice president, and they did the whole, they did all the voting. They did the campaigning and they did the voting, but then they decided to wait until after the spring break to get the results. This girl was coming unglued.
Oh my God, the anxiety.
Yeah.
Well, that's terrible.
And in the meantime, they had tutors who weren't actually teachers, but they still worked for, and those tutors were kind of younger people, and they were going around saying, you really got to vote for this girl. So all of a sudden, yeah, it's just a mess. Yeah. But see, that probably started off because someone said, yeah, we don't want to mess with this until after. We don't want to mess with this until after we get back from spring break. Not thinking that there's a little girl who's just put her heart and soul into the biggest thing that's ever happened in her life.
Election campaign, and nobody's going to, they're going to make them wait for 5. I mean, the same thing happens when we say, well, we're just going to wait and give grades after the holidays. Give me no idea how many calls I get from parents of, I want to know now so I can be talking with my child over the break.
Yeah.
And you're not letting me know my kid's grades till after holiday. So I have to wait 2 weeks? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Well, but we did it out of the convenience of the adult. Well, we didn't want our teachers to have to turn them in before they took a break.
Yeah.
Well, why didn't we? We were in finals week. Why didn't we turn those grades in? And so there's but it's an adult decision versus a student-centric decision.
And the good news about this, guys, if you decide to pick responsive, that we were just chewing it up, right? The wonderful thing about it is that when someone says, well, where did that come from? What would your answer be?
Customers. I mean, it comes from all of our stakeholders, our students, our parents, our community.
Yeah. Well, and where did the idea of responsive came from? It came from your very own people. So sometimes the people say, well, where did that come from?
Exactly.
Well, it came from you and your colleagues. That's what we were looking at. Boy, could you have some good workshops on responsiveness?
What's a better word for helpful? Or is it just because I think helpful is...
Is it caring or something like that? What's the caring issue?
I mean, you talk about caring culture, that's a care, do I care?
Yeah.
Versus I'm a BSR.
To me, it's a key player.
It's a what?
Well, I think, to me, helpful's up there, just stick with me. Because we've had so many broken systems, we have these silos. And it's almost like every man for himself. Every employee is just trying to survive for themselves. So therefore, team players up there because we don't function as teams. Therefore, no one's really helpful to anyone else because they're just trying to survive in this very broken culture where they don't trust anyone. Nothing, the systems aren't broken. I mean, they are broken. You can't be responsive because you may put yourself out there and tell a parent, well, this is the reason this decision was made. But then someone else above you, historic, may come in and say, no, that's not true, parent. And now you're out there on a limb. I mean, it's just, I think that helpful is very correlated to team players. We've been lacking the helpful piece because of the broken culture and distrust.
So when you onboard, let me take that even further. So when we onboard a new employee into the Scottsdale School District, and we talk about you're here because we saw in you the want and the desire to be part of a team, to be something bigger than yourself. And here in Scottsdale, we work together to educate children, and we will expect you to serve on a team and to be a contributing member of them.
I wonder if collaborate is better than team player, because team player can be used in a negative sense.
So can collaboration. Because you make a decision, if you don't collaborate, everybody says, why didn't you collaborate? Why didn't you ask my opinion?
Well, so does conscientious work in that? So if somebody's conscientious, it's not just about them, it's about people that they work with.
So I'm going to go back to Pam's conversation, and then I'll go back to collaboration. But so working in silos, what we're saying is we're going to work together. So team players will work together. Going back to your point about collaboration, I don't know what Michael would say about collaboration on this, but is collaboration an outcome of being part of a team? So collaboration, if we make a decision and we don't take the time, at least Pam and I as an example, if we make a decision that we know needs to move things forward, but we don't stop and ask everybody's opinion along the way, then we're considered non-collaborative. But sometimes administration has to make a decision because there are decisions that have to be made to move forward. I don't stop and ask the teachers whether or not we're going to have a fire drill. I need to get my monthly fire drill in. And yet there's times to collaborate and there's times not to collaborate. But if collaboration is your core value, there's an expectation that you do it all the time.
Well, to me, team player speaks a little bit deeper of supportive of others. So I can collaborate with other departments, but as a team player, I have to support those other departments. So for me, it speaks a little bit more to really working with those others, not just collaborating with them.
It takes the meism out. What about me? Doesn't matter about me. I'm going to be part of this team. The whole.
Is that meeting your question, Pam?
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah, I can see helpful in team
I'm
player
saying
together.
I think it goes to team player.
Yeah, I can see helpful in team player.
Well, if you're a team player, you're probably helpful.
Yeah,
About dependent.
and you're probably supportive. Yeah.
Just so you know, when you guys get this figured out, you're going to need to illuminate these values. You're going to be able to create some sort of language around them so people can get it, because you don't usually get it just by one set of words or.
So the one that I'm struggling with is hardworking, because I think it's how others view confident, is that it is assumed that you will come to this organization and work hard. Like it is assumed we are hiring competent people. But I don't know how hardworking got up there, but I don't know if that's.
Well, I think my big thing is, sorry, is it okay if I cut in?
Yeah.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Sorry. Hardworking, to me, represent putting in hours, but are you working smarter?
Okay.
To me, smart working.
So it's kind of when I say, don't tell me no, tell me how. It's that.
Somebody may be working really hard, but are they working in the smartest way possible? Are they allocating their time on the right things? Are they spending too much time on something when they,
Work smart, not hard.
Work smart, yeah.
Smart.
Well, if somebody who's professional would be hardworking.
Well,
I would think.
in the interpretation of the lens of the hardworking people who've been around for a while,
Yeah.
I put that same lens on the new hire. They might not understand what you mean by hardworking.
And that's what I'm saying, if you're a professional, you're gonna, well, I would think you'd work hard.
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing, I just want to know that when I look at studies on generational, 5 generations in the workforce, our definition of hardworking is very different.
Right.
So if for somebody, Lewis's experience and background, hardworking means I stay till the job gets done. Hardworking in Anna's generation, when she was here, because Anna has a very different concept of hardworking is that the time that I'm here, I'm working as hard as I can, and I'm gonna get done what I can, but I don't have a problem disconnecting and walking away. Or I'm gonna be hardworking at 3 o'clock in the morning when you don't see me, because that's when my brain really kicks in, but don't ask me to be hardworking at 9 a.m. So, I mean, so it's just very, very different with the different generations of what that means today.
Can I offer something else then? There was a lot of conversation around committed. I wonder if committed is a good replacement for hardworking, because you're committed to whatever it takes. You define how you get it done, but you're committed to the outcome, you're committed to the result. Is that a possibility?
Have you ever heard the ham and eggs?
Green eggs and ham?
No, ham and eggs.
Oh, green eggs and ham, yeah.
One's committed
The
and
pig,
one, yeah.
the pig and the chicken?
Yeah.
The chicken made a contribution, but the pig was committed.
Yeah.
Yeah. And ham, so we need more hams. We need more commitment on that.
So when you talk about the cognitive, and you talk about the higher function, remember we did the levels, that commitment is a higher level of function in doing. So commitment is something that we will be looking for. And one of the things that Kathy Coley shared with us is that anybody in leadership needs to be at least that level. You cannot be in leadership if you can't function at a higher level. And I think that's fascinating.
So is committed a replacement for hardworking?
Well, I don't know that it's so I'm trying to in my own brain process this. Is it a tangible? And so Michael, help me out with this. Is committed a tangible thing in a value concept? It's the way we do things.
I can.
But is it a behavior?
But it's a behavior. So that's what
you're
I'm
committed
going,
to something.
So if you think about a behavior, at the end of the day, you want to be able to interview people to see if they have these behaviors because they'll be successful in our organization. So for me, the word committed, you could actually say, share with me a time in which you saw something through to the very end that was difficult. Share with me a time. I mean, you can actually demonstrate commitment, which is really important. So it could be a behavior. I mean,
you can certainly interview. You can interview.
Yeah. How about, I have one, might be close, results-oriented.
Data-driven, results-oriented, that's interesting.
No,
If you're committed, you're going to do what it takes. You're oriented around achieving results.
So my only caveat, and I like results-oriented, and you could find questions around that. It does sometimes, it could mean you shortcut the process to get the results. So there could be, I mean, obviously we don't mean that, but.
But, again, whatever we put up here, we then have to communicate with clarity. And so when you talk about results-oriented, you don't talk about shortcuts.
Yeah, you
make sure that you define that piece. That's a very good point, Kim, because results, do they show the full picture kind of so.
You would hate to see someone shortcut if we see academic performance as a result, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Result-oriented, do what it takes to get there, that could be.
And
I don't cheat on the test in order to make my test.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Although then that wouldn't offset perception.
But along that line, I mean, as you're saying that, and hearing Dr. Birdwell talk about, different interpretations of hardworking, I'm seeing like dependable and reliable, even responsible, kind of along those lines. You know what you need to get done, you are determined to do it and get it done. So maybe
But is that all integrity too, is to be dependable and responsible, is that part of integrity? I see we had integrity up here with the check, but we never drew integrity back this way.
The other problem is, once I hear integrity, I'm gonna say permission to play.
Yeah. What do you mean by that?
Oh, who doesn't?
It means, it's just like a greens fee, it's just like a, yeah, duh, we're gonna go for that.
Should already exist, we should have it.
You don't wanna waste your precious few on something that is self-evident like that. You wouldn't say to the person, hey, we think you're gonna be great working here, you know, you got a great background, great, you know, I love where you went to school. That whole fraud thing you did at your last job, we're just gonna overlook, I mean, you just say,
Yeah.
you would never do that. So and I'm not trying to be silly about it, I'm just saying, it's kind of a, honesty is the same way.
But it is the idea of if someone's hardworking, then you would look at them as reliable. And,
That's true.
And trustworthy. And dependable. If they're hardworking, you can depend on them to get the job done.
I'm gonna have to disagree, because I've worked with, I can't tell you how many people who would put in 80-hour weeks. They were so hardworking. They were there in the office.
Couldn't get it done.
And they're spinning their wheels. They're spinning their wheels.
But then they're not dependable.
No, they were dependable. They're dependable.
They're there.
They're gonna be there. But they
That's
never
the same
got,
thing.
but they would couldn't
depend on them
and
to
they
get
would
the job done.
They would get the job done,
Oh, but not effective.
but not,
Wasn't effective.
yeah.
Not efficient.
Yeah, you had to throw their work out and have somebody else do it, because all those hours they put in meant nothing, because they were still wrong.
So does accountable take care of hardworking then?
I think so.
I don't know that, to me, I think there should be, when we're hiring people and we're going through the interview process, there are pieces that we're gonna pick up, like commitment and dedication and dependable and hardworking. Those are parts of the soft skills side that we're going to be looking for in the interview process. And those are the things you do when you call the references. Well, okay, I know that you said that they were hardworking. Was the outcome effective? You know, was the work good? You ask the question, did their books balance? Well, no, they were hardworking. Okay, well, all right, they put a lot of hours in. Are you telling me that in the end, it didn't matter because the accounting, they were off $1 million? Okay, well, yeah, we're not going there. We're not going over
Productive. Productive? I think accountable does cover all those ideas.
Especially if you decide to make it cover that with your illuminators.
Wait, what's an eliminator?
Illuminator is like a bullet or subword that
Okay.
helps kind of get people understanding what you meant by it.
Aaron's hard work. And so when we did the sheet with Goldman, we take that and just said, okay, now we don't have to sit here and wordsmith, right? So we capture that, we capture these conversations, and we sit down and say, okay, how are we gonna illuminate this?
So what would you subtract from that list on the left then, at this point, based on these conversations?
Hardworking.
Probably gonna get there.
Hardworking.
Hardworking.
Yeah, that's
I think I'd take that helpful too.
Yeah, helpful, yeah.
Helpful and
helpful and hardworking. I mean, we supposed to have 3?
How are you at?
And now I have to understand this profession.
It came up a lot.
Okay, notice all the young ones that
come up
left
a
and
lot.
the senior people are in the room.
Yeah.
And so when we look at the collective experience sitting in the room right now, professionalism is critically important to us. We have a definite lens when we say professional. You know, they exude professionalism.
Yeah. Well, and it's a little apropos, because there's a lot of teachers talking about, I'm a professional, treat me like a professional. And we kind of have different opinions of what that means.
I think professional could have some illuminators that are up there, and encompass, like, much of what, positive, I think, could be an illuminator to professional. Confident, there's many of them. Trustworthy.
I think team player could go on professional, honestly.
Dependable, reliable.
Dependable, reliable, team player.
I think they could all be
Positive.
professional.
It can encompass a lot in there, people's minds.
Just another way to think about this is to say to yourself, what are the kinds of problems that we experience with employees, and which of these words would help us to deal with that really swiftly?
Accountable and responsive, I think, would help us tremendously.
What would be a responsible bad behavior responsible? What would that be? Just not returning calls and stuff?
Neglect.
Is that neglecting a customer? So you can go after those really fast now.
Blatantly.
I mean, you had it already. Responsive was one of your core values. We just don't know whether we were hitting on disciplines 3 and 4 on the circle.
Right.
That clarity. Now, and again, we don't know about whether this is, illuminated. How old are these?
The response just came from a couple months ago in January when the board got together and we said, this is what we've been working on with this year before.
Oh, okay.
And they added responsive and it brought a piece in that we hadn't even thought of.
Yeah. Well, lo and behold, it came. I didn't even know that was. I didn't memorize this list, so I didn't even know that was on there. But it
resonated again.
Steve Nance, responsive. Steve Nance, James Dort, responsive. Tony, Casey, Patty, all those guys, right? Renee.
I would say every person on there is responsive.
Okay. So that looks like it's going to stick.
And all the people on there are team players. And every one of them doesn't mind being held accountable.
What was the idea about team player being part of being professional?
I don't know if I see those two together. Any more than I see positive under professional or responsive under professional.
You either bring positive to me is either part of your characteristic or it's not. And I think that there are pessimistic people who won't fit this culture well. Yeah. They might be hardworking, but they're, but they're very pessimistic. And if they're always going to see the cup half full, half empty instead of half full, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I agree. And the other word that wasn't up there, but I was comfortable it wasn't since positive was there, is that growth mindset, growth minded.
Okay.
To me, that is, you have to be in a positive mindset to be willing to grow. So I was.
Grow meaning grow personally?
Yeah, growth minded.
Yeah, if Steve was here, he probably would have said.
I know, I think it's an important word, but I could get away not having it if positive is up there.
And it has to be
an illuminator.
The question becomes in the word growth mindset is, it's a way of being, and so if we've trained in that, it's part of, is it here to stay?
Mm-hmm.
Terminology. I mean, it's a terminology issue. I worry about it being a terminology that 5 years from now has no value because it's like professional learning community.
Yeah. It could be a good illuminator though underneath positive because positive's here to stay, right?
So who would like to take does anyone want to take a shot at it and just say a suggestion to get yourself down to 3?
Well, I think we know responsive and accountable are for sure 2.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah,
I would agree.
Okay. So it has to be 3, can't be 4.
Not unless you can't
You
get
guys
3.
already have the synonymous conversation on.
You're just trying to,
Could positive be an illuminator of a team player?
Or could team player be an illuminator of positive?
I
think positive is more,
Not
more of
necessarily.
a, you could be a negative team player?
No, but you don't have to be positive to be a team player.
Right. I don't think you'll be successful here if you're not growth minded. So if there's a better way to say it, that's the word I would.
Yeah, I didn't disagree with that. And Steve tomorrow probably will come here and say, if you don't have something about students up there as a core value, we're missing it. And that's why I say growth minded is about student learning. So if we're not going to say student focused, if we're not going to say that we're focused.
Well, help
define
define
the same page.
Help define growth minded.
To me, growth minded could be professional.
I was going to say, help define growth minded.
Anybody want to attempt that, or you want me to jump in on that?
Just a comment. Growth minded.
No,
Didn't come up.
The growth minded, remember that. Okay, so remember when we defined this, and we had this conversation about growth minded. Growth minded was about that we don't set artificial limitations on the potential of learning. That we are, and we have a culture that says all can learn, and that's being growth minded. So it is a critical lens.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you said earlier that this is all around district at center level employees.
Students.
And we hadn't really talked about the teachers yet. If we did talk about the teachers, I am quite confident that student focus would would be as huge as responsive and accountable. And so, can we put student focus up there?
Or that's not just for teachers. Then an illuminator of student focus is growth-minded. Yes.
What's that?
An illuminator of student focus is growth-minded. And that means it means that the behaviors, or that we see the learner, and the learner is the priority.
The only, and I say, we are asking people to step up though. That whole become an instructional learner, that's being growth-minded to be able to do that. Or maybe ask it a different way. What is the quality of an individual that's going to be willing to step up and invest in themselves to become the next level of their personal best? Right? What is that quality that they will have? That they'll be willing to do that? Because I think we're about to ask that of a lot of people.
Well, in the days of the past, so the days of the past, you would hear people talk about wanting employees that were life learners. You heard those pieces. Today, the terminology used is growth-minded.
Yeah.
And so I think it has a lot of validity to say that's the piece missing. If we put growth-minded up, I think what I would say is, what would you take off?
See, and I kind of feel like student focus is clearer. I can understand growth-minded being the illuminator of student focus.
Yeah.
But student focus is much clearer to me.
We've
been hearing that phrase for the last year, and it resonates.
If it's student focus, you've got responsive, you should, and you could put responsive and accountable.
And accountable. Those. Student focused, responsive, and accountable.
Yeah, I like that.
Me too.
Can I just say, I think student focus covers not only teachers,
No,
but again, the functional.
everybody.
Yeah, because I found for every dollar you misuse, there's a dollar didn't go to a child.
That's right.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's
You're
right.
right.
Yeah. It is. It's in our decision making at every level.
It doesn't.
In every department.
It doesn't matter if it's a plumber, it
everything.
doesn't matter if it's
Yeah.
an IT.
The accountability as a core value supports the insurer in the core purpose.
Yeah.
So.
Did you say the insurer?
The
Insurer.
I'm sure all individual learners reach their full potential,
Right.
is to be accountable.
Yes.
And student focused. You know, so.
And responsive.
And responsive. I can, team player here's my question, is team player something that we should just automatically expect?
Yes.
So-
To me, it can be, you're accountable, and when you're ready to be a team player.
When you're student focused, you're gonna be a team player.
My only hesitation is, we've been in a lot of organizations, or some of us, where people aren't team players.
That's true.
Yeah.
Can we have
Well, the thing is whether,
But if they're not, are they being held accountable?
you're on the precipice of
exactly.
becoming a team player kind of organization. You're implementing 5 dysfunctions as an approach to how we work together. So.
Problem is, we've had one ranger situations here that, have been a challenge. So the team player wasn't a part of the makeup.
See, the team player pulls in the professionalism, it pulls in a lot of pieces of expectation. And granted, if we're doing all of this work correctly, you're going to automatically be a team player, because that's part of the functions of the organization. We talked about the 5 dysfunctions.
And if I do this, how's it gonna affect my counterparts? How's it gonna affect the whole?
Let's get back to what Kim was saying earlier.
What if you had student focus, team player, and growth-minded? Is that too much overlap?
It is growth-minded, part of being student focused.
Yeah.
I think
really
growth-minded can eliminate.
I really prefer student
focus.
focus.
Again, I'm just gonna say, in order to, we have 4. Core values should be enduring. When the founder of the organization is long gone, and then it's handed on to the next generation, the core values don't change. The core values of that organization are still part of the core values. The core purpose may change because the customer has
Very
shifted.
rare. The ones that will change more frequently are strategic anchors, because they're strategies.
Yeah.
And the market may dictate a change there.
But your core values what you really embrace and believe in and what you hire on should not be changing year after year, generation after generation. Those are things that are enduring.
So what do you think?
I think we were up to 4.
I just gotta do my little 3 thing.
Can we do your little four thing?
I'm voting for 4.
Yeah.
I can let go of philosophy because I think the philosophy can be embraced under something else. It can be embraced under team player.
And same with professional?
It can be embraced, and the same with professional.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, guys.
I agree.
Can we go with 4?
Knock it out.
Yeah.
They only told us 3, so we
When we
can
eliminate
5.
First, we got 12.
Just racially, yeah, sure. But
You can get 3 values,
positive.
you can get 3 values for free, but the 4th one is
Erase what else?
really costly.
Yeah, professional.
I mean, don't you want to,
I'm just kidding, everybody's taking me seriously.
growth-minded people? I mean,
Well, I think it will be embedded in the interview process, absolutely. The other, the strategic anchors are going to be interesting.
Yeah, they're gonna be fun. We're gonna do that tomorrow. I have to leave at 5, which is in 6 minutes.
Oh my gosh, where'd the day
Because
go?
Oh, no, that clock's wrong. That clock's an hour.
It's 4:59. It is 4:59 right
Oh,
now.
I'm late already.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's 4:59.
slow down. It is slow, though.
You have 1 minute, not 6.
The school district doesn't have clocks.
One that doesn't have any.
On the computer. The second district, I'm in.
Who's accountable for the clock?
Really?
Government.
That's
right. Where's that team player?
What was that, somebody who changed the digital system on their computers? Who was that?
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
that was
please.
the school.
No.
That's my bill.
Did you, Kim, did you get brought up to speed on core purpose and business definition at all?
I read them and I love them.
Okay, no, there you go.
Yay! And
Do we leave these workbooks with you until tomorrow?
No, those are yours.
Was there more-
Leave them in here.
was there more-
You can leave stuff in here.
Yes, Kim can her book.
So what are our, I get a really good.
No, 4.
Four.
That
was the.
Accountable and student focused. Those need to be kind of intense, so they need to be, we need to put those kind of like in the same tent.
Okay, we were very aligned.
But,
And then trying to answer. So what's the book?
yeah.
This black, oh, black.
I'm gonna put them out there. Oh, did you guys do this real quick? I just want to make sure.
About what?
About those 4 values.
4 values, 4, Sandy?
Oh, yeah, oh, sure.
That's good, guys. All right. So no one will come in here and wipe the clothes off, right?
No, we'll be right here for tomorrow morning.
Beating chalk racers.
So do we think we didn't get to the other agenda item?
We're in good shape.
But they have discussion on
Michael,
superintendent committee
you put
today.
more of the black book.
Did you not get one?
Yeah.
Not yet.
No.
Well,
I wonder.
well, but we have the other, items, we have the action
mark
items
on this.
tomorrow.
Mark it, so you licked it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You can.
I'm gonna have to get you,
Oh, it's a different agenda.
It's more important for you.
because I think we added a person on, we may have added a person on that we didn't have.
Real.
Okay. So,
Yes, Mark, okay.
yeah, I'll get you one. It won't say the company name on it.
Can we knock this out quickly?
You wanna take it?
I've got one, actually, no, you gotta have one too. I've got one at home that hasn't been opened. And,
Is it just a note?
no, it's got content in it.
Oh, okay, book is coming, okay.
Color in it, stuff like that.
Crossword puzzles.
Okay. Louis, you are a team player. I see your book.
There you go.
I see your
What do you
book.
want? I'm on it.
And he's giving.
Well done, guys, really good.
Thank you. We do have another item.
Yes, next meeting.
Oh,
Hopefully this
yeah.
made you, oh, are you gonna talk to engineer?
You
Oh,
can
yeah,
feel
no,
to adjourn,
our
don't you?
information is over.
Are you gonna talk to her
I am.
about what, right now?
Superintendent's committee
They're all,
and liaison.
oh, okay.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
Well done.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Oh.
I owe you a
There's just somebody who.
Thank you.
So it's a couple people.
We're gonna move on real quick to, item 4, discussion on superintendent committees and liaisons. go, great. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Are you guys doing board?
Yeah.
Oh,
So we have liaisons that we've signed up for the learning communities that governing board members sign up to. So for instance, you all have signed a learning community, and basically what that says, during that year, make it a priority to visit that community. And then we rotate you around so that you see different learning communities, and that's already kind of done. And it also then cuts relatively online. Sandra, does it outline which graduation they attend?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's the city governments. And so that, we try to assign a board member who can establish a relationship, like Paradise Valley City Council, the Scottsdale City Council, the Tempe City Council. So those are kind of assigned as well. Then there's this thing called superintendent committees.
We have SPC liaison.
SPC, yeah, thank you. And then there's these things called the superintendent committees. And the superintendent committees are first and foremost the legal committees. So there are some legal committees that are required. One is the bond oversight. You have to have one, and there should be a board member who's assigned to that. The capital oversight. What that does is assure that the financial recordings are according to what the voters have said the money will be spent. And that's a legal piece. Teacher evaluation, when it is renewed or reviewed, or the statute requires a committee to do that. So principal evaluations we treat the same. Then there's insurance trust. The insurance trust requires that a board member serve on the insurance trust. And so the insurance trust is invested, and we're still working through that, but we believe it's invested in two separate banks. Right?
Yes.
Did I hear that last week?
Yes.
So there's and that's a longer conversation. There are three different trusts in the district. There's the risk retention trust, which oversees our workman's comp, our risk, these are attorneys that we work with. And then there's the benefits trust, which oversees our insurance of employees. And then there is our self-insured trust. And each has dollars in it. So when you have a self-insured trust, you must have a board of directors for it. And that was established in 1990.
You were 98, we're still looking.
Anyway, so at some point we'll need someone to serve on that trust. So as we go through the process, you have to think about the kinds of things that you love doing. This is very, it has no voting power. An oversight committee simply reports back to the governing board. Yes, you've done it according to what you should have done. We are your check and balance system who makes sure that you only go 10% outside of one area that you said to the voters you do. So this is kind of all that goes back to the board anyway. This insurance trust must meet, and they should be meeting each quarter, at the very least 2 times a year, but I think they're supposed to meet 4 times. They have a meeting coming up. They have to meet before May, and so there needs to be a board member willing to serve on this. You don't have to have a banking background, but the committee itself has to have other people from the community to have those things. Okay.
I just need to take a picture of this.
Oh. So, this is my non-left. So these things are important. We need to assign some boards. And we know what we plan to do is get these things assigned in April, assign chairmen to these committees, and then every July send out, here's your, we're going to put a purpose definition. Here's the purpose of the committee. Here are the expected outcomes. Here is your date, time, commitment. So it's going to be 4 times a year. It's going to be a 1-hour meeting. And then the chairman will make sure that these go out to all the committee members, and we work through the legal piece of it. Now, we get outside of that, and we get beyond this piece. There are also each year topics. And so as we predict topics that will occur, we are going to do a couple things. We'd like to do a few things a little different in this district. We would like to ask a couple board members who love finance, if there's anybody who loves finance, I've worked with boards who don't like finance at all, and then they suffer through it, but, to work with the cabinet members, which is the superintendent and the CFO, to develop the initial budget that then comes back to the entire board going through, but there's people who want to do a little bit more of a deeper dive, because the whole board doesn't want to do a deep dive. My experience has been that the whole board doesn't like deep diving into budget. Sorry, Lauren. So there is this budget.
Can you expand on that? What does deep dive into the budget mean?
Well, it means that if we task ourselves with saying we want to find another $1.8 million to look a year out from now to sustain continuing to allow steps, that the board look into all of the different funds and say, is there anywhere to find trim? Is there anywhere that we look for efficiencies and effectiveness? Because the overall budget is really not complicated. There's not a lot of wiggle room. But when you start getting into saying, but we have a goal as a governing board that every year for the next 3 years, we would like to make sure teachers get their staff. Well, that's a big dive, because that's $1.8 million. It must be found within a current budget, so we have to look at efficiencies. So we look at the 80% or 85% that goes into salaries and say, is there any efficiencies here? You look at transportation, are there any efficiencies here? You look at outside sourcing, is there any efficiencies to be found here? We looked, and so it's looking for efficiencies, and that's a deep dive. That's going to having Laura run reports and look for accounting pieces that may potentially allow us to say, well, why are we doing that? It's because she's coming home from work. Wait. I know what that calls. Dad's over-medicating mom. Well, everyone said, Dad's over-medicating mom. Okay, I'll deal with it later. So the budget, so typically what happens, Kim, is the district, here's what happens in most districts. In most districts, the cabinet builds a budget, and then they go to the board and they present a budget. And the board asks if they have any questions. But I think here, because of the year that we're in, for a couple of years, I think it's really critical to understand the dollars that exist in the district and have a little deeper dive in it. During the last 8 years in the state of Arizona, budget committees were established to make cuts.
Right.
In order to lay people off.
Right.
And these were done behind budget committees because it was really difficult for individuals to make those decisions, and it was easier to assign it out to a committee.
Yeah.
And it made sense, and I get that piece. Mm-hmm. But now we're stable, and when stabilization, what you look for is efficiencies. Well, efficiencies are deep dives. So we're in an efficiency stage now. So now we need to say, we also need to say, we need to set some goals with the entire board of what are our fiscal goals going forward, like creating longevity of if in 3 years we'd like to be at a starting rate for teachers of 40,000. We got to build a plan to get there. We would like to be able to look at competitive benefits. So what are the goals that are going to come out of this budget conversation with the whole board? Can't have that if you don't know where your efficiencies are. Does that help? Makes a little bit of sense. I'm not a finance person, so Laura, correct me at any time.
Yeah, that's fine, and there's also things we can look at that we're paying from a tax levy right now, and can we move that expense somewhere else?
And I guess where I was getting is it's such an important responsibility of the board. I can't imagine a board member not wanting to do that, because I think it's our responsibility.
Numbers aren't everybody.
Numbers are not my forte.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and it's a responsibility.
And again, I don't see our board not talking about the budget.
Members who are more fiscally or financially literate than myself.
If somebody,
I just couldn't get in that mindset, but now I understand.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
yeah, and honestly,
Yeah, we're gonna talk.
if I didn't have to, I wouldn't.
Allison and, Pam.
It's my least favorite thing to do on board.
Me, not me.
Yeah. It's just, if we had top two responsibilities, I think that would be in
Oh, yeah.
one of them. You know what I mean?
Responsibility.
No, it's a huge responsibility. You are, that's why you can't, whatever this group does in building this budget, it will come back for deep conversations with the board.
Right.
It's just that you're not going to sit there and look at every line item.
Right.
Whereas in a deep dive, Laura may print out the line items and say, let's take a look at every line item. I mean, I'm used to doing that with cabinet members alone. But I would highly recommend, given given the focus on the fiscal responsibilities of the district, that we do that with a couple board members. I've had board members who have asked, print out what we're spending on technology, please, and let me look at every line item to figure this out. And I have other board members who say, just bring me the bottom line. So,
I mean, that's bottom line, and below, that's dipping below into management. I mean, if.
I'm not asking you to dip into management, I'm asking you to be part of the looking for effectiveness. Now, we don't have to, I mean, we'd be happy to do it ourselves, I think, but I think we've got some board members with financial backgrounds who would like an opportunity to look a little deeper.
So, I mean, if you ask a million questions, then you probably want to be involved in it. Or if you, and we build rapport with you and that sort of thing, you'll be less inclined to get in there and ruffle all the feathers. But at the same time, we've always done it that way. It's been going on for 8 years. We haven't built a budget here. So even this year, it really will be one.
There's not been at the cabinet level a budget built. David built the budget and handed it over and basically said, this is how we're spending the money. Right. So there was a committee that did a lot of fussing on it, but the actual getting in and looking at the dollars was done at the district level, handed over to a committee. A committee then was walked through it, and then it came back to the board as a committee decision.
Well, those were all cutting phase years.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what's happened.
Yeah.
Okay, just for the record, having served on that committee, the committee never blessed it.
Even worse, so.
Okay. Misinterpretation, for the record. But somewhere along the way, the board was handed a budget. So, just giving some examples. Now, in some districts, I've had board members who come down in individually and sit with the CFO and go through the details of those things. I'm trying to kind of allow some board members an opportunity to do that without feeling like they have to ask for permission to come in. While we look forward to building, and I'm going to tell you what, I think after we get the goals set and we do the deep dive, I think the next year, it's less of that, because now we know what it is going forward, and now the goal setting helps drive a 3-year. Schools don't typically give you a 3-year plan. It's unpredictable. Well, it is unpredictable. There is some predictability in budgeting. Like right now, we didn't have to wait for the governor. We can predict where we're headed.
Right. I mean, that was one point, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So why not build some predictability and try to give some 3-year planning into this? And so my goal is to try to get some 3-year planning that comes to the board as a whole to have those conversations. But to do that, you got to do a little bit of deep dive. Okay. Yeah. So that's kind of that is. So that's one. The other one is communications. Communications committee. We have a big strategic need. Erin is on board. She understands that we've got to put a communications committee together and work on designing a strategic plan for communications. This, to me, is huge. And it impacts everybody. We have one, but we need to do it deeper, and it has a start to it. So they don't have to start at ground zero, but they do have to say, where are things not working, and how do we create that? And then where do we provide the training to create communications as we go forward? So she and I have started a little bit of the work, but it really is getting a bigger committee together to say. And so if you have a passion for communications, this is big.
This is separate from the parent marketing committee. That's not what you were talking
Maybe
about.
that's what I'm thinking of.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Totally separate.
Which is also a very worthwhile.
When we walk out of this, it should align to your strategic goal of communication. Yeah. And it doesn't yet. There's not an alignment there. So we've got to come up with a bigger, broader plan in communication. So what I'm asking for is some volunteers on the board who would like to serve on budget, and some volunteers on the board who wants to work on communication.
Anything now, or you say?
No, think about it.
Oh, I can already tell you which one I would.
We also need an ASBA delegate.
Yeah, thank you.
We also need an ASBA delegate and legislative.
But ASBA has to be voted.
Exactly, on a regular meeting, yeah. So that we got to by a regular meeting, we're ready to as delegates.
And so we meet with a lobbyist throughout legislative session because Scottsdale's interests are very different than the rest of the state. And we want to make sure that there's someone who really loves legislative and our fearful of calling, the governor's office, or fearful of calling our representatives and saying, Okay, just want you to know how that's gonna impact Scottsdale, and we get impacted slightly different than the rest of the state, and I want you to understand us, because you represent us. And that's unique for them, because Scottsdale is very different than the rest of the school districts in the state, right? Yes.
Thinking way out of the box, and we've never done this before, but given the challenges that are ahead of us and what's coming down the pike, what about a board member that serves on Meet and Confer? Or is involved in that process somehow?
Meet and Confer. So here's the issue. And I had a great conversation with Allison Beckham on this, and I thought it was very fascinating, because it's always fun when somebody comes into education for the first time. And we have 3 separate books. So Meet and Confer is a process that happens with teachers. And it happens with and I'm going to continue to call it a memorandum of understanding and not a bargaining agreement, because we're not a bargaining state, we're a right-to-work state. So if they are an association, and this should be a memorandum of understanding, an MOU. And so we know we've got some difficult language in there that need to be addressed. Now, I've not experienced where a board member sits on Meet and Confer, but I have experienced where board members come and are ad hoc, and they come and listen. And the reason for that is so that when the board then has its legal advice or the Meet and Confer time in executive session, which there are only 5 reasons you can ever meet in executive session, and Meet and Confer is one of them, because it has to do with negotiation of salaries, is that that person has sat there and listened to the conversations. When I brought that up, I will tell you, I made a few people nervous in the room, because it's not been done here in Scottsdale. So having somebody to be able to go, I think you could do that and visit no matter what, or the board could actually say, we're going to assign an ad hoc person for that. But let me give you another concept. Chandler District does what they call the Super Q. And the Super Q is a list of all these groups. It's got classified, it has certified, it has admin, it has district admin, and it's about 15 people who do all the work on compensation and benefits. And that's done in a very transparent, open process, and then communicated out across the whole organization. It is not Meet and Confer, because it doesn't deal with working conditions. Meet and Confer focuses on working conditions. But the actual dollars are done through, and I don't know why they use a Super Q as a term, Steve might be landed better, but I would highly recommend that the decision of something so important, such as compensation and benefits, be done on a larger scale with full representation. And that it not be done with a group of, let's see, Meet and Confer has 4 teachers and 4 administrators. 8 people make the decision for 3,000 individuals. Wow. That they bring back to the governing board to vote on. I would recommend when it comes to compensation and benefits, that be a broader group for discussion, so that you have a classified employee in that discussion and not a separate Meet and Confer process.
So I need clarification, because I always thought that there was Meet and Confer with the certified, then there was separate Meet and Confer with separate people, and there was Meet and Confer with classified.
And they don't talk to each other, and they don't share information, and so what happens is it becomes an isolation of, I'm going to fight for the dollars for my group, but not the organization as a whole. What the Super Q does is it takes the pot of money and talks about us as a whole, as one district, and says what's in the benefit of the entire district. And the package gets put together on how to address all employees and all benefits for all employees, not broken out into these 3 different groups. So right now, Pam has to go in and do 3 separate negotiations. I negotiate with administrators, and that pretends that there are 3 separate pots of money, and there isn't.
And that also sets up us in that.
It sets up on us in that. There's one pot of money.
I got it.
And so I would suggest that we bring that process together under one. Now, it may end up being some of the same players. They may send, SEA may send the players that sit here, they may recommend to sit over here, which is fine. But this should be a bit broader than these 3 groups. It needs to encompass some of the other folks that it affects. Right now, district level administrators aren't even represented. So your directors, your instructional coaches, those folks aren't even part of it.
So maybe this happens in the Super Q conversation, but I struggle a bit in having the compensation discussions like we've always had them as this negotiation with these groups. When, for example, we know our teachers are starting salary is $4,000 behind where they need to be to compete.
Right.
And so how much of the decision making should be right here in this room versus the Super Q process?
Yeah, so this is about, I love it. So this is about collaboration. And the reality is, if you're going to try to do perpetuity, you're trying to build for the future or try to create a system that moves you forward, it's your budget, governing board. It's your financial decision. So I've also worked with governing boards that, because budget and money were set, they present, this is what we have to offer you. This is all we have. And they don't, there is no back and forth, because there's nothing to back and forth over. It's simply, here's the goals of the budget team. So, and let's just use that one for example. Let's say that the goal of the budget team comes back and the board agrees, hey, our goal over the next 3 years is to get the base salary up to $40,000. Then it goes back to management to come up with a plan to make that happen, which might involve some of this, bringing people in and saying, okay, if we're going to get to $40,000 at the base, how do we then get there, folks? And is it a zero-based budgeting process? Is it a stepless salary schedule? But out of this comes some goals that then this team would work on.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
So you're saying it comes out of the board discussion with admin, the budget priorities, and our goals, and what we want to see in the budget, and then that gets filtered.
We come down into this collaborative group, and we talk about interest-based approach. We have an interest in moving and meeting these goals, and so it's defined. The purpose of this committee is to come up with a plan for the future that meets these goals. And that's how it then gets designed going forward. So when there's new money that comes in, you go back to your goal and you say, how will this new money help with the goal? The discussion about current year funding affects these decisions, because now there's current year funding, and you have to understand the current year funding piece. So the goals are set here with the governing board and the cabinet working together. This group does the hard work of saying, how can we get there? So there may be this piece. This typically comes to the board after it's been beat up by the people it affects, the paychecks that it affects. And then it comes back to the board, who actually has the final fiscal saying over, yes, we agree with doing that, or no, we don't. But the people in that room are the people that are going to be affected by eventually your decision, because that's who it impacts. Okay?
What is necessary when it comes to the current EEA or current agreements, meet and confer agreements, to move that to this kind of Super Q idea? What is necessary legally?
Pam, under the current TEA, meet and confer is defined, right? And how many members, et cetera. And does it define what the topics are?
Compensation, working conditions, benefits.
So it does affect them. So we would have to have some conversations with SEA through the TEA to say, as we go forward, we want to be more inclusive and get a group of 15 to 20 people to have this bigger conversation and to look to the future and see what kind of pushback we get. Because right now it's defined how that will be done and who will do it.
And there's no obviously more meet and confer at this point, the rest of the year, and the TEA.
We're still meeting. It's just not working
Oh,
conditions
it's
out. So
how often?
yeah.
Or
We're meeting
how many more till the end of the year?
Probably 2, I'm going to guess.
But,
okay.
but just for my clarification, to piggyback, so when you say we have 2 that we're still working on, is that to establish language for next year? So, for example, the transfer, all that transfer language, or the department chair language that we suspended, would that be under Super Q, or are we committed to using the old meet and confer? I just need,
Right, that's where I'm headed.
Right,
I'm
so
trying to
what
think
was
that
your opinion in
if the answer to the question that was posed to us is, now what is all this process gonna look like?
So this is for next.
How are we
So
redefining it?
This is an idea for next year that we'll take back to the process. We'll talk to Julie, we'll talk to the executive board. This is a goal that the superintendent has. This year's meet and confer, if the governor was to come out with new dollars, we have already promised that we would go back to meet and confer. We would have dialogue about those dollars and then bring it back to the board. The things that haven't been taken into that conversation that need to come up are current year funding. Because we have to look at the impact of current year funding on the district. And so there are pieces here, but yes, this year, if new dollars come in, it stays right in the system that already exists. This would be looking to the future, next December.
Well, but,
January.
okay, but to her point, we don't want meetings the rest of this year to delve into scenarios and a setup of expectations.
Here's what I heard Dr. Bartle say. Meet and confer is addressing the 17-18 school year.
That's right.
And the Super Q process would address the 18-19 school year.
And beyond, because it's looking at trying to design a more futuristic look at finances of how to get us where we want to be.
Oh, not till 18-19?
Well, you would do it during 17-18, working on the following year's budget, and the following years. You meet your goals. You would change the process to incorporate more people and have it transparent.
But that is for we're talking about doing that for the 17-18 school year.
18-19 during the 17-18 that affects the 18-19 contract.
You can't get it.
You wouldn't want to do it right now to affect.
But no. Well, I'm talking about even sooner. If we're redefining the process for the 17-18 school year, I understand that it's talking about the contract and the money ahead, but if we're talking about redefining the process that will begin in the 17-18 school year, the question is, these next few months obviously have to be about gaining understanding in how the process is going to change next year. And we don't want to sit here in the next 2 meet and confer meetings and talk about the TEA and transfer and language all as if it's going to be the same as next year. I guess it's
so we would go into this year's meet and confer process, and I would go in and I would meet with them and say, there are 2 things we'd like to do. We have, we'd like to have a board member be able to come and observe the process and sit and listen during next year's meet and confer process. 2, we'd like to expand the ability for input on compensation and benefits. And we're recommending, I'm going to show you the Chandler model, simply as a model, where we have someone in state who does this on a grander scale. And we would like to discuss your openness to a different type of process going forward.
So, question, by the way, that Super Q, I think, aligns much more with the behaviors and the values, so that's a way to think about it. So the 2 things that we suspended, what was your commitment to? When are those being?
Well, they suspend only so this year's agreement is only in effect till June 30th, and then it goes away anyway. But they're in the process of revising and rewriting the one that would begin in July 1st. So they have work to go through those areas we've suspended to say, are those practices and practices going to be able to be continued moving forward, or do we need to clean those up so that we get the right language in the book moving forward?
So who's crafting that new language? Is it those groups, or are they working with you, Pam?
The whole process. The whole process is going to have to be done through meet and confer. Now, I would suspect that there will not be a book ready by July 1st.
What happens?
See, and that's where I'm struggling, because if this whole process is still kind of going, and yet it's not clear that we are moving to a new process for next year, I mean, to me, the 2 should be intertwined.
No, we have to go meet with the old process and say, we'd like to do some new processes going forward, and are you open to that?
Right.
Julie and I are working on some things.
Okay.
So it has to go through their leadership and our leadership, because that's a part of their leadership. It's part of the function under their executive board. It's a committee for them.
So we have to, I'm sorry, I have to ask a point of clarification. So we have to negotiate the negotiation? Is that what I'm to understand? So we have to go through meet and confer to talk about next year's meet and confer?
Yeah, because it's in their agreement. It's been part of that document they've had for years that talk about how they do meet and confer. So these are the kinds of things that when you talk about leading and managing an organization, don't belong necessarily in a meet and confer book. They belong under policy and procedures, which are under the governance of a governing board, not in a meet and confer book. At some point, we're going to try to start separating some of that. This policy governs the district. You don't need to repeat it and rewrite it under the TEA. And we have things in the TEA that belong in policy. And what they do is they take policy and define it according to, like, for instance, when somebody says, well, yeah, but it just says I'll be available to work with students 15 minutes before and 15 minutes after. But that's interpreted as the professional workday. But the reality is it doesn't say that's the professional workday. It just says I'll be available for students 15 minutes before class and 15 minutes after. But it's been interpreted that I don't need to show up to work until 15 minutes before and I can leave 15 minutes after. So we have to get back in and say, okay, well, that's been the assumed definition, but it's not written anywhere.
I have a question. In the contract that they sign, what exactly is a specific reference, if any, to the TEA?
Okay, so let me define that differently for you. We'll maybe get Ms. Marshall in tomorrow to have,
Yeah, we're probably off topic.
Because,
let's be honest here, okay.
Okay, yeah, because we're going to stand committees, but.
Okay.
But the reason that committees exist are legal, and that's a piece of what we're discussing. Contractually, the contract is written between the governing board and the employee, but policy is an extension of contract. And technically, the reason that these committees are also important is because it ends up in policy. If legislation changes, and from legislation it ends up in policy, policy is an extension of contract. In policy, you can put a dress code, and policy then becomes part of my contractual relationship. If the board breaches policy, you are in breach of contract. Under a bargaining agreement, it is an extension of my contract. Under a memorandum of understanding, it is simply an understanding between us of how we will behave. But if it's an agreement, it is an extension of contract. And therefore, the question becomes, if you change it, are you in breach of contract? And if there are damages, you could then be sued. So that's why these committees and things are so critical in not only how they're designed, but what we call them and how we define them, so that there's contract and policy which supports contracting, and then there is understandings of how we work together. And that is not contractual.
Is our current TEA an extension of their contract?
Yes. Under definition of employment. So then you have to say, when we don't follow the TEA, we're in breach of contract, and we can be grieved for them, and we can be questioned under legal proceedings of whether or not we've breached a contract. So in there, instead of policy dictating how you can appeal a decision, the TEA dictates how you can appeal a decision. If an employee is dismissed, this should be policy. Because termination is a legal function. If you put it in a TEA, you've now taken a legal function that's contractual, wrongful termination, is now being defined under a TEA. So we've got to separate the two languages. This policy is legal. Policy is what should dictate the behaviors between the board and the employee groups. We've put it into an agreement. This should be about environment and not about contracting. And it's contracting throughout it. So it's become an extension of the contract. There's some work to be done there. So we got to get policy and policy, and working conditions under working conditions, which is a memorandum of understanding. It's just overreaching, and it's repetitive to some extent. You never want to repeat policy in a workbook. There's no reason to. It's already in policy. So that's the committee kind of work going forward, and we're going to try to keep it isolated, but the work is huge. So budget, communications, ASBA is more about education and learning and the things, and when we do ASBA does a terrific job of working with us on the interpretation of the new legislative impacts, and I think that's really critical to do that. A legislative rep is the person who can pick the phone call up and call the rep and not feel intimidated. And again, meet and confer is a process that exists. A board can observe, but you don't want to be a part of the decision-making of meet and confer because it's going to come to you anyway. So, but you can observe it, but you don't want to participate. So you're what they call an ad hoc member. And then the Super Q is a concept that we'd like to bring to the teachers and bring back to the governing board. So things to think about are where you feel like your talents. This is a talent ask. The reason that we have superintendent's committees versus our governing board committees is the governing board committee requires minutes and requires a public notice. And then you got to live by all of those rules that you live by in a governing board meeting, whereas the superintendent's committee is more informal, allows for greater collaboration and dialogue to occur in an informal setting. And that's why we would not put, now, if three of you decided to show up to meet and confer, we would post that there was a meet and confer meeting of great interest to the governing board and there may be more than 2 members that choose to attend that. And that can happen. But remember, it's just like going to the foundation gala. We have to post it that you might show up.
And people could then, it's an open meeting,
Right.
so anyone can attend.
Okay. All right, okay. That's a big
Can I
discussion.
just one question on the first page? There was 2 words, just a phrase I wasn't sure what it was, if you could flip back.
Okay. Flip back. This one?
Yeah, I apologize, I wasn't listening.
A lot to digest.
That T-eval and P-eval.
Teacher evaluation, principal evaluations. Under the statute, if you're going to change your evaluation, there's actually a legal process that must occur, which means it must have a committee. And so, in having that committee, and the reason for that, potential adjustments have to do with accountability. So it goes back to some of this point. So there's potential legislative shift that's going to come down that's going to require us to change portions of the evaluation, which means there must be a committee. And it's because there's going to be a legislative change.
I don't think our board's ever had a T-eval member or
No, you never have.
representative on it.
But you might want to.
Okay.
Because evaluation and accountability has been an important topic to you. So I offer that up as an area that you may want to have a board member get engaged in that process. And particularly if you're not familiar with the evaluation system, it might be a great learning opportunity.
Were you talking about combining the bond and capital oversight committee?
We did, but I think, Laura, correct me if I'm wrong, they talked about you could have the same committee oversee both, but there's 2 separate agendas that have to occur. Got it. But it is that oversight to make sure you do not spend in a category that you shouldn't be spending, or that no money goes outside of the categories that the voter gave you.
It's a capital override.
Right.
Yeah, capital override. It's not your normal capital budget, it's your override budget.
We have to report every October, what we spent the money on.
So, and there's a formal process we're putting together that, again, it will say what the purpose it is, what the outcomes are, and many times you'll see the outcome is input back to the governing board regarding this policy, this procedure, this process. Good? Fun, huh? What I'd like to do time-wise is, in April, we establish, the board gets to decide what they would like to do, and then that way we hand that off in May. We let the teachers know, we solicit parents to sign up, we solicit teachers to get on those committees. July, they get a notice from the chairman sends out the purpose, the outcomes, date and time commitment, and we live by those. So the people know, I'm starting to do that, but it's going to require 5 meetings, 2 hours of time, and so you understand that. And we'll go in and define some of those with the cabinet members so that you know up front what you're signing up for. Okay. Great discussion.
All right, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? So moved. Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Board Member Travis. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. But yes, sorry.
Are you voting?